We're already halfway through our time together, and the remaining time will vanish very quickly. So after lunch, if you like, you could perhaps do some of the practices like we just did, the Tonglen, or the looking at the plant and the telling it and receiving it. Because if you do this now, maybe some questions will arise for you, and I'm here and I can respond. But when I'm gone, I'm gone. So this is make use of me. I won't be around forever.
So you're coming out this afternoon then, James? We're going to do some of that? Is that what you're saying?
Am I going to do it?
Yeah.
No, I'm going to be having a kip. No, you are going to do it. Yeah. Self and other.
It's quite hard to do it, actually, because you're kind of objectifying this thing, and you almost can't run out of things to say to it.
Yeah.
And it gets quite sort of, it's quite difficult to do. So, and also the space around it, where does that come into it? I was wondering.
Well, when it's emptied, it will be empty. So these chains of signifiers can keep flowing and flowing and flowing, and you keep going until you exhaust it. And it could be for 5 minutes or an hour or even more. And then you realize, I fill the world with my thoughts. If I remember being on holiday as a little child and maybe being on the beach someplace, and the excitement and freshness of a rock pool and little crabs moving around, where is that? And that vanishes because we are full of all this stuff. And so thoughts can be useful. Concepts are tools for thinking. So we have lots of concepts and thinking is linking, and linking is pattern creation, which we need in order to survive in the world. But it can easily also become a defense for ourselves, that we start, here I am, I know what's what, let me tell you. That's what we're renouncing, not forever, because sometimes it's a very compassionate thing to do, but if it's my calling card, I'm mobilizing a pattern because it is self-reassuring, but interpersonally alienating. So I want to really see how full of stuff I am. Huge, huge. And we've been trained to do that. It's been the basis for surviving in the world. And then, so that's why the pets sometimes is useful. So if you were doing that and you were sort of getting nowhere because it seemed that you somehow got this amoebic dysentery and you're just shitting and shitting and shitting and all these thoughts are coming out. Yeah. Then you do that. And then it's a bit fresh and then you can go back into it. But I think if the linking binds you into it, it takes on a sort of momentum of its own. But try it. You just keep trying it. And then as you refine your experience, you ask me some questions and then it hopefully become a bit easier. So now I'd like to introduce you to a short text. It's by a Lama called Gompo Wongyel, who was the father of my guru's guru. It's taken from a long Chud text, which is a text for seeing the non-existence of the self. And in this, he's giving a very brief but clear presentation of the view of how the mind is, how the world is. So I'll go through this with you and we can use it to reflect and to meditate. For us, it's very difficult to imagine what life was like for people in Tibet who were fortunate enough to have the circumstances to be immersed in Dharma all their life. If you got a little bit of a reputation, you became an object of offering. Because if you offer to a holy person, you get merit from that. So there was always food coming, always support coming for people in that situation. Our world is not like that. We have to somehow squeeze some little moments for practice or study out of the busyness of our life. And especially at first, it can be quite difficult to see that Dharma and daily life are not two different domains, that actually they are intersecting all the time, and that all the problems and all the pleasures of daily life are not other than the potential of the open ground. But it often takes us a while to get there. And if we don't have so much time for study and practice, that can be hard. But this text is very short and it's to the point. And therefore, hopefully it's interesting. It's already printed in a book that we did some years ago called Finding Freedom. So, he says, bright, acute people with strong faith who wish to practice the immediacy of Dzogchen should stay in a peaceful, isolated place and reflect on their own situation and that of all sentient beings. So, he's saying it helps if you're not daft. And that's true. If your mind is quick and bright, you understand it a bit more. However, even if you find that your mind is a bit sluggish, don't struggle to understand. Look in a mirror. Look at a crystal. Look at the sky. If you can go to the sea, watch the waves coming and going. This is the ocean, these are the waves. The waves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can identify, but the wave and the ocean are the same and different. The thought and the mind are the same and different. The clouds and the sky are the same and different. So, if you're not used to reading and studying in a kind of academic way, then use the examples of nature and give yourself to them. So the ocean and the wave is, it's not an exposition of theory. You have to actually go to the sea or go to a lake or a pond on a windy day, or when it's raining and you see the drops coming from the sky onto the surface of the pond and the circles opening up and opening up and opening up and the waves crisscrossing each other. You see, oh, I am impacted when I receive. The water, the surface of the water responds to the drop of water coming. Somebody smiles at me, I feel happy. Somebody frowns at me, I feel sad. Oh, this is how it is, pulsating together. And when you see that, then the separation of self and other starts to diminish. This is what we mean by co-emergence. It's not some profound technical term. It's just, I am not apart from you. How I am influences you. How you are influences me. And this English word is very sweet because it's fluence. It's the flow of experience is moving between us. I receive, I respond. It's all about pulsation. So any examples that you have of that, and take them, work with them. So in terms of brightness, it means being available. So you can look at your life. Do you drink too much? Do you get too tired? Do you spend time watching nonsense on your computer? How are you spending your time? So we can use all the different levels of Dharma teaching to help us. Especially, I'm going to die. In prisons, when they're going to kill someone, they get a last meal. Usually it's a steak. So, oh, I want my special last meal. It's a bit late, you know. They are now going to explore eating without shitting, though the electric current going through them may well open their bowels. But if you think, this is the last day of my life, this is a practice that in some Zen monasteries, when you wake in the morning, your first thought is, this is the last day of my life. So you look at things with fresh eyes. This is the last time I see my friend or my partner or my children or my shoes. And then you receive more. Because if you're really thinking, this is the last time, how will I say goodbye? I'm saying goodbye to this. You're unveiling what is there. You're taking off your assumptions and projections, and you're becoming bright and acute with the freshness of the situation. And he says, with strong faith. Now, our situation is difficult here. Tibet, prayer flags everywhere, people on pilgrimage with prayer wheels and so on. That was the mood, that was the zeitgeist of that time. It was in the air, like it would have been in medieval Europe in Christian times, or when the great Sufi movements were around in the 12th, 14th century, and saints were walking out into Central Asia and back. And people were committed to that kind of learning. Maimonides, the great Jewish philosopher who was in Spain, he had students who came all the way from Baghdad to have a conversation with him. People were so committed to going deep in their understanding. And of course, we have people who've come here from America and from far away because they think, oh, bravo! Hey, now you have to share the merit. So it's amazing what we do. So yes, it's worth it. It's worth it. I believe in this. So finding this is something which I can believe in, because like they say, Dharma is good in the beginning, in the middle, and the end. It won't cheat you. It is unfailing because it's simply describing as it is. Now, remember we have these two things. Awareness of the ground sees how it is. Dualistic consciousness tells you what it is, and the what is always an act of the imagination. We imagine reality, we imagine substance, we imagine things and define them. This is delusion. So, faith is the desire to open to how it is. It's not faith in something, otherwise it would just be a dualistic subject onto object. The teaching says my mind is like the sky. When I look at my mind, I see thoughts and feelings and confusions. This is my mind. But the teaching says it's like the sky. Okay. But now I'm sitting and all I'm experiencing is worrying about some problem at work, or I'm not sure whether I should stay in this relationship. All these obsessional thoughts. It wasn't there 5 minutes ago. It's here now, and it vanishes. This is a transient arising. This is a reflection. This is a substanceless manifestation which I take to be real, and I limit and blind myself by my fixation on this transient content of the mind, and I have water in the glass because there is a glass. If somebody brought a jug of water and said, have some water, James, and they poured it all over me, I would not be so happy. The water is in the glass. The thought is in your mind. If you have a thought, you have a mind. How is your mind? Your mind is like the sky. Because the mind is empty, thought and feeling, the emptiness of the mind is the fullness of the mind. This is the heart. It's just this. You can't catch it, but it's always fresh. Then we feel compassion for those who are obsessed or fixated on some kind of sexual theme or political theme, because they believe deep meaning and value and truth arises from some pornography or some political dogma or some revolutionary movement, and everything is externalized. Only you can make me happy. And of course, relation between self and other is always unstable. So faith is, it'll be okay. Samantabhadra, the founding Buddha of the Dzogchen lineages, his name means, in Tibetan, is Kuntu Zangpo. Kuntu means always, under all conditions. Zangpo means good. Good here has a specific meaning of uncontaminatable. Uncontaminatable because there is nothing to be contaminated. Right? So the mirror has no fixed substance of its own. If something horrible is in front of the mirror, it shows that. If something beautiful is in front of the mirror, it shows that. The appearance in the mirror shows you the capacity of the mirror to show reflections. It doesn't show you the heart of the mirror. Yeah? But we meet people and we have a conversation, and afterwards you're thinking, fucking hell, I'm not sitting next to them again. We have taken their expression to be the expression of their essence. I've got their number, I don't like it, so I'm going to be wary. Not like the mirror. If it's the mirror, however people are, is how they show at this time, under these circumstances, and when I meet them, I am part of the circumstances. So the fact that they are tedious and boring may actually have to do with me rather than them. They may be thinking, fucking hell, you know. Oh, so don't enter into judgment. Judgment is a solidification. The potential arises from the open ground and it's responsive, both how the mirror is and how we are. When you judge, when you come to a conclusion, when you start with an assumption, you freeze the terrain. You're not in touch with the flow, the diverse flow of the arising of experience. And he says, those with faith who wish to practice the immediacy of Dzogchen. Dzogchen is not really concerned with building up a journey. The metaphor of a spiritual journey is everywhere, but Dzogchen is not a journey because it's about here and now. Here and now is always here and now. It's not in any place, it's not in any time, it's always just this. Just this. So you don't need to go anywhere to have just this, because just this is here and now. No journey. But I've got lots of problems. Aha, that's your here and now. But I don't want to have these problems. Do you always not want to have these problems? Do you always have these problems? Not always, but a lot of the time. Okay, so how much of the time? So you can do a little analysis with yourself that you are overgeneralizing the limitations of your situation. And on the basis of that, you formulate a very limited definition of your potential. Relax in the out-breath. Now you're somebody else. Now you're somebody else. Oh. The immediacy of Dzogchen is not about constructing a better self. It's not developing qualities. It's not going up through the 10 bodhisattva stages. How it is how it is. How is just how. It's simple description, which is the reception. This is how it is. I don't like it. It could be better. That is conceptualization. That is comparing and contrasting, where you solidify this here and now, and then You put it in one little pan on the scales, and then you think, but yesterday was better. I enjoyed that more, which is, you evaluate them. And when you do that comparison, you're in the realm of objectification. And that's not really where we want to be. So how is always fresh, what is always stale. If you live in the how of Britain, you experience the crumbling of this nation state. If you stay with the what, then you are in Great Britain. Stop talking Britain down. That's what it's about, isn't it? What leads to war and competition and being right and proving the other wrong? Very, very exhausting, because there's no end to it, because there'll always be new information or new opinions that come into it. But how? We're here. How am I? So you have your posture. Oh, I should be sitting more straight. Why? Why? Droopy? Straight? What's the difference? How? Then you observe, when I'm like this, there's a pressure on the diaphragm, my breathing is a bit constricted. When I'm sitting straight, the skeleton's holding more of the weight, so the breathing's easier. That's just a description. It's not saying it's better to have deep, easy breath or constricted breath. It doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, just keep breathing. If you live in the right way and you breathe in the right way, then you will live for a very long time. Who says? What is the evidence base of this assertion? No religion has an evidence base. It just has dogma. But the immediacy of Dzogchen is you're either here and now, or you're off in thoughts. You're either in a tunnel of construction, or you're just open. So he says you should stay in a peaceful, isolated place. So the most peaceful, isolated place is your mind. The mind itself is just as it is. Movement is occurring, but it doesn't alter the openness of the mind. So when different reflections come in the mirror, they don't contaminate the mirror. In the Dzogchen teaching, they say that our presence, how we actually are, has two components. The first is kada, primordial purity, which is to say that the freshness of awareness has never been corrupted because nothing touches it. The mirror shows and then it's gone. The mirror is always showing what is there, and it can do that because it's not touched. If you have a piece of paper or canvas and you make even one mark with charcoal on it, you've altered the potential of the surface because the mind is drawn towards the mark that's made. The mind is unmarked. Yeah, but I'm always thinking about this. I so regret my father died and our relationship wasn't worked out and I was young, but I fucked it up. If only I'd done it different. You know, we can all spin around little story things like this where I can't feel proud of that. I let myself down, I let them down. This is the content of the mind. This is a story moving through space, and it's only possible to move through the space because there's a space to move through. So even when you're really constipated, you're really stuck in this thought, and the peristaltic movement of the bowel has gone on holiday, and you're just bunged up. This is in space. Stay with the space. The space is not touched by anything. So this is the quiet place. Your mind as openness is always undisturbed. Disturbance moves through the space of the mind. It's the patterning of the potential of the unchanging openness. You explore this for yourself. You don't have to believe any of this. Just look at your own mind and think, oh, this is helpful because it's letting me see something I couldn't see. In Tibetan, they call this, sometimes it's translated as the pointing out instruction. In Tibetan, it's ngo tro. Ngo means face, and tro means to be introduced. So you're being introduced to your own face, to how you are. Because our mum didn't say this, our dad didn't say this, our school teachers didn't say this. It's only through the Dharma that we get to hear this completely different vision of what it means to be a person. Nothing that you have done has contaminated your pure awareness. Awareness is pure whatever happens. So in the break, some of us were talking a little bit about the judicial system and what happens if you're found guilty of a crime, and you're then publicly identified as being a thief or a murderer or a child predator. And that then becomes a definitive mark. It's like in the old days, they used to brand you on the forehead so everyone would see, oh, T for thief, and so on. Or in some cultures, they cut off the nose or split it down the middle. There were all sorts of ways of trying to identify who might be dangerous. Dangerous on the basis of probably one or two activities. And the activity took not very long. But this moment is then extracted from the immediacy of revelation and put into the 3 times. Because you did that in the past, we don't trust you. So if you want to go to America and apply for a green card, you don't say, my occupation is smoking dope. They say, we don't want people who smoke dope in our country. Why not? Because we already have so many fucking people smoking dope. There'll be none left for the Americans if we let people like you in. Prejudice is everywhere. Prejudice, prejudged. As you were yesterday, so you are today. I know who you are. This is a thief. This is a robber. This is a dangerous person. What are the qualities of the Dharmakaya? Naked, raw, fresh. Raw means not cooked. What ingredients are not to be added? Accusations, definitions. You stole. I stole. That is an activity. You're a thief. That is a diminishing, prejudicial constraint. Because if I internalize that, I will be forever knowing that you might think that about me, therefore I have to make compensation by doing something else. And I'm turning and turning in the field of conceptualization. But the mind, the intrinsic purity of the mind is that no extra ingredients are added. You have a thought, it's in your mind, but it's not like adding too much salt to a stew. If you put in a lot of salt, you made a mistake, the top came off the thing. So what are you going to do now? It's difficult. You might have to throw the whole thing away. The soup is contaminated by the salt. It's difficult to titrate the dose in life of our behavior. You say too much to someone or whatever. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. The mind is self-cleaning because everything which arises vanishes. And that's why the primordial purity of the mind is unchanging. It is the awareness which reveals everything but is untouched by what arises. So, the peaceful, isolated place is the clarity of your own mind. It's isolated in its inclusion. You can do this practice sitting in a pub, you can do it in a park, you can do it in your own room with the door locked. It doesn't matter, because whatever is arising is just coming and going in that moment. So you sit in a pub and people are drinking and laughing and all kind of unpredictable factors are arising, and you just relax in the out-breath. This is the space of revelation of these movements. If you come into conceptualization, I don't like it, it's too noisy here, how could I meditate under these circumstances? You are limiting yourself by saying, I need to protect my mind from what is arising. But what is arising is already in your mind. It's too late. It's too late. It's the problem of immigration. Every day little boats are going across the channel and people arrive, and they're in England. And now the English have an obligation to help these people and to clothe them and give them food and so on. And we think, well, bugger off. Why should we do that for them? Because they're here. We don't like them, but they're here. But they're here. This is your mind. Thoughts, happy thoughts, sad thoughts. They're here and they're gone. The mind is intrinsically isolated in the sense of separated from this. The mirror is separate from its reflections. A painting is not separate from, I'll put it this way, the canvas is not separate from the painting. Yeah? You can't take the painting out of the canvas. But whatever is in the mind, but it's not touching the mind. It's like the reflection in the mirror. If you really understand this, it makes life very easy. I'm not a painting. The images which my parents presented for telling me who I was, what teachers said at school, friends, or in a bad relationship, somebody's on your case all the time telling you you're a pile of shit. All of this, oh God, help me. You're identifying with something which is not that to deny the truth of the semantic content of what they say. It is the truth of their experience of you on the basis of their interaction with you. Sometimes I fuck up, sometimes I'm cruel or selfish or unkind, and it goes, and it goes. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's the definition of my existence. I'm following the middle way. Yes, this is true, and it's not all of me, because the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. The whole is not gathering all the shards, the fragments of our dualized perception. Here, in this openness, there is this. Sometimes the mind's happy, sometimes sad, sometimes with the 5 poisons, sometimes with beautiful, loving kindness flowing out to all beings. These are momentary manifestations. But I want to be like this always. It depends. So in the Tantric tradition, we have the peaceful Buddhas and we have the wrathful Buddhas. And the wrathful Buddhas are there to show that anger is also an energy of the ground, not just nice things. So in Tantra, there are different levels of Tantra, but in the most general level of Tantra, the Buddha is like the king and you're like the subject of the king and you want to please them. And so you want to be very pure, and so you should take a bath before you do your practice. You should put on clean clothes, and you should offer the 3 white things, which is milk, yogurt and cheese, soft cheese, and the 3 sweet things, refined sugar, brown sugar, and crystal sugar, because these are very pure and delicious. Everybody agree, wonderful sweet taste. In the higher tantras, you offer shit and piss and blood. So why would you offer shit to the Buddha? Because the Buddha doesn't mind. What the Buddha does mind is that you mind. You're saying shit is intrinsically bad. Yogurt is good and pure. nice white in color, smells fresh, delicious. Shit. Desire for the good, aversion for the bad, not so good. Duality wins. You've taken the wrong road. What's wrong with shit? Ask a fly. Interview a dog. Due to causes and conditions, we have a constitution that attributes value and non-value to things, but other creatures have different frames of reference. And that's what the higher Tantra is trying to do, is don't sit in the castle of yourself with your assumptions, venture out, see how it is. Very, very interesting. What would be an insult to an ordinary person is seen as being virtuous in relation to the mind of the Buddha. My teacher always used to say, if ordinary people are having sex in the bushes, everybody's going and looking. And if a yogi has sex in the middle of the road, nobody sees. Because the yogi's not got any vibration going out about, look at me, or I'm special. It's just this, and then it's gone. Something else happens. So there's a kind of smoothness or integrity in that. So, when your mind is, you could do the 3-hour practice. This would be an ideal time to, if you're going through the text, and you can get a copy of the text. You do the 3-hour practice, and you're just sitting. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. Means I don't have a template of evaluation. What I have is an aesthetic sensibility. I'm not anesthetized. I'm not dulled. I'm not starting from a dogma that says everything is empty, therefore it's fine. You're not starting with a concept. You see directly, you are directly the arising and the vanishing of good thoughts and bad thoughts, of pride, of jealousy, of stupidity. All is welcome. All is welcome, and none of what arises defines an essence. The essence of everything is empty. So that's, if we get that, life is easier. So he says, in this space of emptiness, I mean, you could take this being up in the mountains and in a cave, but that's not our culture, and it's unlikely that we'll experience something like that. And if you privilege doing a long retreat in a cave, and you think, if only I could do that, or my Dharma practice would be better if I did that, this is self-deception. Your mind is intrinsically open. It is covered by your own activity. Stop doing stuff. Who's doing the stuff? I'm doing the stuff. Who is the doer of the deed? No one, but I am. No one, but I am. And you struggle to free yourself from identification. I make it happen. You don't. There are gardeners in this place. And the gardeners, what do? They work with nature. They collaborate with nature. They don't make the plants grow, but they collaborate with the potential of the ground, whether there's a lot of shade or not, what else is growing there. And in that collaboration, they facilitate the unfolding of the potential of the ground in relation to the seeds of the plants. Yeah? It's the same for us. The ego comes into the situation as a facilitator of certain kinds of movement. It is not the source, it is not the origin, it's not the owner, it's not the master, but it's there. It's an energy. Because I'm talking with you guys. I'm doing the talking, but the talking's flowing through me. So there's both, I'm talking because of our connectivity. You kind, loving people look at me, and I see you, and you look at me, and I see you, and that's how the talking comes. It comes from the conjunction, the meeting together of our energies. That's how it's done. There's nothing inside me that's pumping this out. It belongs to us. This is the energy of the mandala. So he says, in this space, reflect on your own situation and that of all sentient beings. So that reflection can go on so many different levels according to your understanding of Dharma, what you're familiar with, and you reflect, oh, I often get lost. I'm going to die. I would like to be more clear. I have hopes and fears for myself. I have lots of stories to tell about how I am and what I'd like to do. And then you just give it a bit of space. It's all gone. It's all gone. Imagine if housework was like this. You know, you eat your food and the plate is magically clean. The carpet is clean. The windows are clean, all by themselves. Self-cleaning. Nice? We have to clean because we have dirt. Who has the dirt? If you think you have problems, you have a lot to do. It's not that you're denying having problems. It is what is the status of your problems and your limitations. That they are functional. You know, they say as you get older, you should practice standing on one leg. When I was young, I used to like hopping on one leg. That was fun. But now if I have to stand on one leg, because you have to really work with your balance as you get older, because if you fall, you could break your hip, and that would be really tragic, and then you don't walk. That's very different from hopping. Whoa! Here we go. I've got to stand on one leg. You can do it while you do the dishes. The intentionality for a reason, for someone like me, is very difficult to maintain because I'm not a natural, obedient person. But if you're hopping for fun, it's not work, is it? When you're a child, you play. So what is that experience of play? Well, the children don't do the cooking, the shopping, the cleaning. They don't do any of that stuff. They just do play. So how can we bring play more into our life? The mind itself is open and empty and unblocking. This aspect of the mind is described as dung in Tibetan. Not a very easy term to translate. The image that's used to show it is that if you have a crystal ball or a ball of glass and you put it on a red piece of cloth, as the light comes through the crystal onto the red and reflects back out, the ball starts to look a bit red. Then you move it onto a blue cloth or a green cloth, and it is as if the ball takes on a coloration depending on the context. That is to say, the ball is hospitable to the emergence of this coloration. It is not colored, but it is as if it is colored. So there is no color to be removed because the color only appears to be there. It's not painted in. It's not like using colored glass. So this is the energy quality of the Dharmakaya. The mind is open, but it's not open and empty with nothing at all. It allows whatever is arising to arise with its coloration. So there are moods and feeling tones and qualities that are there, but they're non-contaminating. So the kada, the primordial purity of the mind, and the capacity of the mind to be hospitable to whatever arises are not two different aspects. So you get angry, you get sad, and so on. If you relaxed, you just let that go through you. You feel, well, it's so difficult to put this into language. It's really beyond language, because I was going to say, if you feel angry, but it's not you as ego self feeling angry. If anger pervades the mind and you're fuming about something, well, you're going to be implicated in that. You're angry about what's happening in Gaza or somewhere else in the world. You think this is dreadful, this is an abomination. There's information about events which are not here, conceptualized, this is wrong, this shouldn't happen, why don't people stop it? And there's the self that's activated around this. It's not fixed. You're not coming to the truth. Even the international courts of justice now have no teeth. So it's like there's no end to this story. It depends on what you believe. Now, what we do in the practice is we're not following the belief, because belief belongs to dualistic consciousness, which is the naming of objects separated from their own ground. We are relaxing and being with whatever is arising. So anger suffuses you. It kind of floods through you and gone. And gone. You are angry and not angry. The you that is angry is simply the shimmering quality of your awareness. So when you consider yourself, you start to see, when I take myself to be a thing and other people to be things, then it's like the world is some insanely complicated jigsaw puzzle. And each person you meet is a bit of the jigsaw puzzle. So you've got your little contour and you're trying to work out where do I fit in? I'll just cut that bit off because it gets in the way. And you modify yourself in order to fit in. So the only way in which I can fit in is to not be me. That is a compromise that many, many people have to make. Bite your tongue. Hold your tongue. Pretend. How tragic. We are very fortunate to be living in a time of democracy. It may be the last years of democracy, but we're in a time where we can express feelings about our sexual interests, our economic interests, and so on. And they can be tolerated by other people because the big wagging finger of the superego is not installed in the state apparatus, at least very explicitly. So when we, as he says, reflect on our own situation, the situation is what is situated in the field of your experience as it arises and passes. And then he says, and consider the situation of others. My mind is empty and full. There doesn't seem to be any profound essence of Scottishness which makes me different from the English. So I can start to imagine that your mind is not so different from my mind. You have a different content in your mind, you have different interests, different patterns, and so on. But the basis of these patterns being revealed to you is the lucidity of your own mind. It shines forth through you. It is your shining. So when we consider the situation of others, we see their life potential or the energy of the ground is showing these patterns. They're not the patterns that I show, but they're their patterns, and they have the same status as my patterns. My patterns are like the reflection in the mirror. They're not a painting. But when we look at other people and we see them as paintings, we think, aha, this is you. I can apprehend you. I've got your number because this is the true image of who you are. Oh, That's not the teachings. That's the truth of samsara. So we look back at ourselves and think, perhaps all the Buddhas met together and said, you know what? Let's just have James enlightened. And they all agreed, and that's why I'm very happy. But I'm sad for you. It's not like that. Everyone, as they are, is the luminous display of patterns which are ungraspable and do not define how they are. So whatever people are up to, like in many countries there are hunters. Not supposed to be hunting deer at this time of the year because they have the young babies and so on, but come September, October, the season begins and guns are going, blasting. It's bad to kill animals. Some people kill animals. How bad is killing animals? It depends. No, it's absolutely bad. But we're in relative truth. Everything is relative to each other. If somebody is dying and they need to eat some good food, should they eat Bambi or not? Is a person more valid than a Bambi? What do you think? Bambi. So we want to make judgments. We want to have definite knowledge. There is no definite knowledge in that. These are ethical issues in which we struggle. If you favor one, you don't favor another. Some people don't like to put any disinfectant down the toilet because they think this will be harmful to this bacteria that's living there. Leave them alone. We know that this bacteria is very healthy because it smells very bad. Many funny ideas come in our minds. Then we look at our own mind and think, whoa, I have pretty funny ideas too. I have funny ideas, they have funny ideas. Their funny ideas look more weird than mine because I'm normal. This is the starting point. And then he's saying, reflect on the situation of others. Actually, I don't know much about other people because I'm cocooned in myself, in my beliefs, in my value judgments, and therefore I see other people through the lens of myself. So he's saying, you want to see other people. You want to open to other people. So receive and respond. Receive and respond. Don't start with yourself. Don't start with your own judgment. And then you start to be surprised. Wow, that's what other people do. That's how they are. And that for them is their normal. They inhabit that, often quite happily. And we think, bloody hell, I wouldn't like to live like that. Well, James, nobody's asking you to live like that. They're living like that. It's nothing to do with you. Yeah, but why? And how? And it's not fair, and they shouldn't. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. So, if I draw a little circle around my feet, this is my territory. And my thoughts about what's outside my territory is inaccurate and irrelevant. But what about the thoughts that arise inside my territory? Is that accurate and relevant? Not either. My opinions are just confections, like Prospero's Island, a magical construction arising, created by a spell like Midsummer Night's Dream. Shakespeare's fantastic about this. He's showing how we fall into something. King Lear is the king who gives up his kingdom and wants to be the king. You're a nutter. You're a nutter. But he wants to be a king. We can understand that because he says, I'm the king. I'm your father. I'm the king. You gave it to us, Dad. You're an old man now. I've got 100 people to feed. No, I think 50's enough. 20. 5. And he's been shrunk by his children, who he elevated. How could that be? Very easily. You thought this was the deal, but it wasn't. This is happening all the time in world politics. Trump is great for this because he keeps saying, ha 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 ha, you can't catch me. I'm a slippery kind of guy. Slippery, slippery, slippery. Can't catch me. Your frame of reference cannot encapsulate me. And then we look for ourselves. Actually, my ideas about you don't tell me about you. They only tell me about me. I've said this about 100 times here already. If I can't, it's all this, we're going to follow Mr. Elon Musk. And the issue is how to break through the power of gravity. How do you get a rocket to leave the gravitational pull of the Earth? Yeah? So each of us is like a planet with our own gravitational field. Can I take an idea and put it out so that it actually gets to you? Or is it just going to fall back into my self-sphere? Yeah? Because this pulling into the center, the centripetal pull, which is self-confirmatory, is very attractive. Because if I go into space, I won't know. Let's see. But I want to know. So we go back into the gravity. So when we're considering the situation of others, we have to have a space which allows difference, which doesn't start with bias. So now we have things like neurodiversity. We have karmic diversity. We have many, many kinds of diversity because the field of manifestation is diverse. There's nobody here in this room who is exactly like anyone else. We have our metabolism, our constitution, our age, our health, and so on. We have the unique specificity of how we are at this moment today. That's not something you can conceptualize very easily, because say you take a position of I don't fit in, I'm not considered normal, I have, it's for dinner, I have a tendency or I have a profile which is not acceptable in the world. That seems to diminish me. So I was very, what would be called now dyslexic when I was in primary school. But in my primary school in Scotland, it was called laziness. And so I got beaten by the teachers a lot. I was terrified of these teachers, brutal, nasty, unkind people, who probably just found me an annoying little fucker because I couldn't learn to read. And the teacher wants everyone in the class to read. I was letting the teacher down. I was betraying the teaching function of the teacher. But I was just being me, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't get B or P, B or P, B. I didn't know. So you get a lot of negativity. Now you say, oh, I have dyslexia. Oh, how can we support you? Have a little computer. So it depends on circumstances how these shaping factors manifest in you and how they're perceived in the world. Whether they're welcomed, whether you're supported, or whether you're punished. That's the vagary of situation. And it comes and it goes. Diversity is upsetting to people who like normal. Who want to know what the deal is, how we should proceed. And if children are unpredictable, that's disruptive for the trajectory of the teacher. And so there's a lot of injecting of doubt and self-hatred and misery into people who don't conform. And it's interesting, if we say conform, it is as if you could conform, but you don't, you're bloody minded, we'll fucking make you. Oh, okay. Very difficult, very difficult. So when we consider the situation of others, if we're bringing any template of interpretation and evaluation, we have to be sensitive. This may well be a violence, that we don't have the clarity, the perspicacity to actually see how they are. And so, and because that would require a lot of effort from me, so the quick method is I know what you are, and I put you in a box and pah! And that's the cause of so much suffering in the world. So that's what he's meaning when we consider the situation of others. That we keep opening and receiving, and whenever we want to apply a full stop, then we have to take out our pen and just put a little tail. Like when you look in the pond and you see the tadpoles in a little round thing, and they have a little tail, and you put a tail on the full stop and it's a comma. And the comma keeps moving, and the sentence doesn't come to an end. Yeah. So whatever we say about someone, it's just in flow. It's never the final word, because that's what has tortured so many of us, being put in a box and being told who we are. So we bring that out, and that's compassion. Shall we have lunch? I mean, one of the factors in our being here is Huw's particular quality of being unfazed. Whatever shit life throws at him. Whoa! Yay! Hey! 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 Yeah, it's a very good modeling of how we just give a bit of space to things and see what happens, and not store it up and get tense about it. In terms of the stupa, it's seen as being the actual presence of the Buddha. So in that sense, it's very much the way icons were seen, that you have a painting of something. For example, if you go to Florence, you can see many amazing paintings of scenes from the Bible, very beautiful, evocative, but they are paintings, they are representations of something else, and they give a flavor of how it might have been. But if you have an icon, the icon is invested with the living presence of Jesus or Mary or whoever is being depicted. And it's the same in the Tibetan tradition. With the tankas, when they're painted, the artist, if possible, should be doing the sadhana, the practice of that deity. And then at the end, somebody who's familiar with the deity will bring it alive. On the back of the painting, there'll be Om Ah Hung, painted Om for where the forehead would be from the reverse side of the painting, Ah for the throat, and Hung for the heart, representing the seed syllable, the essential energy of the body, speech, and mind of the deity. And then they would just fill in the eyes, so that's what brings them alive. So a stupa has that quality, that it is the living presence of the Buddha, and therefore you can make offerings to it, do prostrations to it, but also just allow yourself to receive the qualities of it. And this stupa, if all goes well, will be built very carefully. I don't know if I mentioned this Lama will be coming to do it, and he is a disciple of one of my teachers from a long time ago, Chatra Sanji Dorji. And when Chatra Rinpoche was old and heading towards death, he told this Lama, who was his close disciple, for the rest of your life you should build stupas. So he's gone to many different places. He's built over 200 stupas. He's an absolute master of it. He knows how to do it, to get all the materials together, to do it on time. And into the stupa we'll put some relics from different teachers and so on. Many mantras written out, some tsatsas containing things like the hair of different people. I'll put some hair from my guru into it and so on. We are used to a world of representations. Advertising is all about representation. Computers are about representation. Films, novels, they're all stories about something else, something which is there, over there. Whereas the icon is just here. It's a kind of reminder of the quality of immediacy. So I think it's very a useful project to be involved in, and maybe it can be continued in other places as well. Okay, then we continue with this wonderful text. So he says, at the moment, meaning it's not forever, at the moment we find ourselves having the freedoms and opportunities that support practice. These are the freedoms from limitation and the opportunities to progress. So we have, if we have a body where the sense organs are functioning, where we are not oppressed, where we weren't born into a family where there was the immediacy of negative behavior. For example, I remember in the autumn, a long time ago in Manali, which is up in the lower foothills in the Himalayas, they have a big market in the autumn. It's a butcher's market, and they bring the sheep and the goats that are not going to be surviving the winter. They bring them there and they do a lot of killing. And I remember seeing this woman with a new, tiny, tiny baby, and she was cutting a bit of the liver and rubbing it on its mouth, and it's licking the blood. So when you're born into a butcher's family and you learn that killing is important and making sausages is important, you've already got an orientation in the world, which for Dharma is not so conducive. Because when you look back, you already have that history. You could be born into a criminal family. You could be born in a time of war where, for example, you could have been born in Stalin's Russia. Your parents could have been sent to the Gulag. You're in a big orphanage where there's a lot of bullying. Very difficult to come out of that with clarity because so much tension and trauma is woven into how you are. So to have freedom from these limiting conditions, if you have the opportunities come with being born in a country where the Dharma is available, and it's available because a Buddha has been present, and the teachings of the Buddha are continuing, and they're being continued not as a theoretical subject, but as the living path of people. This creates opportunities for others to practice as well. So we, in our culture at the moment, we're not at war, we're reasonably healthy, we can study and practice. We won't get in trouble for doing this. There are many places in the world where it's very difficult to become Buddhist. If the dominant culture is atheist or particular dogmatic religion, then you can bring a lot of opprobrium, a lot of criticism and so on onto yourself. So we are very fortunate, and we don't know how long it will last. Now, he said this in Tibet when they had that freedom, and since he died, the end of the, I think, 1890s, something like that, since that time, of course, everything in Tibet has changed. Because due to Western people and their colonial ambitions, particularly, of course, the British, going to China, forcing China to open up, starting the opium wars to try to coerce the government, the royal family as it was at that time, to accept the import a lot of opium. The British made a lot of trade out of that. They destabilized the culture. That encouraged a lot of Chinese people to learn more about Western culture. And then you had this early leader, Sun Yat-sen, who became interested in communism, in socialism, and the possibility of a new form of government if the empress was deposed. And then from that lineage, you have these two streams of Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong, one towards a capitalist expansion, the other towards a communist regime. There's a lot of disturbance there because communism as an ideology was the last thing that China needed. Instead of from within the movement of the many rich factors in Chinese culture, some new face, some new possibility of entering into the world and working out how to be with Western people. That wasn't allowed. It was the same with Japan. The American, with Captain Perry, came into the harbor with his gunship and said, open up. And the Japanese are saying, no, bugger off. We don't want to do any trade. We don't want you barbarian foreigners. And they started to fire some guns and it changed. So violence and colonial invasion was at the root of the disruption that happened in China. And then as a consequence of that, you then had this big battle between Mao Zedong and the warlords, Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek, and then so much disturbance in the late 40s, early 50s. And then as the Communist army started to spread out after the Great March, you have an imported vision so that landlords are bad. Just as you had in Russia with the revolution, the kulaks are bad. You have the appropriation of land, the punishment of people from rich families, the attack on the intelligentsia, the banning of the study of Confucius and so on. So you have a turning away from the traditional culture. And of course, the culture is what roots you in the place. All the places were pilgrimage places, study places, all the exams to enter into the civil service and so on. All that was cut down by Mao Zedong. And in that crazy, I mean, Mao Zedong used to like to talk about cutting off the head of the enemy. What came in my mind was seeing chickens being killed in India. You know, in Missouri, the butcher, they had a drum, like a dustbin, a metal dustbin, and they cut the head off the chicken and they throw the body in the dustbin, and the chicken keeps running around. You hear it scratching and scratching and scratching. And then it dies. But that was China. After you cut the head off the traditional system, there's all this energy, but there's nothing really directing it. And so ideas are coming in and ideas are coming in. And then there's all the rivalries in the Communist Party and so on. So it's a lot of chaos. And when you have chaos, you have order. So Mao Zedong brings order on top of the chaos, but then he brings his own kind of chaos with the Cultural Revolution and so on. It's very important to have a sense of that in samsara, you cannot sort it out. You know, it goes right back to the beginning, that the factors of unawareness, of the five poisons, of the nature of impermanence, this is an unstable world. And if you think that revolution and destabilizing the very few things that are stable will make life better, then you create a lot of problems. And this arose from this enforced engagement without any thought of the consequences. And we don't learn. This is what Trump does all the time, stirring it up and stirring it up. And there's some advantage in that, but a lot of disadvantage. So if Gompa Wongya was to come back now and see the situation in Kham in East Tibet, he would be horrified. There's complete lockdown there. It's very difficult. All the young men are being sent to China to learn Chinese. There's a prohibition on speaking Tibetan. This happened in Scotland also. 1895 Public Education Act said free education will be available throughout Scotland using the English language as the medium of communication. So the village children go to school, and if they speak Gaelic, their own language, in the classroom or in the playground, they get belted. Because you have to speak English. So there's an absolute violence towards the continuity of the culture. Everyone's leaping into this future which is not known, as if the unknown would necessarily be better than the known. Now, there are many problems with the known, but the unknown, unless you're 18, the unknown is something you kind of want to avoid a bit. At my age, I don't want too much unknown. So we have to see the background of these situations, how fragile, even for him, the situation was. But for ours, it's very, very fragile. So we have the freedom and opportunities of availing ourselves of the Dharma as it presents itself in this situation. And so he says, it is vital that we meditate on the impermanence of this life situation. It comes back to this again and again. Why? I do not exist. I experience myself. Who is the experiencer of myself? On a good day, that is the intrinsic clarity of the mind, which is like a mirror. On a bad day, it's the ego structure of grasping, which appropriates and creates for itself a seemingly permanent niche. But when we look and we see, I'm no longer a child. Now, I'm retired. So many of the things, the activities, the beliefs, the possessions that constituted my existence have fallen away. I cannot go back in time. I can't go back to my youth. I can't go back to how I was before I had cancer. There is always a reformulation of our circumstances. So reflecting on death and impermanence is seen to be absolutely vital because it turns your attention towards the dynamic unfolding of our interactive manifestation. We become by becoming with others. As we interact with others, new formations come into being. And whatever new formation comes into being will not last forever. So the idea, the end of history, or the revolution will bring in a new paradise for the people. All of these are delusions. These are a kind of manic hope. These are very destabilizing. But on a simple level, what is available today is not available. It's like if you're walking up in the hills and you come to a little restaurant and then you're going higher up. You think, this is the last cooked meal I will have for some time. Double bowl, big portion, please. Because you don't eat that meal, you're going to be hungry. And then your mind will go back down the mountain. Your feet are going up the mountain. Your mind and stomach are going back thinking, fuck it, why didn't I have a good meal? Because it's gone. The chance is gone. We're here for a few more days. Then we will disperse. And even if you come back here on your own, the tent will be down. No one will be here. It's like that. This is rare and precious. It is not to frighten us. It's not to become despondent. It's not to become anxious. It's to think, okay, I have to mobilize myself to absorb the potential of the situation, bringing my potential into harmonious alignment with the potential of the situation. Developing revulsion for samsara. Samsara here means, the Tibetan word for samsara is korwa, and korwa means to go round. So you have the 6 realms of samsara, and when you die, you're reborn in another realm, and then in another realm, and in another realm. And there are 6 main realms, and you can go through them again and again and again, from at the lowest level, the torment of the Vajra hell, and above it the Avicii hell, and then the 8 hot hells, the 8 cold hells, the 2 intermediate hells, and so on, right up to the God realm. The cosmology of that is very detailed. It's Indian cosmology, essentially. And round and round and round you go. So we've all been born previously. We've had previous lives. So our situation now arises due to the causes and conditions of our family, the time that we were born in, the kind of school that was available for our education, and so on. And then that goes by. And these doors that opened close. So when you see that revulsion for samsara, it means don't fall asleep here. Don't fall asleep. If you remember the story in the Odyssey that Homer tells after the Trojan War, when Odysseus is heading back to his home in Ithaca, they have many different adventures. And in one, they come to this land of the lotus eaters. And it's a kind of dream time place. And they're there and they're so happy and they relax and life's easy. And Odysseus starts to think, oh, it's very lovely here, but we were going somewhere. Where were we going? Oh, we're heading home. Let's go. Why would we go? It's so lovely here. Why would we go? Why would you meditate? Have a little snooze, have a little dram, a little drink. In a bottle, so many possibilities. Life's gone. Life's gone. And you're dead. So don't fall asleep. Be awake. So that's what the revulsion is. It's not a kind of... You say you should see that this world is like a swamp, that you sink into it. You belong. I mentioned before, I worked many, many years in the NHS, and afterwards I think, what the fuck was that? It was valuable in some ways. Maybe I helped some people. I certainly managed to pay the rent and so on. But what was it for? Because I had already been in India with my guru. I had a bigger vision. And in the responsibilities of seeing the patients in the hospital, you pulled into a focus. So it's like the figure ground, the vast ground of infinite possibility that Dharma is pointing to starts to be obscured because there's a foreclosure into we need to see more patients, or I need to offer more training to the staff, and da-da-da. There's always something to be done. And days, and go to months, go to years, and then getting old and tired. So now I'm retired and I have free time, but I've got a tired old body. Oh, it's like this. It's like this. It'll be like this for you too. So we have to find a way to constantly, because we have to work, we have to find a way to survive, to bring our Dharma understanding into integration with our daily life. That's the absolute key thing. We're unlikely to be able to spend a lot of time in retreats or in monasteries and so on. So any time that we spend in samsara without any sense that the ground of this activity is open and empty, then it's very hard. Because I myself know the pool of the directionality of an organization. There's always things that are required, I had to go to the Maudsley, to this very famous big psychiatric hospital, and I had to sit every 2 weeks in a meeting room with 24 people discussing patients. It was disgusting. These lazy clinical psychologists hadn't one useful idea to rub between them. In the old days, we got our list of patients, and I used to do all the assessments, maybe 10 assessments in half an hour. Just read it through, oh, that's for us, that's for us. We took every patient. So we can do everything. And then that power was taken away. We had to go to this meeting, and people say the most shite about the patients. So where would such an idea come from? So that was pulling me in. So that was like when I was a child, I used to swim in the sea a lot. And, you know, you're swimming and suddenly you feel the water's getting cold, and you feel this surge, and you look round, and the beach is quite far away, and the water's taking you out. You really got to struggle. And it was like that a lot, that these currents of intoxication, of the importance, oh, let's all do CBT, oh, you know, we need to do more research, risk assessment. How do you assess risk? You waste a lot of time filling in forms, and then somebody's got to put the form in the computer, and then somebody's got to consciously, intentionally ignore the results they get from the computer. And then you die, and then you die. My life vanished, a lot of it in that. I thought I was doing okay with the integration of Dharma, and I could have done much better. So I'm saying this to you, is like, you have to really focus on this, because there is a seduction in this group mentality where everybody's saying this is very important, and hanging on to your own idea, especially if it's in conflict with the organization, is then very, very difficult. So that's what it means by revulsion. Not that you can necessarily jump out, because if you still need to earn money, you have to hang in there. But you have to hang in there with a clarity. Our clarity is emptiness. So we all know about condoms and safer sex. So we have emptiness and safer organizations. Put emptiness around you, and you can engage with all of these people, and you won't get impregnated by crazy men. This is my hard-earned learning. So, we want to open our eyes. You don't need to open it too much, because you just need to tilt out of the situation and think, wow, this is the deal here. It's exactly the meditation instruction. Don't merge into what is arising. Don't stand apart from it. Maintain the middle way, connected, but with clarity. So if you can apply that in any situation. He said, with this revulsion for samsara and abiding in the attitude of wanting to benefit sentient beings. So this is our primary motive. How can I become able to benefit others? So what we looked at this morning is, first of all, we have to learn to meet others, to encounter others, to be available for others, with others, so that we get a felt sense of how they manifest, and then we can respond to that. So that helps us to develop the sense. It's not about developing interpersonal skills. It's about finding availability in ourselves so that we don't block the reception of the other, and we don't block the flow of our responsivity. Then he says, with these two things, revulsion for samsara, wanting to benefit others, we let our body, speech and mind be as they are without doing anything artificial. Now, easy to say, difficult to do. So we do this a little just now. We have a body, a voice and a mind. So he's saying here, let them be without doing anything artificial. So we're going to sit to practice. Why are you moving your body? Your body was like this. Do you think this body can't meditate, but this body can meditate? This is important because there are many situations in life where you can't sit like some kind of weirdo. You're sitting in a cafe, you can relax while you're waiting for your coffee, you just open. However it is. Sitting on a sofa, you sit sofa style. Sitting in a hard chair, you sit hard chair style. It's just like that. Don't be artificial, which means don't start with the map. Don't start with the idea, this is how we sit. This will be more beneficial than that. Who knows? I gave you some examples of this before. Stay with the body as it is. Stay with the speeches. Don't do anything artificial with your speech. What would that mean? Speech is the path of connectivity. Is what I say a gesture towards the other? Is it an invitation for the other to be in a shared space of exploration and understanding? Or am I talking about myself? Am I inviting the other person into my small world? What am I doing when I connect with other people? So what he's saying here is if you're doing practice, don't do anything artificial. Om, Ahung, Benza, Guru, Pema, Siddhi, Hong. That is artificial. I didn't get that with my mother's milk. It's artificial. It's contrived. It's useful. I believe in it. I do it. But it's artificial. Yeah? Artificial. But it's holy language, it's secret mantras, it has special powers, it will do this, it will do that. It sounds like a washing up liquid. And we see what public relations is, you see what advertising is. Don't fall prey to that. What is artificial is speaking yourself into existence. Speaking yourself into existence in the form that you hope will interest the other person or bring them towards you. That is manipulative speech. So here, if you don't do anything with the voice, you just keep breathing. I mean, you can just be silent. If there's a need to speak, you speak, but mainly silent. And with the mind, things arise in the mind. Self-arising, thoughts just come. They go, self-liberating. What is artificial is to grasp at the thought and to milk it like a cow to get the essential meaning and then build something with that. Don't do it. Leave well alone. The thought's coming and it's going. Don't interfere. Don't interfere. Let it be. No, that's what it's meaning. It means it's nothing fancy. As is. As is, not as if. Because as if is, I could imagine it being different. I think it would be better if it was different. If we all did some chanting of Om Ahung, Om Ahung, Om Ahung, then we all feel this group energy. Why bother?
Thank you very much.
Why bother? Because what are you doing? Yeah. New mantra. I'm afraid it's copyrighted. There's a small fee to pay for each time you use it. These are confectionery. You know, you go into a patisserie in Paris, the amazing things they can do with spun sugar. You know, or people carve ice, blocks of ice into swans and put caviar in the back for fancy restaurants. Why bother? Oh, We want it to have a special occasion. Breathing in is special, means you're not dead. Breathing out is special, you're still not dead. Huh? It says, without elaboration. Zopa Chembo is unelaborated. We don't need to add in extra ingredients and believe in the special power or something. We just stay with the simplicity of things. So we just sit. Not a good idea is to sit for a long time with focused attention. It'll increase your blood pressure. I apologize, what I didn't say before is, when we are sitting, you can move. Sit. Your body says, move, please move. So you start in any way, and then you feel a little bit of a pain. You adjust your movement, and it's over. Yeah? You don't adjust your movement. You think, I have to stay like this, but I'm uncomfortable. So I'm trying to meditate while I feel uncomfortable. Why do that? You can just adjust and move and release. It's not about struggle. It's not about pushing through. It's not about overcoming difficulties. It's about not getting caught up with the difficulty. It's an unelaborated practice. Unelaborated means not so many rules. Follow how your body is. If you relax and you trust your body, it will move. Some people think, stabilize your attention, and if you move, you'll disturb your attention. But if your attention is panoramic and you're attending to the field of experience as you move, you're with all that arises with the movement. It's not that you have stillness or movement, and movement destroys stillness, and stillness will block movement. Not at all. When you move, you're here. That's why we have things like Tai Chi and all these wonderful activities in which movement and stillness are joined. It's just the same for the practice. But he's saying, you can, no matter how demanding a situation is, you can just be in body, speech and mind, or body, voice and mind, at ease for 30 seconds. Then another 30 seconds later, if you're in a staff meeting, in a board meeting, people are looking at you, just relax. They won't see anything about what's happening for you because it's invisible. You're not having to do any mudras, you're not having to show anything, you don't have to have a mala. It's just like this. And you shift out of the invitation to involvement. They're trying to catch you like a fish and wind you in as a valued member of the team. What is your opinion? Oh, wow, I need to think about that. This is very important. That's enough of a contribution. It means, fuck off, leave me alone. Right. Where am I going? Who am I? So, the more you bring this state of openness present, instead of it being a holiday from the turbulence of the world, a kind of interruption to the continuity of cause and effect, demand, action, reaction, it becomes more the basis from which and through which your manifesting and being with others will arise. Then he says, the entire outer container consisting of the earth, the stones, the mountains, the rocks, and so on, together with its inhabitants, all sentient beings, are only names and definitions put by your mind. So here we are in Emerson. Emerson is a name. Before we came here, we didn't know the name of Emerson. We come here, we realize everyone calls this Emerson, so we are in Emerson. Where were you last week? I was in Emerson. Okay. So Emerson is a name. They're painting the building inside so that this Emerson at this moment has the smell of paint. It has the activity of the workers. If we come back in some months, it won't have that. The present configuration of Emerson belongs here. Now, this is this Emerson. The word Emerson doesn't point to anything enduring. It is an abstract category into which a whole variety of movements can be put under the delusion that these movements are all supporting the continuity of Emerson as something, but it's only a name. So, I exist. I have my body. Who are you? I'm James. Why are you called James? My parents gave me that name. Why did they do that? I had an uncle, James, and my mother had James as her preferred brother, so I was named James, which upset her other brother, who was called Charles. These family histories are interesting. I mean, so I'm carrying some dynamic in my mother's generation. I ended up with this name. The names depend on circumstances. We have people here who speak Russian, who speak Polish, who speak Chinese. They have a different vocabulary, a different grammatical structure, a different way of composing sentences. All of these are efficient at naming and seeming to apprehend the truth of something. But if it was the true truth, why is it in different languages? And then we see, how do you say it in Chinese? Oh, how do you say it in Polish? And we see there are subtle differences. So the medium that we're using, the language, brings its own patterning element, or if you like, its own distortion into the situation. It's only a name put by mind. The name doesn't catch the actuality because nothing can catch the actuality. Names catch the concept that underpins the narrative or the storyline of how we make sense of what we're encountering. Yeah? The words tell you about other words. The concepts tell you about other concepts. And so the more we explain and describe the situation, the more we thicken the seeming stable accessibility of our pathway towards genuine engagement with how it is. But the words never arrive there because the how is always slipping away. It's always slipping away. You step into it and it's altered. You step outside it, you stay outside it, and you don't experience it. So the stones are only names put by mind. So there are many, many things growing here, and there are some people here who know a lot about plants and know a lot about the Latin names of plants. And so they can put more names on the plants than you, which might give them some work or some food, we hope. But does it bring them closer to the plant? So we have here a lot of these rhododendra, which are pervasive in the Himalayas. I think especially they came over from China, but everywhere along the Himalayas now you find rhododendra. What does that tell me about me? I'm full of stupid little facts. I learned that. Now I'm telling you, that's really kind of me. That's what knowledge is, isn't it? You absorb bits of information and you put it in patterns and you repackage it. We're like a recycling station. Whatever a rhododendron bush is, the name doesn't arrive there. It doesn't arrive there. What arrives there are the five senses. Why? Because it is a rhododendron. I'm telling it what it is. I look. Am I looking for something? I relax my looking. I see. When I look, it's as if the light comes from me to the object. Let that go. I see, I receive, the light's coming into me. I am being gifted the patterning of what I call a rhododendron. That was the exercise we ended with yesterday. Not telling the world what it is. So you can observe for yourself when we have a break later, look around. There's wooden benches, there's bricks, there's buildings. You say, this is a bench. You say, this is a rose bush. All this knowledge you have that you project onto the world. A rose is a rose by any other name. Not true. What is it? Can't say. Can't say. How it is, you can't say. What it is, you can say. So what we've gone over in many different ways has been the difference between unborn non-dual awareness, which appreciates and receives the integrity of the field of experience, and dualistic consciousness, which by applying names and by believing that the name catches the entity, fragments the world. If you remember, this is the second level of unawareness. You have confidence, I know what that is a rhododendron bush. I apply that name, and I'm confident that other people will apply the same name. So my attention is sucked into the domain of concepts, of identification, of the elaboration of the somethingness of what is there, and that blocks the aesthetic appreciation. Because if you look at a rose, there's some gorgeous roses here, and you smell. How does it smell? Well, you smell it. How does it smell? It smells like a smell. It smells like a rose. Well, it is a rose. What the fuck will it smell like? How does it smell? You have to smell it, because how it will smell for you is the unique specificity of your nose at this time. How it smells is not a fact out there in the world. How it smells is how it smells for me at this moment in the afternoon when the heat is up. It's now. It's now. It's a revelation in the moment of now. Oh, you should go and smell that rose. It's wonderful. See, we're always lying and cheating. We cheat ourselves. We cheat other people. Objects are real. Objects are knowable. You can have power over objects. God created the world and he appointed we, the human beings, as the masters. Very attractive for dictators. So it is very important to keep looking. Here is a carpet. When you can apply the word carpet, you don't need to look. Concepts make you stupid and make you efficient. What does capitalism want from its workers? Stupid, efficient people. Huh? So it's a carpet. No further inquiry is necessary. You know what it is, but it's not a what. So this is a double move. You make it a what, and then you fill it with your idea. When the British went to Australia, they said, this is an empty land. No one lives here. There were Aborigines living there, but they're not human. So the British named everything and they started to kill the Aborigines. They killed very many of them. They wiped out all the inhabitants of some areas there, of Tasmania and so on, because nobody was there. Nobody that we saw, because we didn't see them as humans. Same with the Spanish and the Portuguese when they went to South America. So many tribes were destroyed because the idea of what a human being was embedded in their mind according to their background culture, and they felt, we don't need to deal with these people as real. And so the native peoples were enslaved in so many areas, and then they found it more efficient to bring slaves from Ghana and Nigeria and so on. So understanding how naming works and how it is a very dangerous master. You think you're the master of language, you're doing the naming, but the naming catches you. And so you rest on your assumptions that there is a true relationship between phenomena and the name of the phenomena. But as we've done so many times now, the phenomena are always changing and the name doesn't change. So when you rest with concepts, you're out of time. Yeah? That's why we are called Great Britain. It's been quite a while since we were actually great, so there is a time lag between the phenomena of greatness and the name. It's resting on a name. Yeah? We see that. It's changed, it's gone. If you come back here, Emerson won't be the same. It'll still be called Emerson, but it will be gone. So please investigate this for yourself again and again. If you're traveling in the train or in a car, you look. You're sitting in the aeroplane, you can look. You look out the window, you see the clouds, you see the hostesses giving you a drink and so on. All of these are situations which you can see as the dynamic movement and interaction of the sensuous world that you are already part of, or you can see them as some field of objects that you can name and claim and organize according to your predisposition. This is the big choice for us. Samsara is the power of naming things, and liberation is to see there are no things to be named. So, he says, examine this until it is truly clear. It's worth going back to again and again and again, because almost everybody you meet in your life will be saying there is a direct relationship between the names that things are called and what they are. And they will have no sense that what it is not a what. That is the delusion of the belief in the inherent existence in phenomena. A process, a verbal movement, a dynamism is frozen by the concept. And we have to unfreeze and allow the free movement, the free flow, the interaction, which is actually the generative, creative ground of our being. So he's saying, we'll find a way to be able, I think we can photograph this or somehow send it out to you. You've got everyone's email, haven't you, Huw? So you can get a copy of this text. Huh?
Is it on your website?
I'm not sure if it's on the website per se. It's certainly in the book Finding Freedom. Then he says, regarding your mind, you must again and again establish whether it has any form, color, or size, whether it comes from anywhere, stays anywhere, or goes anywhere. So, these 5 questions are found in Dzogchen and in Mahamudra as the way of bringing us close to our assumptions so that we can see that instead of them being illuminative, they are actually veiling. So we're here because we have a mind. Our minds brought us here by the thoughts and feelings that developed. We have a mind, we have experience. We can call the mind the base node of experience, or even the experiencer. We're certainly having experience. You have experience of your body, your voice, your mind. Now, does your mind have any shape or color? It's your mind. Do you have a hand? Please raise one of your hands. Does your hand have shape and color? Any doubts about that? Okay. So you believe that you have the power to ascertain whether something has shape and color. Take this confidence and apply it to your mind. So we just sit, we relax in the out-breath. Experience is going on. You're aware of the experience, that is your mind. Does your mind or the awareness or the revelatory clarity, does it have shape and color? So just we'll sit with that and keep, as experiences arise, don't focus out on the arising, but on the revelator of the arising. The mind reveals or shows the arising. How is this mind? So, when we've been looking at this, not telling the tree what it is, this is, if you like, an outer preparation for looking at the mind. Because if you tell yourself how your mind is, that kind of is like a sort of distortion, and you've already looking down a particular line. So if you find yourself having a stream of thoughts seemingly interpreting how your mind is, just big deep breath, relax in the out breath, and fresh. Experiences arising. How is this mind? Does it have a shape? Does it have a color? Because it is revealed. The as is always revealed. The conceptual is always invented. It's a kind of like litmus test, a little touchstone. So if you keep the clarity of that, when you go on a riff of naming your experience or elaborating it or remembering some philosophy about it, whoa, you're going off track. The ego is telling the mind what it is, which is the normal case. Now we want to relax out of that. Shape and color. Everything around you here has shape and color. If we were to cut you open, you would find heart, liver, lungs, all have shape and color. Does the mind have shape and color? Then, secondly, does the mind have size? Is it small? Is it big? Is it inside your body? Is it outside your body? When we're sitting, we hear sounds. Are they outside and the sound is coming to me through vibration in the air? That is a story I tell myself, because I learned that in school, that sound doesn't pass through a vacuum. So if you put something in a vacuum vase and take out all the air, the sound level goes down if it's a clock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Oh, these are stories. We all have these bits of information. We apply them to what's going on. There is sound. Is it coming to me or is it here? You see. So, is the mind including everything, the out, the in? Is it a receptor of out to in? This is not for speculation. This is for returning again and again to being with, how is it? So let's try that. Is the mind big or small? Does it have size? Okay. And again, with this kind of practice, I suggest you do it for short periods of time because you want to have the freshness. Because you're sitting and we're used to having the focus of our attention on what is arising, on thoughts, feelings, sensations. Now, we hear the teaching that these thoughts and feelings are moving around in the space of the mind. They're like rainbows or clouds. But when they come up, because we tune into them, because they seem to be the vehicles of meaning and value and truth, we resonate with them, and that brings this foreclosure into, oh yes, my mind is like this. Or you feel some sensation in your head and you think, oh, this is where my mind is. This is a sensation. Sensation is changing. Where's the mind? So again and again, observe how you can deceive yourself because you are used to formulating patterns of experience on the basis of these constitutive factors having some existence or facticity. So that's what we go for. Just stay open. Don't jump to a premature conclusion. If an idea arises in your mind that, oh, my mind is like this, neither merge into it nor get rid of it. Just let it be there. And then we see, oh, it vanishes. Vanishes. Okay. So, does the mind have shape? Does it have size? Is it big or small? We'd sit like that again for a little. So we take a break now, and as you get up and you move out, going across the grass and so on, experience is arising. It's arising for you. Are you within the field of your experience, or do you see yourself as standing on the bank of the river, looking at the flow of experience? I am the stable one, everything else is moving. Or are you moving in the moving? And if you're moving in the moving, how is the mind? So the opportunities for inquiry are always present. So we have a half-hour break.
Thank you.
So we continue with these questions. So just as we've been looking at the notion of the three times, past, present, future, we also have a notion of coming, staying, and going. I came here from London. I'm staying in Emerson for a while, and then on Saturday I will be leaving. We're used to that in life. We're always going somewhere. So the question now, as he poses it, I'll use his words. Does your mind come from anywhere? Does it stay anywhere? Does it go anywhere? So, you might have some opinion about, I don't know, politics or geography, and you remember, oh, I remember we studied that in school. So the particular patterning of thoughts that you're using to bring you in connection with this topic, whatever it is, had a source. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end. Just as our life has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Our life is finite. Our thoughts are finite. Our emotions are finite. Our sensations are finite. Our knowledge is finite. Is the mind finite or is it infinite? So, when we are looking at this question, does the mind come from anywhere? What's embedded in this question is the mind a thing? There are birds who come to Britain in the summer from Africa, and then they go back there again. They have a place, they travel, they go, coming and going. The food we have here comes in vans, it goes into the kitchen, is cooked. So there's a causal situation in the product. Every something has a beginning, a middle, and an end. What we've been looking at is the mind is not a something. So does a non-something mind have a beginning, a middle, and an end? Does it come from somewhere? Does it abide somewhere as something? Does it go somewhere else as something? So we do the Guru Yoga of the White R, and then you go straight into gently considering these questions. So you want them to, you're not struggling with them. It's not like attacking a koan. Japanese language is quite dualistically engaged in that way. It's more like this is the truth or otherwise of this situation cannot be something I tell myself, because then it will just be a construction. I want to know how my mind is in itself. So again and again we position ourselves in relaxed, open receptivity. Does my mind come from anywhere? So we're just sitting, open, thinking. Moment by moment, new experiences are arising. They come, they go. So that's the content of the mind is coming and going. The mind itself, the site of revelation of experience, does it come from anywhere? Does it remain anywhere? Does it go anywhere? Okay? So we try this. Ah. Okay. So again, that's something you can practice more and more. I would suggest that it's when you do the practice, don't discuss your experience with other people, because you're trying to have a very fresh, clear revelation of how your mind is. And if you talk about it, you will inevitably be pulled into the dualistic matrix of language, and you start to layer concepts on top of it. If you do some more here, you're always welcome to ask me any question about it. And you're going to get a copy of this sent to you electronically. Then he says, when due to relying on reificatory identification, that is to say, you're relying on a concept which seems to give a reality or a true being, an existence to your experience, when you think that you have found some real essence, then search outside and inside. Examine your own body from head to toe until you are sure that nothing can be found. Because we have been used to answering lots of questions, formulating an interpretation, having the confidence of the constructs that we develop with our thoughts. And you can apply this here. And the inside duality, concepts are a form of illumination. Inside non-duality, concepts are a form of obscuration. So if that's clear, then with a practice like this, thinking about it cannot take you there, because it's not something that can be thought about. It doesn't mean that it's always like God, some kind of concept that's like the horizon, that as you travel towards it, it's always vanishing into the distance. It's not that. It's that you can have the full presence in this openness. You can have the absolute clarity. This is as it is. But as with the example of sweetness, you can't say. It's not a thing. It's not something that can find a way through language. So there is a famous praise to Prajnaparamita, who is the goddess who is seen as the expression of the understanding of the Prajnaparamita literature, the literature of which describes emptiness. And it begins, Masam Jemeshera Paroche, Maki Miganam King, Niso Soranri Yishi, so you Chuyuwa, Dusum Jalveyum La Chasalo. Beyond speech, thought, and expression is the mother of all the Buddhas. We want to awaken to our Buddhahood. We awaken to our Buddhahood by being reborn in the womb of the great mother, which is emptiness. At the moment we're living in our conceptual body, the body of what we've been taught, our school, our culture, our positioning. But the text is saying ma, to express, je, to say something about, to give some form to, sam, to think about, to be able to take hold of it with concepts. It is beyond this. The mother of all the Buddhas is not something to be caught by thought. It is unborn, unceasing, open like the sky. It is the sphere or the site or the domain. No, domain is too tightening a term. It's the space, the field within which each and every item or moment or experience is revealed. I bow to the mother of all the Buddhas, of the three times. It's a very, very beautiful verse. It's like you have a whole sequence. So you have the Prajnaparamita literature in 1,000 verses, in other classifications in 20,000 verses, in 8,000 verses, in the Diamond Sutra, in the Heart Sutra, in that 4-line verse, in the mantra, Om Gati Gati Paragati Parasam Gati Bodhi Swaha, and in the letter A. So when we say A, you have the heart of the Heart Sutra, the heart of the entire Prajnaparamita literature. Very important. We're not playing games here, we're going right to the pure depth of the Dharma which never changes. So it is vital, it is present, but it's not present as something. That can be very disturbing because for so many lives and so many situations, we have been relying on the dyadic dialogue between subject and object, self and other, but also consciousness and the object of consciousness. So that's the internal form of duality. And in that, I know what is happening. And there is a security to that and a definition of that. It's something you can get hold of. This you can't get hold of because you are always already within this space of awareness. Consciousness is, it's like a shard of light shining from the sun. It's not the whole illumination. It cannot illuminate everything because it is a part. Awareness is not divided. It has no parts. Consciousness is the management of the parts that arise from the reification of experience on the basis of being unaware of the ever-open ground. So when you see this, okay. Everything I name empowers the ego and blinds me to how it is. So that's why Gombo Wongyel is saying, keep going at this. Even if you feel mad or crazy or you don't understand it, he says, just keep not looking for something. Just being receptive. So sometimes I give the example of if you're an ornithologist, you're a bird watcher, and you hear that some very rare bird has arrived in the forest near here. So you go very quietly into the forest, and you have a sense of where it might be, and you sit and you wait. If you jump around in the forest, the bird's going to fly away. So the bird is there. Definitely the bird is there. You are there. If you stay long enough, the bird will announce itself. It'll fly overhead or you hear it calling. Don't look for it. Looking for it will frighten it away. Be open, receptive, and patient. And in due time, when the bird has settled in itself and doesn't hear any strange sounds, it's just being itself, and then you see. So it's like that. Don't try too hard. So he says, again and again, establish clearly that there is only emptiness devoid of inherent self-identity. So here he's specifically talking about the mind, but it's the same with all the contents of the mind. They are appearance without internal defining essence. So, if you meet someone and they're saying, where are you from and what do you do and have you been in Dharma a long time, they're asking you questions. These are questions you can reply to, and you're presenting them with a formation of yourself. It's not going to be the whole story because your life is so polyphonic, it's so multidimensional, it's got so many variations of tune playing, you couldn't capture it in an idea. It's beyond capture. And yet here it is, revealed moment by moment. What comes out of your mouth is linear progression. This and this and this and this. The actuality is non-linear, it's immediate, it's direct. So he's saying, when he says establish clearly, he means settle yourself into the truth of this. It's not that you establish by building up a position, by justifying through logic the truth of what you are expounding. It's not like that at all. We're not trying to convince ourselves or anyone else. But we see there is only emptiness because every thought, feeling, sensation arises and passes. It has no self-substance. It is devoid of inherent self-identity or self-existence. That is to say, it doesn't define itself, it is defined by consciousness. And the definition that consciousness puts on things, like saying, this is an oak tree, and you look at your book on trees and you're absolutely sure this is an oak tree, and then you ask our dear Chinese friends, is it an oak tree? And they say, no, no, no. And then you tell us the Chinese, what is it? 橡树. Yeah, she knows the truth.
Everybody knows.
Yeah. Each language is putting a different label on the donkey. That label is not the donkey. The thing is not a thing, and so it cannot be captured by the things that name things. To name a thing is to create a thing. Dualistic consciousness invents the world. It is God, but it's a very dark, sad, bad God. But in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Whoa! The book of John is difficult. How could the Word be God? The Word is not God. The Word is samsara. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was samsara, and duality began, and we all wandered around lost and lonely. So, that's a bit of a wrong direction from the good book. So again and again, when you feel you've got something, don't throw it away, stay with it and see what happens. If you've caught it and it's the truth, it vanishes. If it vanishes, how could it be the truth? It seems so just this, due to the patterning of factors, and this that you've got now is falling through your fingers. Faith. It is uncatchable, ungettable. It's not a thing. So these 5 questions are so precious. Before I touched on this term, ngotro, to see your own original face, to see the face you had before you were born, to be introduced to your true face. These 5 questions are the introduction method. Because, I mean, there are many ways that people do this introduction. They do this shouting pet, and they hold up crystals and hold up a mirror. And that's the theater of doing something. But much more intimate is you sitting. My mind is here. How is my mind? I want to meet my mind. My mind is already here. The effort of looking for my mind is what blinds me from my mind. I am self-stupefying. By trying to be a good girl, a good boy, by working hard, by applying all that I know, I construct a delusion. Relax in the out-breath. How is it? Passive, not passive asleep, but passive receptive. Passive in the sense of if I mobilize my dualized intelligence, the function of my consciousness that makes sense of things, it will produce an answer. It's like artificial intelligence. Come up with any bloody story you like. It's a pattern of delusion. We don't do that. Because the innate, the intrinsic, that which just is, just is. You don't have to create it. Like they say, you can't buy your mind, you can't lose your mind, you can't sell your mind. Your mind is the basis of all your experience. It is the mother. You are the child of your mind. Consciousness is a kind of orphan child of the mind because the orphan has lost its mother. So when we are stuck in our consciousness, this is a sad, lonely, poor little cringy person who's trying to make sense. How shall I live? Is this what I should be doing? Maybe I should do something else. Maybe I should go and live in Nepal. Maybe I. Oh, very tiring because consciousness cannot arrive anywhere. It's a moving factor. So in the Tibetan language, the common word for sentient being is drowa. And drowa is a verb that means to go. We are goers. We are movement. And if you're movement, you'll be moving. And if you're moving, you won't stop. So you won't find peace as long as you're dualistic consciousness. You don't have to stop the movement of dualistic consciousness. You simply unhitch your wagon. Take it out. Whoop. The horses go on. Here you are. So when a thought arises and you hitch yourself to it, it carries you somewhere, doesn't it? You go off with a sensation, you go off with a feeling, just unhitch. It passes away. All arising phenomena are vanishing phenomena, coming and going, coming and going. So that's something very sweet and easy and beautiful. So these 5 questions bring you into an intimate proximity with how it is. So it's as if, say, you've never done any kind of ballet, and you go to a class and your teacher's saying, well, you don't even know how to stand. How are you going to dance? Stand. So, look, we have a wall of mirrors. Look in the mirror. Or go walk up to the mirror. Now close your eyes. Stand up straight. Now open your eyes. Are you standing straight? No. I felt I was standing straight. It felt, the proprioception was convincing me, oh, I'm grounded and at ease. Open your eyes. I'm off balance. Oh. So that's what we see. When we use these 5 questions and we come up with conclusions, these are the conclusions of our off-balanceness. These are the positions we adopt when we're not grounded and centered. And when you're grounded and centered, you can move in any direction freely. So centered, present, hips down, here. And you imagine that's a image through the body, but you imagine that with the mind settled here. We do the 3R. So just as if you had your body and you were doing Alexander technique and you're aligned through the line of gravity, the stress and the strain of holding yourself out of balance is released and you relax. It's exactly the same with the mind. As long as you're leaning on a thought, as long as you're grasping at a sensation, as long as you're constructing something, you're going to be off balance. So these 5 questions, they're bringing you into this relaxed alignment. Does the mind stay anywhere? Gradually you start to see, always here and now, here and now, here and now. Movement is movement within the openness. Every finite positioning is within the infinite. The mind itself is infinite. Nobody can do that for you. Somebody can give you a tantric initiation, they can give you a funny Buddhist name, they can give you all kind of things to do, but nobody can give you your mind, because your mind is yours. It's been there from the very beginning. So this you have to do by yourself. You're coming out of delusion into seeing the illusory nature of what's arising in the mind, which opens the door to fresh evenness, whatever is occurring. So he said, there is only emptiness devoid of inherent self-identity. Then he says, regarding this emptiness devoid of inherent self-identity, that is to say, it's not defining itself as anything. Ordinarily, if somebody says, who are you? I say, I'm James. So dualistic consciousness brings an identification with an identity. The identity is a composition through the historical factors of your culture, your age, gender, and so on. I am James. But what he's saying is, emptiness has no self-identity. It has no self, and so it cannot have an identity based on the self. I am not a thing. You are not a thing. Thingness is what arises when the open, empty ground is unavailed of. You're not open to it. You're not aware of it. So then he says, regarding this emptiness devoid of inherent self-identity, many different thoughts about the existence or non-existence of entities, of things, arise. Yet these distinguishing concepts are themselves inherently free of the duality of subjects who identify and objects which are identified. So, there are many philosophical traditions. We have our own experiences about how we are or how our mind is. We have many stories we can tell about the mind. None of them can establish anything. So whether you say, I exist, or I don't exist, or my mind doesn't exist, there is only a stream of thoughts, and the notion of being a person is a kind of epiphenomena generated by the movement of the content of the mind. All the definitions and separations and isolations that your busy mind can do, these distinguishing concepts are themselves inherently free of the duality of subjects who identify and objects which are identified. So when you're trying to work out how you are or how you should be, the tools that you are using lack truth or lack inherent existence. They are arising and passing. They cannot stabilize themselves, so how will they stabilize your sense of who you are? When the Jews were in captivity in ancient Egypt, and the Pharaoh was giving them increasingly difficult tasks to do, in those days they made bricks out of mud. And you can see in Iran they still do it this way. You have a basic wooden frame and you get the mud not too wet and you pour it in and pack it and pat it down. And then as it starts to dry, you take off the wooden frame and then you have your brick. But usually you put straw, chopped up straw into that and it binds it, just as you have new clay, where you have little threads of nylon in the clay and it binds it so you don't need to fire it. And the Pharaoh says, make the bricks without straw. And Moses says, fuck you. And so they leave Egypt, they go through the Red Sea, and the rest is Palestine. means if you have an impossible task, why would you waste your time doing it? If the bricks need straw, you're not going to be making bricks. It needs something to bind it together. What binds our thoughts together? The straw of our mind. You take the mud of the flow of your feelings and sensations, it destroys the concept. That's what binds these formations in place and seems to give them a self-validity. So, the subject that identifies what's going on, which is our ordinary consciousness, does it have a true existence? Because I'm conscious of the tent, then I'm conscious of the person, then I'm conscious of the carpet. And the thing about consciousness is it shows its object. Consciousness always takes an object. You cannot have consciousness without an object. You can have awareness without an object. Awareness doesn't need an object, it doesn't take an object, but consciousness always has an object. And this consciousness takes on the formation of the object. So I gave you the example earlier of Dangwa, of the crystal ball put on a red cloth and it looks red, and on a blue cloth it looks blue. With consciousness, consciousness fuses into its object. It absorbs the formation of that object. So, it's very hot today. Very hot. I feel very hot. So that formation, that the topology of the idea of being hot fills the space, and that is what I am. The subject pulls the object in and takes on its identity from that. The subject flows out towards the object and defines it, and that's what the object is. These are identificatory movements. That is to say, the name is put on to the subject and the object. The subject names itself, and the subject names the object. But emptiness can't be named. It can't be caught. So all the thoughts that you have about the world, all the knowledge you have, will vanish when you die. And when the pure form of consciousness, which is like a contentless awareness, comes into the womb for your next birth, if you're going to be born as a mammal, then gradually it takes on identity through the stream of experiences that arise. I am this person. I am a deer or a cow, and the deer look in a particular way, and we recognize the deer because they're doing or being deer. But the mind itself is not that. The experience arises and passes, and the mind remains open, clear, and empty. The mirror was always empty, even when it was full of reflections, because the reflections are in the mirror, but not of the mirror. Yeah. So I'm jumping from one to another, going over the same points again and again, because it's not very complicated, but it's very unusual. And I think it helps to look at it from different points of view. Because essentially, this is like a three-dimensional sculpture. You cannot capture that sculpture by standing by it. You look at the front, you look at the back, you look at the sides, but you can't have a 360-degree experience of the sculpture. You walk around it and it changes, and your body changes, and so on. You cannot catch the sculpture, but it's there. So you experience it in the wholeness of the part that is revealed to you. You don't fragment a sculpture by only seeing the front of it. The whole sculpture is there. You haven't done anything to it. You haven't damaged the sculpture because you just see this bit of it. Your slice is the revelation. Like we looked before, you look to this side, this is all there is. This is all there is. This is all there is. It's this. And it is this but not as the definition of an entity. There is no thingness in this. It is just experience. Just is a bit demeaning, a bit contemptuous. It is exactly experience. Therefore, without awaiting future thoughts or going after past ones, let the mind flow freely. So this is the main meditation instruction. Don't leap ahead of yourself imagining what might come. Don't chase after the trail of what has already gone. Stay present, because the one that moves is dualistic consciousness. The one that doesn't move is awareness. So you're rested in awareness, and oh, what was that? Oh, what was that thought? Get a bit of paper, you want to write it down. Oh, very important, precious. Insight, revelation. Ho, ho, ho. It's very slippery. This is like writing the meaning of life when you're on LSD. The next day you look at it. Oh, very interesting. I think I'll get rid of that one. Because it slips away. So it is beyond apprehension. It's not something we can get. And it takes, for most of us, it's quite difficult to be at ease with emptiness. I am nothing. That can be scary. I'm not I, me, myself. I am nothing. I am the space of potential. However, like the mirror is always full. So yesterday I said this short phrase, unborn and unceasing. Kewa me pa gagpa me. The mind is unborn. Nothing has come into separation from the mind itself. And these forms that arise, they don't cease. They're always coming. So I am nothing, paradoxically, is the same as I am everything. Because the mind fills according to the situation with whatever is required. Again, if you go for a walk here, there are so many interesting vistas, views to be revealed to you. There's the patterns of the path going uphill and downhill and so on. There's enough there to keep you present. Oh, because you're receiving and receiving as you go down the path. But suddenly you're in a thought. Oh, I'm going to go back on Saturday. What time should I go? Do I need to get to the train? Can I get a lift? Can I Where are you? You're no longer receiving the trees and the wind and the sun on your head. You're spinning in a world of concepts which are seeking to arrive at a definite formation. And the world is here. You haven't lost the world. It hasn't vanished. But you are not able to avail yourself of the available, which is always available, because you've become caught up in thinking about something. Whenever your mind is on about something, giving a commentary to yourself, making a judgment, defining something, you lose the unborn ground of openness. So again and again, we just relax and open. The past is gone. Nobody can bring back the past. The future hasn't come. We don't know how it will be. If you look at the news, you see that unpredicted events are happening all over the place. Nobody knows. Knowledge is like a little torchlight. It illuminates one small arena. Awareness reveals the whole. Okay, so maybe take a little time and discuss these, what we've just been covering, and see if it makes any sense to you. Yeah? And see if there are any questions you have, so that you will be confident that you can explore this yourself. In general notions in Buddhism, the mind is located in the heart chakra. But that mind is a kind of Janus. It's facing in two directions. It's facing awareness and it's facing consciousness. So it looks like consciousness and it's awareness. It looks like awareness and it's also consciousness. Because these are not two things. It's not an either or. It's a both and. But at the moment, we've got a domination of the one. So it's a bit, if you had a lazy eye, the optician put a little patch here and make this bugger work. So it's almost like that we're so activated in consciousness that by kind of the notion like of oblivion or emptiness then gives a space for some awareness to be there, because the activity of the conceptualization is not filling the whole arena.
Right, and that's a kind of karmic matter in the sense that karma.
Exactly. Yeah.
This aspect of,
Yeah.
I am actually me.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, and that's from this tablam. It's called the path of method of doing something like activating this air. Whereas in Dzogchen, of course, there are all sorts of. It's a bit like with the sky. It's certain seasons. There's a morning mist that fills the whole valley. So the valley is there. The mist hasn't damaged the valley or altered it, but it is as if the valley is hidden. So you just sit, and then the sun rises, the mist dissolves, and then it's clear. So when there's mist, don't try to change it, don't try to get rid of it, don't fall into it and believe it and develop your theory of mistiness. Just stay as space with this content. The mirror is not contaminated by the reflection. But what is it? And why is it there? Oh, I don't like it. And so that comes in, and then we're spinning and doing all kind of stuff. But oblivion is a very important thing. You know, that normally when they're thinking about death and you go into this first, you have the bardo of dying, so the elements are leaving, and then you go into Chunyi Bardo, the Dharmata Bardo. And Dharmata is the subtlest quintessence of thoughts and feelings and so on. So that's the subtle thing.
Right. The kind of
Yeah.
kernel of consciousness.
Yeah. And in Dzogchen there's another thing called the four visions. And one of these is called, the third one is called Chunyi, that Dharmata, Zetsa. Zetsa means the place where it dies, where it vanishes. So the most, that's right. That's the point where the subtle traces have no support at all, and they resolve. And then there is the nothing at all, and then the nothing at all is everything all at once. Nothing at all, everything all at once, and they're not separate.
I've been having a peculiar experience.
Yeah. I think to be passive receptive for a long time is quite difficult. I think I like that. Years ago I developed that notion of the ornithologist, because I was with this guy, John Crook, in the Himalayas, and he was very, very able to see birds everywhere. I wouldn't see them. Just, you see the woodpecker. What? He just had a feeling for it. He's kind of vibrate with a sense of these rare birds that he would see. And it's all about not looking, seeing, but being available for the seeing. Being available. So when we're practicing, if you're not doing the active tumo kind of things, getting the channels working, if you're not making it happen, something is always happening. What is it? It's the movement of the mind. So you don't need to work it out. because you already know, but you don't want to have that as a dogma. You don't want to be injecting that into, but you start to see whether it's like this or it's like that, it's the mind. Whether it's heaven or hell, whether it's the God realm or some demontic realm, it's the emptiness. An abattoir is a site of emptiness. And a wonderful vegan restaurant is a site of emptiness.
And the method is empty also.
Exactly, exactly. Interesting. I've missed being able to come to your morning thing, but I'm just so fucking exhausted. Getting old, getting old.
It's also empty too.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It seems like a good idea, but I'm not sure it really goes anywhere.
Oh, I think it's good. I think it's good. Thank you. Okay. We're coming to the end of our time for today. Are there any questions or things you want to raise before we stop and then go towards food and the evening?
Yeah, I've got one, James.
Yeah.
I've just been talking, I just feel as I've been talking words, but they're just words. I'm just saying, this is my experience. You know, how am I supposed to get anywhere if I just keep talking concepts and consciousness rather than, why not just sit and don't do anything? Why do we talk? Why do we need to talk?
Why do we talk?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying my experience at the moment with just words.
Yeah.
I just work.
Yeah. Can you catch the words?
No.
But the words catch you. So the actuality, hello, hello, sound is always going into silence, always going into silence. It's uncatchable. Sound is uncatchable, but hello, and then we're into something. The cognition catches us. We don't catch the concept catches us. So when we learn to, or when we practice releasing ourselves from the conceptual elaboration, you have this, the sound. And the words are just blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay?
Well,
Stop while you're ahead. Madam.
It's more blah blah. And the empty, unborn formlessness. So there is all form.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it is like the illusory formation of the potential of the unformed. It's not that you have two factories, the factory making openness and the factory making stuff. One factory, but as we experience the production, we tend to go on the concept which solidifies the experience, and so the emptiness of the experience goes into the background, and the here I am comes to the foreground, just like that.
But the form is in formlessness.
Indeed.
What is.
Exactly.
I have an easy one. What are the 5 questions?
Okay. Well, you'll get a copy of the text soon, but the first is, does the mind have shape and color? Then secondly, does it have a size? Is it big or small? Which includes, is it inside me or outside me? Thirdly, does the mind come from someplace? Fourthly, does the mind stay someplace? And fifthly, does the mind go anywhere? Yeah.
Well, we have to. The one thing is, how do you then get home? If you can't plan to get the train or ask for a ride,
Uh-huh.
how do you get home? Which I guess for me is a bit like, you still have to engage in the world. You can sit and receive, but capitalism
Uh-huh.
get your
Yeah, for
plans
sure.
happening around
For
you.
sure. So, planning is a formative function in the mind, isn't it? It's giving shape to a potential which is an illusion. It's developed, especially with the British transport system. So it's a potential. When I worked in the hospital, I had about 8 different ways that I could get to the hospital, because the tube wouldn't be running, and then I would take a bus, and then I would walk and get the train. So if you're a city dweller, you get used to these different pathways, none of which is ideal. So I'm thinking about something which isn't here. This is an illusion, but it's a useful illusion, because I know it's an illusion, and I want to try to bring this illusion into concrete manifestation. So I need to check out, you can check the Transport for London website and all these things, which one has to do to see how is it changing, because it's likely to change. If you become anxious and you're planning a lot and you're checking a lot and I want to be certain, then it's going to be very difficult. Because when I lived in Bengal, our local state railway station was called Bolpur. And it was along that line, which is a small line, there was what was called the Upper India Express, and it went from Calcutta to Delhi. And I arrived one morning for the train and was buying the ticket, and I said, "When's the train coming?" He said, "Well, yesterday's train will be starting soon." It was 25 hours late. You get used to being flexible. We, in the clock time now, since, this mechanization of our lives, it's very difficult for us to think it'll be the right time, or you look at the sun setting, time to take the cows in for milking. We're not getting information from the phenomenological field, but from these conceptual elaborations. And I think if we recognize that, it's just need to add a little softener and a little more flexibility into ourselves, because these situations are actually unknowable and unpredictable, because the web collapses. There's so many scammers going on. There's so many attacks coming from other countries. It's not safe. It's not secure. Oh, the Buddha said something about that. Yeah? So we have to act with some degree of confidence, but with a bit of slack. It's like if you're sailing in a small dinghy, and you've put all the sheets, all the sails up, and the wind's really blowing, you don't have much room to maneuver, and especially if you just have a very short rope. So you work with circumstances, I think, and the circumstances are never in the palm of our hand. We are not the master, but we don't have to be the slave either. We find a way in between. So our flexibility and responsiveness is useful. And therefore, entertaining possibilities, which is what planning, like when I go back on Saturday, allowing different possibilities there allows some leeway of movement, but it can't be fixed. The actual is precise, but unknowable. And what was the second question?
Yeah, the second question, I guess, is I struggle a little bit with the difference between consciousness, awareness, and mind.
Okay.
So, like, if you are in a coma, or if you're in deep dreamless sleep.
Sorry, what was the second thing?
If you if you go unconscious.
Okay.
In a coma, or
okay.
if you're in dreamless sleep, like
yeah.
deep sleep where there's no brain activity. Before you said consciousness take up an object, and in dream you have objects, so I guess that's kind of a consciousness. But in the dreamless state, is awareness still there, or is the mind still there, or I mean,
the mind is there, but you're not there. What? The mind is there, but you're not there.
I'm not there.
Yeah, you are a personality, you are a construct of thoughts, meanings, you are an activity of ceaseless self-referencing. This is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm doing. And when you fall asleep, that confirmation or that validation of I, me, and myself, I exist, I am this person, this is what I'm doing, this kind of self-maintenance commentary dissolves. And as that dissolves, you fall asleep. And then in the sleep you can have dreams, and then you can have a dreamless state, and then you have a fourth state. The Hindus talk about this more. They call it the Turiya. And in that state, nothing is happening, but you're not dead. So there you have awareness without an object. And a lot of meditation techniques are designed to produce that. For example, a lot of the Kumbhaka exercises where you block the breath, you inhale and then you lock the the anal sphincter and pull it up, and you lock on the diaphragm and you hold the air in. Some people do it half an hour, incredible. And in that state, because the prana is not moving, the mind doesn't move, and so you don't have thoughts. And then you start breathing again, and the thought continues. So in that state, you're alive, but there's no validation of identity. So it's a way of experiencing presence without identity. So going back to the first thing you were saying there was, I find it difficult to differentiate. Here we've got the mind, we've got awareness, we've got consciousness. Consciousness always has an object. So if I'm looking at you and I'm talking with you, you are the object, you are the specific object of my attention. And in this moment, the other people, they recede in the background, you become more the foreground, got more sense of what's happening in your face and so on. So that's a dualistic consciousness. But because of the specificity of the line of my attention, I'm getting more information of what I see as you, and I'm formulating that of how you, I'm formulating that as my sense of how you are. So I'm constructing you for me. That's consciousness. Consciousness creates its own world by using what's available. Awareness is simply a presence or an openness or a revelation. It's the mirror, like the mirror. The mirror has no content of its own. It doesn't need a content. Consciousness needs a content. That's why it takes an object, because consciousness tells us about something, and awareness just shows. And the mind can refer to either. So when you're reading these Buddhist texts, you have to have a sense of the flavor of the writer's intention, because their words like Rigpa can be ordinary, or it can be very high non-dual awareness. I think we have to take a break now. Okay, so we're going to meet down here at 7 o'clock to think about the land. Right? Very good. Thank you. Hooray! Mamma mia. Woo! Okay, we start with the Guru Yoga. So as we touched on before, our usual starting place is our sense of self. I am the basis of my experience. But what the Dzogchen teachings point to is when you relax and open into space, you see that the space is your ground or source. Moving in this space are memories, sensations, thoughts, feelings, and so on, and they arise and pass. They show, but without any self-substance, and so they don't remain. They're impermanent. So when we're meditating, we have many, many experiences which come and go. And then from that, we come out into the world, and we come into a world which is always around us. And when we're meditating in that world, which is why we practice meditation with the senses open, because we don't want to go into some kind of private security or calmness, and then you come out into the turbulence of all the things that are going on. So from this, with this vision or this view, my source or my ground or my basis is ungraspable space, and I'm present with that, but it's not something I have. It's not a site of ownership. Within that there is a potential which is revealing itself as the energy of the showing of sensation, feelings, memories, and so on, all of which is a kind of patterning which you can make use of, like a kind of dynamic collage. And as these experiences are arising for us, they make different kinds of patterns. I'm not a thing. I don't have a fixed experience. I don't have a fixed reference point I can go back to, because the thought, I, me, myself, I'm a bit tired today, but I'm not always tired. So if I say I'm tired, it's true situationally, arising due to causes and conditions, because I didn't sleep very well last night, but it's not definitive. There is no James which has somehow absorbed tiredness, and that tiredness has become some essence of me. The tiredness is there, it's a field factor, but it's not definitive of self. There is no self which is a stable, enduring reference point. The reference point is emptiness. The reference point is openness. Within that there is the motility, the movement of the luminosity or the potentiality of whatever is arising. And from that we engage with other people. We find ourselves coming forth, receiving different images, different sensations, speaking differently to different people. I am emergent in the field as an aspect of the field. So I'm not the source is my the source is my emptiness, but I manifest in this field, which is also inseparable from emptiness. And this emergence is, of course, influenced by these flowing factors of the field. Just as in the gardens here, you can see how the plants expand into the space available to them according to whether they like a lot of sunshine or they prefer shade and so on. They have their place, but that is a place which is dialogic. It's not a singular monologue. So you see a rose bush, the rose is in communication with everything around it. The willow tree is in communication with what is around it. So as we come forth to be with others, talking with them, hearing what they say, we find ourselves saying things. We find ourselves going close to the person or separating quickly from them. These are like waves or pulsations in the field. So we, as what we take to be I, me, myself, we are the flowering of the potential of the openness. We are not the ground or the basis or the source. It doesn't start with I, me, myself, but I, me, myself arises as the current pattern of participation. Who am I? I am the presence of openness, the richness of these movements of potential, and the unique specificity of how it's manifesting in this moment with these circumstances. And this is the three aspects of the Buddha, the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, the Nirmanakaya. The Dharmakaya is open like the sky. Yesterday we were looking for the mind. Does it have a shape and color? Does it have a size? Does it come from somewhere? Does it stay somewhere? Does it go somewhere? And we keep opening to these questions. We find, well, this is some incredible mystery. I cannot find a substantial basis for myself, and yet here I am. And my here I amness is dynamic rather than static. And this is the great shift that it's so important to open ourselves to. Because as long as we start with, I know who I am like this, and we layer on these storylines based on the past, based on our hopes and fears, we elaborate a position which seems to be the basis from which I emerge. This is who I am. In fact, this is the result confused as the ground or the source or the basis. The basis is open. It's because it's open that we have such a wonderful potential to have many, many, many diverse experiences. We are not just one thing. When you talk with different people, you have different experiences. Some people you understand very easily, other people speak to you, you haven't really a clue what they're saying. Fucking hell, where are they from? So there's no somehow conjunction or resonance. And that's the actuality. That's why it's very important on a retreat like this not to be nice. Niceness is a perversion, English politeness, because you will never see the living profile of the manifestation of your energy if you're pretending to be nice. Niceness is a mask. Our faith is what touches. Well, if you put on a mask, of course you feel the wind on the edge of it, but there's a duplicity in that, because you're pretending to have a stable presentation, but lots of turbulence is going on. So the mask of this is how I'm going to behave, this is how I should behave, I've been trained to behave in this way, this will be a good way to behave, if I behave in this way, people will like me, they won't reject me. There are many, many storylines which are supporting our identification with the mask. And then something happens in life. Partner leaves us, we get sick, the children turn against us, and we're not who we thought we were. What we had was a kind of period of homeostasis in which there was a balance between the factors which constitute how I take myself to be and the factors which constitute the environment around me. And that can be balanced for a while, and then suddenly it changes, as we've touched many times. This is what happens with war. War suddenly erupts and disrupts the balance of being, of having a stable sense of how to proceed. I know how to live. I know what to do. When you see the pictures from Ukraine or from Israel or from Palestine, what you see is fear and trepidation. People whose lives had a kind of pulse behind them. Yesterday was like this, today will be like this, tomorrow will be like this, there'll be some variation, but basically this is how it is. Suddenly it's blown away. And not only the externals get blown away, but the mental space gets blown away because they're bombing schools, they're bombing hospitals. It's like, fuck, what is that? So your sense of, oh, we're all good people and we're moving in the direction of universal love and compassion. Suddenly say, whoa, that's a fairy tale. Because these 5 poisons are very strong. Hatred, aversion, the desire to destroy the other in order to make myself safe. This lurks in the background for the person whose sense of self is a construct. Because all compounded things are impermanent. All the constructs of life, because they're being constructed in a moving field with moving parts, cannot be sustained for long. Every stable situation moves towards destruction. That's how it is. It's not a punishment, it's just how it is, because the field is moving. Emerson is changing. These are maybe very nice changes, but some of us are a little bit anxious. If it gets so improved, maybe the rates for being here will go up, and then for many people it will be too expensive to come here. So the advantage of the renovation of the house, having more gardeners active and so on, that produces a particular feeling tone, but it has side effects, it has consequences, because everything is linked together. This is the dependent co-origination of the factors of the field that we inhabit. We are factors in the field, so how we are influences other people's experience, and their experience influences us. It's pulsing all the time. So this formation of how I am today, the immediacy of myself, arises as the flowering of the potential in the field with these circumstances, and it's like this for a while, and then it changes. So how I am is not determined by something inside me, but by the conjunction of my participation in the dynamic field. This is the big difference between starting with the self or the ego identity. This is who I am, which is of course an assumption and an assertion. If we relax ourselves out of that carapace, that shell or that mask, there's something more kind of vital but also febrile, something kind of which is so sensitive, and we find ourselves pulsing and moving with the circumstances, not as a victim of events, a victim of circumstances, but this is how the movement is occurring. Our life at the moment seems quite stable, but if you think of all these young people, especially the young men in Ukraine, do I fight for my country? A country I might be ambivalent about, or do I leave? If I leave, am I a coward, or am I taking care of myself and my future? People are faced with these ethical choices all the time. We have them on a softer level, but when intense situations arise, that's how they tend to manifest. So, in terms of the practice, it's so important not to study the Dharma looking for a better dogma, looking for a better mask to put on, to be a Buddhist, to uphold certain positions. We want to see how it is. And the texts are always saying uncontrived, unartificial, uncompounded. So we can directly experience what that means, because when we do the practice, we have moments of openness and moments of lucidity where we see the patterning of these factors, and then we get tangled inside them and we start to construct or feel constructed by these events that are occurring. At that moment, relax in the out-breath. Don't try to change what is occurring, but just give it a bit more space. When the mind is wild, it needs a lot of space, like a wild horse that's just been captured. Don't put it in a small paddock where it's going to be kicking the fence all the time. So if you feel wild and crazy, more space, more space. If you're getting spaced out and you feel you're getting vague and all over the place and you have some kind of existential confusion, who am I don't know where I am anymore. If that becomes something difficult to be present with, then you can just focus on stabilizing the movement of your breath. We want to make always micro adjustments, not major adjustments, not leaping from one thing to another, but just resettling ourselves. Like we looked before at the example of riding a bicycle. As you go along a bumpy road, you're making micro adjustments all the time to keep yourself in harmony with the force of gravity. So we are following the middle way, which is our line of gravity, the middle way between all extremes. So instead of seeing the polarities, hot, cold, good, bad, me, you, friend, enemy, instead of seeing these polarities as back to back and being mutually exclusive, we see that the polarities are co-emergent, because you can't have hot if you've no idea of cold. You can't have me if you've got no idea of you. They are born together, and the interplay of these dynamic twins, this is our life. When we draw a circle around it and we go from a dialogic, co-emergent experience into a monologic one, this is me, I start with me, I end with me, I'll tell you how it is for me. This is the force of isolation. I'm trying to establish myself as the rock of ages, as something that stands apart from the flow of events. So you can have an observing self. You can have an objective opinion, which is the background of so much science and attitude in our culture. But actually, we are participative. We breathe in, we breathe out. The world comes into us. If the world stops coming into us, we are dead. Change, exchange is life. So, what allows this change and exchange to flow easily with the mutual influencing of what seems to be self, what seems to be other, what allows that to move is the space of movement. If you tighten the space, you bang into the limits, but all the limits, all those indicators of the finitude of our life are niched within the infinity of the openness of the mind. So the ground is always open. What is arising from the ground as momentary experience is changing pattern all the time. And how we act, how we come into the world, clearly alters moment by moment. But our conception of ourselves, when we say, I am myself, this is just me, this is how I am, you're installing an abstraction as the seeming vehicle of truth, which allows you to, as it were, enter bad faith with the phenomenological field you're part of. The emergent, which is the actual, it is act, it is movement, it is just this and then that and then that and then that. Ungraspable, beyond our individual control. So again and again, we relax. That's why we begin with the Guru Yoga of the White R. We start in space, we see the richness of the potential of space, and then that manifests in different ways as we interact with other people. So, If we lose that sense of the view of Dzogchen, then we're just at the mercy of whatever habitual thoughts we have. So go back to looking at this text from Gombo Wongyal. So just to recap, because some people have arrived today, he's saying, be present with how it is. How it isness is occurring all the time. You have experience which you take to be internal or in your body. You have experiences which you take to be outside. When you're sitting here with your eyes open, your ears open, you experience the sensation of the body, the nature of the muscular contraction that's supporting your posture at the moment, and you see the shapes of people, you see the greenery of what's around the tent, you see the shape of the tent. This is all at once. The all at onceness is the integrity of the whole. This gets fragmented where you take up a position. I start from here and I go from me into the world. So that's why we were looking yesterday. What is the basis of your isolation? Is that a movement of participation, or is that seemingly a separate ground? I have my own ground, I'm myself. Because I'm me, this is how I am, this is what I do. That's a very ordinary or usual way of proceeding. You start as if you know who you are, and then you move forward. And because I'm like this, my selective attention is directed towards this and not towards that, because the choices I make support the shape of myself that I'm trying to maintain. But when we are participative, we find that the shape of ourself is altering. Because the shape of myself is not a private possession, it is co-emergent with the field. I am not a thing, I am not a part, I have no individual basis. It doesn't mean I'm just blown hither and thither by the winds of chance, but the patterning of how I participate flows more easily through direct connectivity. So we start with connection. Are there any questions you have from what we did yesterday? Yeah.
When going into meditation, I find sometimes it can get a bit heady, as in over-concentrating. I think you just touched on it with micro-adjustments. So is it all right to, if I'm feeling a bit heady, to connect with the body or the heart, to just bring another tone into it? So I'm getting, which is obviously what I do in normal meditation, you know, if I'm doing mindfulness breathing out or concentration practice, and it's feeling a bit up here and move through the body, but I'm a little bit unsure about whether those techniques are what we would apply within this environment. Although, of course, also with the understanding that it should be technique-less. But that's not reality.
So if you remember learning to ride a bicycle, at first it's fairly bumpy for most of us because we overcorrect. We think, oh, I'm going to fall off, and maybe whoever's with you saying, it's okay, relax, just keep pedaling. The movement will keep you vertical rather than making these big adjustments. So we learn to trust that the dynamism of the movement of the wheels as you pedal gives a force, a trajectory, within which these micro adjustments can happen easily. That is to say, you're trusting that this is going to be okay, and so the anxiety that would take you out of the situation to think, oh my God, what do I do? This is terrible, I can't meditate, I'm wasting my time, what am I here for? And all these thoughts start mushrooming out, and what should I do? I should do something different. This doesn't work for me, I'd be better off doing Vipassana, or whatever it would be. So when these kind of thoughts arise, they create a displacement. You find yourself having experiences. This is happening to me. So we want to just tilt that slightly. This is happening for me. And then we do a micro adjustment. This is happening as me. So you get closer to the movement and you realize that the movement is how you are, rather than you should have a stable sense of yourself and know what you're doing. So much of the time is we start with knowledge and we proceed from that, trying to install a game plan. We start with a map and then we're surprised at the territory. Now, what we're talking about here is letting go of the map and finding our way to inhabit the territory. We don't know what to do, but let's see. So as long as the senses are open, you have optimal connectivity with the field of experience, and that gives you the best chance of participating. So when you learn to swim and you're focusing on just doing the strokes, that's one thing and that's fine in the swimming pool, but then you go to the sea and you're doing that, but you're not paying attention to the waves, and you suddenly get a face full and a mouthful of seawater, and that's not so nice, and it feels dangerous because you were just in yourself. I am the swimmer, and you're not respecting the sea. I am a swimmer in the sea. I'm not dominating the sea, I'm collaborating with the sea. If I am friends of the sea, the water will be a friend to me. But if I try to attack it, I'll get tired very quickly. So it's like that minimal movement. When I was a teenager, I went to the Outward Bound Sea School in Wales at Aberdyfi. And one of the things we practiced there was these two techniques for staying in the water a long time. So in one, you just kind of hang like a jellyfish, and your hands are on the water, and your feet move slowly back and forward, and your hands can go down and up very slowly. And what we did it for 6 hours. So you don't get so tired. Now, you try swimming for 6 hours in the sea, it's very difficult. But this is minimal energy collaborating with the nature of water. So if you're starting to sink and you press a little bit your arms down, you get a slight raising, but you're not fighting. So you have to be relaxed. You have to have your breathing easily. The sea will support me if I befriend the sea. But if I act against the sea, it's very big and very strong and very deep, and this is not going to work. So it's just like that. What is the nature of the field that I'm in? Like, for example, today supposedly is going to be very hot. So in the afternoon it will be more hot. So we need to hold that in mind, that if we're going to do some practice, we don't want to make it too intense and too focused, because that's not very healthy in very hot weather. So I think it's just observing for yourself when we have a break later and you walk across the grass and then you come to the slope and you go to walk up the slope. I'm walking across the grass, but the slope is now walking me, because I can walk across the grass the way I want to, but I have to be attentive to the nature of the slope, because the grass is a little bit slippery. I can't get so much purchase with my feet. So I'm working with circumstances. So the more the field is non-dual, that I am a participant in the field, I am already part of it. I'm not standing apart from it. The ego is always moving to apartness, to isolation, to individuality. Here I stand. You know, this kind of bold, heroic Martin Luther. I can do nothing else. I must do this. standing alone. Why would we stand alone? We are social creatures. We are part of this. We are not apart from it. We breathe. We need the air. I need the world. I am not autonomous. So the ego is caught in the delusion of autonomy, which creates a world of miasma, a kind of foggy world in which the precise details, the unique specificity of each moment is hidden because you're stuck inside your assumption. So I think in that sense, when your question was slightly formulated as, well, what should I do? Explore yourself. If you look for an outside authority or what is the right way to do with this, then you have an add-on. You have a technique. Whereas here you are and you're getting a bit lost, or it's a bit heavy, or it's all gone foggy. Staying relaxed and present in the fogginess, with the fogginess, it starts to change. So it's like with the image we've had a lot, the mirror, what's arising is like a reflection in the mirror, which has its unique specificity of patterning, how it shows itself, but it has no self-substance. So if I relax into the ground of the experience, which is open and empty, and don't fight with it, these patterns will move by themselves. But if I locate myself in the field which is emerging as a particular shape, and I'm trying to hang on to that and insist on it, now we got this and that. This and that together gets friction. But if this and that are moving together, you don't have the friction. But that means that if that is acting on me, I become this, which is not what I thought I would be. It's not what I thought would be happening. So if you have a day when your meditation seems clear, and then the next day it doesn't seem clear, it's very easy to have a sense of disappointment, or I'm not making any progress, because yesterday was better than today. And again, we've touched on this, that if you take the actual and you insult it by taking as a sign of something permanent, a true factor, yesterday my meditation was good, which is probably a lie, but yesterday it was good, and now it's like this, compare and contrast. So what have you got now? You have this actuality, you leave the actuality, and you go for the shell. So if you're happy and life is good, you go to the beach and you walk along and you see pretty shells. Yeah. If you're hungry and you're on the beach and you're looking for limpets or mussels or whelks because you want food, it doesn't fucking matter about the shell. What matters is the little squiggly thing you can put in your mouth and eat. That's the heart of the matter, not the outer form. So whenever we conceptualize something, you end up with the empty shell, because the life is always moving. But I want to know what I'm doing. I want to know I'm making progress. Where are you going? Well, I'm a student of Dzogchen. I want to live in the here and now. Where is it? Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. There's a land that I dreamt of once in a lullaby, which is the Buddha realm, and there's Buddha Amitabha, and he's red in color, and he's shining, and he's looking at me, and he says, welcome. We live with the actual, and the actual is always changing, and therefore our participation with the actual involves the instability of the forms that arise. They are patterns of movement, not forms of substance. So I think the more we get used to that, we're freed from this burden of comparing and contrasting and building up an interpretation. Any other comments on yesterday or thoughts? Yeah?
Yeah, there's something near the end where you said, well, we're nothing and also everything. And my what appeared in my mind was, well, there's the emptiness of the mind, which is nothing, and then there's all the experiences of everything.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was how you were meaning it, or if you could say a bit more on that.
So there's a kind of crossroads there, because if you take yourself as a starting point, what's occurring for me is my experience. So there's a subtle wedge which is being inserted. I am the experiencer of all this. But as you experience all this and you hear the birds singing, or you feel some little gust of breeze coming into the tent, at that moment you also experience your bum on the cushion, you experience how your arms are folded, the tension in the muscles. So the experience of self and the experience of other, or the field, is simultaneous and undivided. Yeah? I mean, if you know, with small children, if they have a little computer to work on, they vanish into the story. You can't find them. You call their name because they're in there. They have merged with the other. Yeah? And then when they become teenagers, they merge with themselves and they reject you in another way. They're unavailable. This practice is the practice of availability, because availability is non-duality. We're not isolated. So when we are nothing, that is to say, when I'm not filling the space of experience with some assumption about who I truly am, or this is how I am, when I'm receiving the field, and the I that receives the field is just the mirror, just the open awareness, it's also experiencing the self. So self and other move together within the field of emptiness. And that's how we get everything. Now, we have this everything. Yeah, but what about Paris? I want to go to Paris. Paris isn't here, I have to go to Paris. That is a thought. Where is the thought? The thought is here. There is no other. There's just this. Now that might sound crazy, because there is Paris. Of course, you go and get a train, you can get on a boat, go across the channel, there you are in France, get to Paris. You get to Paris, you get off the station, Gare du Nord, okay? A lot of people moving about, is this Paris? Where's the real Paris? Is there a real Paris? It's all called Paris. Well, it can't all be fucking Paris, because I'm in this bit of Paris. I've heard that there's better bits of Paris. You go into a cafe, oh, this is shit coffee. This is the wrong cafe in the wrong Paris. Excuse me, gendarme, where can you direct me to the real Paris? Doesn't exist. It is an experience. There is no Paris, there is no London, there is no Emerson. Each of us has our experience of how it is to be here, and that alters moment by moment. It is participative. It's just like swimming. You go into the sea, your arms go out, and the water moves as you move. You move, it moves. You move, it moves. So everything is not a abstracted, rationalized, reified, totalized everything. So you look at some world encyclopedia of all the stuff. Not like that. This is just ideas. There's no end to the fabrication of ideas. But the actuality of your lived experience is that everything is just this. Unalienated. And then you think about it and you alienate yourself from the here and now, and you go into the patterning of reified concepts, and then you see how diminished and sad and lonely your little life is. I wouldn't go down that road. Yeah.
So we talk about recognition of our open ground, and then experience proceeds in one way, and then non-recognition. and clearly that's our ordinary experience, how to see through this duality, right? Because clearly when I'm not recognizing, different to when I'm recognizing.
Yeah.
But is it really, right? So how to fall flat on your face in non-recognition and be fully free in that unfreedom.
Yeah. So clearly that the risk here is to create a duality that awareness and unawareness are two different things. Unawareness is niched within awareness. So I'm here in Emerson College. And we can create a storyline that rationalizes that and makes it appear to be true. That is a storyline about being here. Your participative presence is just here. It doesn't offer you handles to hold on to, but there is the immediacy of just being here. So just being here is powerful in its immediacy, but fragile in its evanescence. Whereas if you conceptualize Emerson College, I've been here before. It's a nice place, it's a good place. Sometimes the food's not really my style of food, but anyway, it's not bad. Blah, 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 blah. You make stories about the place. So yesterday we looked at the difference between unborn non-dual awareness and dualistic consciousness. Dualistic consciousness is the basis for telling stories about something, and the thing about that aboutness is it never quite arrives there. Whereas when you're just present, you are in the actuality, and the actuality is undivided. So we lose that. We lose the openness because we fall into a pattern arising in the mind and take it as a basis for viewing what is going on. Yeah? So I'm sitting in my seat and I look around and I see how you are. That is how you are for me sitting in this seat. How this room is for you sitting in another seat over on the other side. Are we in the same tent or in a different tent? Conceptually, we're in the same tent, but the tentness of the tent is revealed to you from the specificity of your location. And it's specific to me in my location. So, is it the same or is it different? The more I cleave to my conceptual interpretation of here, I seem to gain a solidity. I can build something up. But as I build it up, the concepts that I'm building with are falling away. It's like, sometimes you have the sand at the beach is quite sort of muddy and it's very moist. So you try to build a sand castle. Maybe you put the sand in a little bucket, pat it down, then you turn it upside down, and it's there and it starts to collapse. So that's all the constructs that we have. They start to collapse because they lack inherent existence. And so our life is always kind of falling down like a souffle that's come out of the oven at the wrong time. Have you experienced your souffle self?
Everything in the kitchen is... yeah, because the tradition, this is where we hit against the limits of the lineage and the tradition, because they say, Rigpa ma Rigpa.
Yeah.
As you say, they're not really existent things, right?
Okay, so let me tell you, I'm here in Emerson College. Emerson College is a college that supports the ideas of Rudolf Steiner. And there's many centers of Rudolf Steiner in the world, right? Blah, 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 blah. While this description of what is here is going on, we're here. Now, you have the immediacy of your presence here through your senses, which is an aspect of Emerson College. How is it to be here? Well, you look to yourself. How your body is, what's coming in through your senses, I see the trees, I see the gardens. If I tilt my head, what is revealed to me is shifting. The vista, the disclosure of the place is shifting. So we have two things. We have Emerson College as narrative, as something to be described, to be thought about, to be planned to go to be remembered, which is a displacement from the actuality of being here. But while I'm talking about Rudolf Steiner, I'm here. So it's not an either-or, but it appears to be an either-or. It's a kind of figure ground thing. If the idea of let's investigate the life of Rudolf Steiner, if that arises, it's arising in the here and now, and every thought about it is emergent and dissolving, but somehow, because we are used to solidifying the trace of the concept, we build up a sentence. Rudolf Steiner has ideas have spread out in many, many countries and now activate many amazing settings for people with handicaps. So that's a reasonably honest sentence. Where is it? It's in a kind of cyberspace. It's moving in a mental space while you have the embodiment. If you're talking about Rudolf Steiner, you are still here breathing. You couldn't talk about Steiner unless you were breathing, and your breathing is in the here and now. So actually, there is no opposition between here and now immediacy and there and then discourse describing what we know about Steiner. The story of Steiner is not occurring just in a conceptual world which is apart. So if you set up Rigpa and Marigpa, or awareness and unawareness, as oppositional, when you enter unawareness, you have lost awareness. No, unawareness is niched within awareness, because awareness is the quality of openness to the ground. But without changing very much, you can lose that. If you were a child, hopefully you like spinning. So you put your arms out and you turn round and round and round and round, and then you get very dizzy and you fall over. So as you're spinning round, you're kind of immersed in this feeling, and then you tumble on the ground. That was happening here and now. But there's a kind of intoxication by a very strong focus into something. Yeah? So last night there were some people playing music and singing out there, and I was listening to that, and you listen to the music and it's like Odysseus with the sirens on the rock. You pulled into it. So I was coming back from being out at the field, and I'm a bit tired, and I'm going to my room, and I hear this voice singing, and and I'm so tired, but I want to hear the song, and it's, and you crash on the rocks. Huh? But the singing was in the here and now. But I was tired and I needed a pee. So ears privileged or bladder? As you get older, the bladder can complain very strongly. But it's the simultaneity of it. So I'm talking just now in the moment, in the moment. In the moment. Where else could I talk? The past is gone, the future hasn't come. We've only got the here and now, but we can fill the here and now with evanescent expression, Rudolf Steiner, which is just sound manifesting, sound and silence, like the pulsation, like how a jellyfish or a stingray moves in the water, just pulsing. But it's pulsing in the here and now. So it's not an either-or, but when you have fixation, then you get that figure-ground split. The figure is always in the ground. When you pay attention to something, you don't actually extract it from the field of experience, but it's as if you become mesmerized, you become kind of pulled into a totalizing of an aspect of the field. And then, of course, when it ends, you're disoriented. So if you go to the opera, you come out and the street's full of people coming and going, but you're still with the storyline. You see Tosca, it's like so upsetting, all these emotions flooding through you. And here you are on a busy London street. But you've always been in London because the theatre was in London. The stage was in the theatre in London. The singers were on the stage in the theatre in London. It wasn't anywhere else. But Londonness vanished with the development of the storyline of the opera. So when we use words like duality, essentially what it means is back to back, either or. It's either hot or it's cold. In Dzogchen, he's saying, no, it's non-duality, it is both and. There is both the field, or there is both the openness and the specificity of the moment. And the specificity of the moment is not a denial or an otherness of the openness. So the figure remains in the ground, which is why we relax and open. So whenever we find ourselves obsessed by something or caught up in something, we lose our own ground, which is space. So it's very helpful to practice if you're at work and you have tasks that you have to do. You can see for yourself if a task is pleasurable, if it seems in harmony with you, ego-syntonic, you give yourself into it. And then you relax. Oh, that's good. That's finished. But if you have to do something and there's a deadline, you have to prepare a paper for a boring meeting with people you don't respect. You're forcing yourself to do it. And it's a violence to yourself and it's a violence to the field because you've extracted yourself from all of this in order to do this which you don't respect. So you can't really flow into it. You're squeezing yourself into it. And that, we can monitor that for ourselves. That creates a feeling of alienation. So how do we integrate every experience into the openness? By staying with impermanence. Movement, movement, movement. Just this, just this, just this. It arises and passes, arises and passes. So you're writing something. Who is writing it? For me, it would be paper and pen because I don't write on computers. So there's the paper, there's the pen, and there's the lyrical movement of the hand as it makes these marks on the paper. Who is writing? The paper is calling me forth. The pen is shimmering in my hand. My hand and my body dissolve into the marks on the paper. So some of the time I'm just with the words, some of the time I've kind of lost it a bit and I'm thinking, what do I do now? And then I flow back into it. Yeah. So if I'm not in it, where am I? I'm here. If I'm in it, where am I? I'm here. But there's the here of being absorbed in the writing. I am the writer. And then there's the hiatus, the gap, the tear, where, what do I do now? I've kind of lost the plot. But I'm here. I'm here with my lost plot. Yeah? Both are aspects of the field, the emergence of the ground. So if we feel that the practice of Dzogchen should make life easier, that's a delusion. You'll get the same amount of shit as everyone else. You know, it's not that you're going to live forever and always be healthy and happy. You have grief and misery, but the misery is showing its inseparability from the empty ground. I'm miserable for a while, and the misery is like this. Okay, if this is what it is, I'm going to be miserable. I'm going to be 100% miserable I'm going to be 100% happy. I'm going to be 100% jealous. I'm going to be 100% confused. This is how I am. But if you have a job and people look to you to be the one who knows, you're not allowed to be miserable. You're not allowed to be confused. So in order to maintain their delusion that you know what you're doing, you have to falsify your actuality. There's a lot of that goes on. We look at our king with his chest of medals, which he won in the war, you know. Now, which war was that? The war with his mother. He fought a battle. Make her the queen, please, mummy. Mummy, make her the queen. If you don't make her the queen, it's going to be horrible for me. She can be the queen consort. Are you Is that all? So she became the queen consort, and then mummy dies, and the scissors come out, and consort is trimmed off. The queen. Huh? So that's what he got his medals for. It's all theatre. It's all show. It's all proposition. And it's all empty. Sound and fury signifying nothing. It's truly Prospero's Island. It's like a dream. We enter into that, and your family where you grew up, your school, your occupation, your relationships, seems to be something, but it's falling through your fingers. So, light, relaxed, the integrity of the unfolding of experience is maintained by the welcome. So when I shrink into my self-positioning, I go from an infinite welcome to I, me, myself, which can only ever offer a finite welcome. So that's something you can observe for yourself. When you in a place like this and you meet different people, you offer different welcomes to different people. It doesn't mean that you're mean and nasty, because this welcoming is co-emergent. Because if you're tuning into the energetic formation of how someone presents themselves, you will also go into a formation in relation to that. But these formations are the play of the open empty ground. And if you forget the ground, you only have the formation. And that's what brings the smallness. So the openness is there, even though you're trying to talk to someone and you don't find anything to say. It's an uncomfortable. You're standing in the queue for the food, you kind of look at the ground, then you try to say half a sentence, but you're connected in the field, but the emergence of the patterning of the field is such that there is a discordance or a kind of rejection or antipathy between these formations. That's how it is. Don't try to make it better. It is as it is, and it dissolves. Because then someone arrives and they're suddenly in a conversation with this person you had nothing to say to. It's not them, it's not me, it's the conjunction. It's always about the conjunction. So the conjunction is limited by our fixation on self-patterning. The more we release ourselves from self-patterning, the more we can have an intuitive response into the situation. But not trying too hard. Remember, receive, respond. We receive the field and then we respond. But if you start with yourself, you start with the finite. Release yourself from the finite. The finite is always niched in the infinite. The infinite is our ground, open to the infinite, and the finite forms come and go. Yeah.
Yesterday about being with the other, I think when you were talking about merit, it made me just think like you sort of hold like an intention when interacting with others, or I be for them, I would speak too much about what's on my mind. Sit there just about like intuitive response to those.
Merit doesn't belong in Dzogchen. Merit is a view of the world in terms of duality. Buddhism is full of dualistic interpretations and non-dual interpretations. So in the Nyingmapa system, we have 9 yanas or 9 vehicles, and each of them has a view, a meditation, an activity, and a result. And although they're all going in the same direction, they're different. The difference is not conflicted. It's not that one is better than the other, but it's always the view from here. So if the starting point for thinking about karma and merit is, I have done some negative things, and due to that I will have consequences in future. As a kind of antidote to that, I'm going to intentionally act in a positive way, a virtuous way, and hopefully the fruition of that will protect me against the negative effects of my previous negative actions. So I feed the poor, I build stupas, I build monasteries, I feed monks, I go to speak to lonely people in a homeless shelter. Whatever you do that brings some happiness into the world is seen to create some kind of merit. I am going to do this for this purpose. So self, other, intention. This is in the text. This is called the 3 wheels: self, other, and what connects them. And these 3 wheels turn together, and this is what maintains samsara. These are poor people. They are in need of help. I have some resources. I will help them. This is my activity of helping them. It begins with separation, and you have some moments of conjunction, but then you separate again. Oh, I'll come back next week. See you then. And they have their life and you have yours. And they go out of mind because you've got other things that fill your mind. Buddhism is a huge, 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 huge ocean, and we only have a few days, so we can't track the whole thing. And I'm going across these different yanas, and for some people that will be helpful, and for other people it will be confusing. And I don't know how to do that any different. The key thing always is the finite is within the infinite. And when you are concerned with karma and merit, you're concerned with the finite. On the basis of this, I do that, and this has this result. So it is totalizable. It's the terrain of the Dharma accountant. You can know what the deal is. But in terms of the infinity of openness, there's no deal, nothing to be said. But that can be quite confusing. Sometimes you have to be very kind of real for people. Like, for example, if you're with small children, developmentally we would say they need object constancy. That is to say, they need to know where they're going to sleep, that they wear the clothes they want to wear so they don't look like a wally with their friends. They need to get the kind of food they want to eat, and so on. And that predictability allows the child to settle and relax, and then they're playing and doing whatever they do, and then they want to go to their bed. But if you haven't sorted that out, that's a problem. So the frame, if it's stabilized with children, allows the free flow of movement. We don't tell children that you've been born in samsara. Well, there'd be no point. They don't have the tools whereby they could make use of that. So bad things happen and you say, "Oh, that's a terrible accident. I'm so sorry that happened. You've got a big bruise on your knee. What shall we do?" Did you know that your knee is directly connected up to your mouth? So I'm going to put this piece of chocolate in your mouth, and I want you to feel it going down into your knee. Can you feel it? Whoa. Like that, you play funny games with kids, and then they start to reconnect. Yeah.
So you highlighted yesterday the potential connection between lucidity and luminosity.
Yeah.
So can we take from that perhaps the sense of aliveness lies with Sambhogakaya.
Yeah, yeah. If we remember the Sanskrit word Sambhogakaya means, sam means with, and bhoga means enjoyment. So in India, many restaurants are called Bhogalaya, the place of enjoyment. So some things are, you're sitting in the practice and different thoughts are arising. If you get hooked into the semantic content of the thoughts, you build up stories and I don't like these thoughts, I feel persecuted by these thoughts or trapped in these thoughts or whatever. So the question is, don't get rid of it, but see how you could enjoy it. Like, I feel disappointed, I feel betrayed. Okay, so this is betrayal. What sort of spoon do I need to eat betrayal? What happens when I feel betrayed? I feel let down, I don't trust you anymore. All the patterning that I was trying to install as stable is starting to crumble. I can't be with you the way I was before. Huh? So if you're in the practice and these kind of thought patterns arise for a while, remember there's two things. Rudolf Steiner. Sound. With the sound, we have the projection of meaning. The sound becomes the carrier of the projected meaning. But the sound itself was not trapped by the meaning. So it's the same way. The vehicle moving in the mind, the thought as thought is vanishing, it's evanescent. But it's a peculiar thing, because although it's ungraspable and doesn't stay for long, it seems to be a support for the installation of this. Well, why did you do that? I'm so disappointed. So something solid seems to be resting on air. And the more you have this solidification, it's as if you're the snow queen and your enemy is across the pond and you run onto the water. Every foot you put on the water, it freezes and you don't sink. So that's what's happening for us. We're reifying the evanescent. And that's why it's called unawareness. Because if you stayed with the evanescence, you would see that it actually doesn't support this construction, this compoundedness, this confectionery of my interpretation of what's going on, my conclusion about you, my assumptions about you. They're so light and fluffy, and yet they're so strong and so directive. So, with the Sambhogakaya, if we try to enjoy the evanescent, William Blake's great about this, that if you try to catch what is fleeting, you betray yourself. You become like a demon. So, for example, in the tantric tradition, they talk a lot about dewa as a kind of bliss. It can mean happiness, but there's meaning more kind of bliss. Yoga practices to maintain this state, but of course, because it's maintained, it doesn't last very long. But in Dzogchen, dewa is seen as sensation. So if you have a pain, a physical pain, an emotional pain, if you stay with that pain, it has no substance. It shows its lack of inherent existence. And that is what is the meaning of luminosity. It's shining forth, but it's not what I want. So when I have my dualistic reaction to it, it's not what I want. It's solidified, it's pushed away, and I become the one who's manipulating events. Eat what is on your plate. I'm not cooking anything else. That's what Samantabhadra says. He says, look at me. I'm fucking naked. I've not got anything. I'm sitting here. You think I'm going back in the bloody kitchen? No samsara for me. So Big Papa, he's not going to cook anything for you. It's just this. This is what's arising on your plate. It doesn't matter what's the experience of anyone else. Eat what's on your plate. But how do I eat it? It's so bitter. It's unpleasant. I don't want it. I don't want it. Who is the consumer of your experience? John Clare says, I am the self-consumer of my woes. So he had a very difficult, shitty life as he got older. Nobody really cared for him. He was in this difficult asylum. And he went over his events and he thought about his childhood. He wrote beautiful poems about his country childhood. But it brought him grief, because the more he showed the beauty, he had the grief of the loss of the situation. So that's an aboutness. He's thinking about, gives it a shape, and then stands in relation to that. We don't want to go down that way. We're just sitting with what is occurring, infinite openness. It comes as it comes. It is as it is. I don't need to analyze it. I don't need to have a judgment about it. I don't need to think about it. It is self-showing, self-luminous. I remember being at the ballet in London, and I was at that, seeing the Swan Lake as done by this all-male cast. And in the first break, I was there with a friend, and there was a gentleman, I was going to say elderly gentleman, but I'm not really. And he started talking about it. He had spent his whole life in ballet and opera, and the theatre was his world. And he was talking and talking about it. And my friend, who had been a ballet dancer, she's into this with him. And the more they talked about it, the more they're cooking up a storm. And I'm sitting on the outside thinking, but what has this got to do with that? That was actual. And now there's this huge interpretation, which is alienating me, but they're getting pulled into they're consumers of the commentary. And I was trying to hang on to the felt sense of what had occurred. Commentary is very powerful. It layers over the immediacy. So the Sambhogakaya is Tibetans have a saying, first taste, best taste, or first thought, best thought. Because a thought arises in your mind, and it's just this, and then you think about the thought, and you elaborate it. Like in 12-step, they say, a man takes a drink, then the drink takes a drink, and then the drink takes the man. So it's a bit like that. The man has a thought, the thought has a thought, and then the thought takes the person. The thinker is dissolved into the flow of thoughts. So that's how we lose the Sambhogakaya. So remaining with this space, this is what's occurring. However it is, when reaction happens to that, I don't want it, so get rid of it, or I do want it, I have to hang on to it. We learn through painful experience, it's not possible. If everything is impermanent, it will go, and no matter how much you long for it to stay, it will go. And no matter how much you long for something to go, it's going anyway. You don't have to push it away because it's already vanishing. So if you stay still, you will have the ceaseless revelation, like in the side mirror in a car, as you move along the road, reflection after reflection after reflection. And the status of what is revealed is a reflection which you interpret, and that's very useful because you see this mad driver trying to overtake you, but it's still a reflection you're looking at. There's the reflection and the meaning you can derive from that reflection. In a car, you need to do both. But in the meditation, we try to just stay with as it isness, as it is. And that gives us the sense of the Sambhogakaya. And we start to have a spoon that can bring anything into our mouth. This is the taste. Bitter, sweet, sour, poisonous, life-affirming. This is what it is. It's just this, and it's gone. And if it's gone, in the next moment, I will have another flavor. But if I'm hanging on to it, I've now got the next moment arising, and I'm holding on to that. So one hand is going with the past, and the other hand is having to deal with what's arising now, and you are crucified.
Would you say that perhaps the only way to have an experience with or a feeling of the Dharmakaya is through the Sambhogakaya? Because
yeah, it helps. It helps a lot. Well, you can do the pet. That gives you a moment of nothing at all. Or you pray to the deity and rays of light come into you, and you then dissolve into the deity, and the deity dissolves into emptiness. And then for 1 second or 10 seconds or 1 minute, there's nothing at all. And then something comes. The emptiness of the mind is inseparable from the fullness of the mind. So it's not that we're going to find some secret door to go in where we just have the open, empty mind and nothing's happening. The mind will naturally fill. So maybe one time we'll do this practice called the 21 Semzin, which are ways of sitting and breathing and making sound, and very, very intense, and you might do it for 5 minutes, and it's very, very intense. You're completely caught up in it, and then you stop, and you stop suddenly. And when you stop, there's nothing. And the purpose of doing the exercise is not the exercise, it's the nothing. These are ways of being so in it. A bit like the effect you can have with an orgasm. You're so caught up into this sensation and the movement of the body, and then nothing at all. Or you sneeze, nothing at all. For a short period of time. And then you say, oh, that is the ground. I saw the emptiness of the mirror, and then the mirror fills, because that's the nature of the mirror. And then we see, oh, there is a non-duality or a non-opposition between the openness of the mirror and the fullness of the mirror. And the truth of the mirror is its emptiness and its fullness. It wouldn't be a mirror if it didn't fill. So we do the 3 ah, and we have this moment at the end. Hopefully you do the final ah, and then the movement occurs. Where is the movement? So if the emptiness, which includes yourself, it's all gone into this ah, and the ah, it's going into silence, nothing at all. There is no boundary, there is no limit. This is infinite, and then the finite arises. Now, is the finite imported from somewhere else? But if the openness is infinite, where's the other factory? There is no other country. Brexit. Fuck off Europe, we stand alone. It's not like that. There is no boundary for space. Space has no boundary. You have airspace of France, of Germany, and so on, and that's monitored all the time now because people are frightened of Russian invasion. But the space itself is undivided, infinite, without limit, and therefore when something arises, where does it arise? Within the space. Space is the mother. Emptiness is the mother of all phenomena, like we looked yesterday. So if we stay with that, we see everything is the child of the mother. And these children shine and play, which is the Sambhogakaya, and they manifest in relation to each other, which is another kind of play. And everything that's established through the Nirmanakaya is also evanescent. Nirmanakaya means something like illusory form, like a kind of phantom or a ghost, like an echo, like a mirage. So we know that. So you're having your breakfast, and maybe you have taken a boiled egg, And so you have to get into the boiled egg, so you tap it and you do these things, and then you have your porridge or whatever you have, and you have a spoon, and your eye sees the bowl, your hand holds the spoon, and you do, or you allow to arise the syncopated movement of eating your muesli or cracking open the egg. Nothing is established. It's always this, and then this, and then this, and this. It's the unfolding of patterned experience. And the Sambhogakaya is, if you like, the pre-patterned experience. So you're looking at the basic energy or ingredients which can feed in to the patterning of having a conversation. On the basis of, hello, we can start to talk. It begins with the breath, always the breath, the vibration in the breath, making the sound as the carrier of the semantic content, and given that we're both moving at the moment in the sea of English, we generate movements of meaning which then dissolve. Nothing is established, everything is revealed. But the ego is concerned with establishment. I exist, this is me, I'm like this. So the Sambhogakaya is between emptiness and manifestation. And if we really see the Sambhogakaya, we can directly see that manifestation is always shimmering. It doesn't come to a conclusion, it's not solid. Even if we're looking at the 5 elements, the earth element is also vital, and it's displaying. It's not a thing in itself. There are no objects. There is no subject. There is the co-emergent interplay of patterning, and the patterning can be formed or less formed. The less formed would be Sambhogakaya, or unformed, which would be the Dharmakaya. And our life ripples up and down these 3. Now, nowadays I translate the 3 kayas as the 3 modes. So a mode is a way of expression of what? They're both, the 3 are all modes of expression of each other. If you come in one door, the other doors are there. It's always like that. But when we only go for the external and we try to catch it with language, the subtlety of the Sambhogakaya is not available to us. And certainly then the open emptiness of the mind is not available. It's always there because it is the basis. These 3 always come together. But it is as if, because I'm insisting on, well, who are you and where are you from and why are you asking this question? And we make it solid. But it's not. Okay, let's take a break. We can continue with this text. Did you get a copy of it? I think Huw sent it out. Did it come to you electronically? Yeah? Okay, good. So we're coming to the bottom of page 2. So he's just said, therefore, without awaiting future thoughts or going after past ones, let the mind flow freely. Let it come as it comes. Then he says, with this, the awareness of the one who understands, thinks, or perceives is the arising of the intrinsic radiance of awareness itself. So, you're thinking about something. You see, someone's walking along the path. There's a moment of clarity in that, but a clarity which seems to have apprehended a moment that in the field of occurrence. He says, this is the arising of the intrinsic radiance of awareness itself. So awareness, or Rigpa, is sometimes compared to the sun. The sun is there, and the rays of the sun arrive here. Again, this is Tibetan non-science view. Without effort, the sun is sending out rays. It's not thinking this is just something burning up in the sky. This is just, it flows out ceaselessly, the light, just as the openness of the mind revealed as your awareness, you're aware of the space of occurrence, and the rays of that manifest as the many different kinds of experience, including what he says, understanding or thinking or perceiving. Even when you feel that you are understanding or perceiving or thinking about something, that is to say, the dualistic formulation is the radiance of awareness. It's not something else. There is no other factory. It's not manufactured by something bad like the 4 Mara demons or some dreadful negative force. There is no other. This Dzogchen is free of the taint of Mani's nonsense notions. You know, Mani, who gave rise to Manichaeism, where you have an absolute fundamental differentiation between the sky god, Ahura Mazda, and the darkness or the water deity. And they can never be brought together because they are structurally, fundamentally in opposition. There's good and there's bad, and they are at war. So that view infected a lot of Christian understanding. You have God and the devil, and the devil seeks to undermine God. But, of course, who is the devil? Well, one form of the devil is Lucifer, and Lucifer is the bright star. Lucifer is the shining one who comes out of heaven. So he's been alienated, he's come apart. Why has he come apart? Why can't he go home? We had the story of the son who says to his father, I want my inheritance, and he goes off. And the father is so careful to find a way to bring him back. But God says, Lucifer, you've blown its sunshine. I disown you, fuck off. It's very radical. There you see the duality. You cannot have good and bad together. Why? Because God is all good. But maybe the bad is part of the all. So it depends on your grammar. All good means completely good, only good, no bad. Or all, good and bad, good. Yeah? So the second is a Dzogchen view. We are lucky. So you can be a bad person and good as well. Because if you know what it's like to tell lies, I hope. So, and probably as a child you stole some things or you took something from your mom or whatever. We all do these things. I want more. I shouldn't have done that, but I want to do it. And you feel this. I want to do it because it's good for me, but if my mom sees that I've done it, she'll tell me I'm bad. But I know I'm not bad because I just want it. So there's a simplicity to desire, even if it creates trouble. But the all good means there is no other point of occurrence. There is one ground and two paths. The one ground is the unborn openness of the mind, the primordial purity of the mind, which cannot be defiled. It has never been defiled, and it cannot be defiled. So in the tradition, they say that the founding Buddha of Dzogchen is Samantabhadra, and he has never been in samsara. He's not a Buddha who was a person who fell into samsara and through effort became enlightened. The other Buddhas have these histories of their evolution, but he's just all good, always been there. He is the primordial, unchanging presence, which is our own nature. Our own mind has never been contaminated by what we do, but our ego has been distorted and defiled by its account of what we do. Does that make sense? So when you cleave to the ego, when you go to the side of the ego and you review your behavior and the consequences of that, you have that summative positioning. I regret so much what I did. If only I hadn't done that. What do you regret? I regret I didn't see yesterday's sunset. Sunset is there for a while and then it's gone. I did something bad, it was there for a while and it's gone. It doesn't mean that you can just do whatever you like, although the texts sometimes say that. You have to be very careful because actions have consequences unless you are completely relaxed in openness, and this is the spontaneous display of the openness. So thoughts, feelings, memories, structures, what are they? They arise in the mind and they vanish. They're ungraspable. They are the radiance of awareness or the radiance of the mind. This is how the mind shows. So you have the mirror, and the mirror is full of reflections, and the reflection is the clarity or the brilliance of the mirror. There are many ways to cut diamonds. There are many modern ways. You know, if you go to an antique jeweler and you see Victorian cut diamonds, they tend to be rather flat. Now we tend to favor brilliant cutting, which brings out more light. Bling, but upmarket bling. That's the potential of the diamond. So as you cut the diamond, the potential is revealed in different ways. Depends what you're trying to achieve. But it is in the nature of diamonds to have, because of their high refractive index, to show this radiance of the light of the sun refracted into these bright, shimmering color. Yeah? That's the potential. So the potential of our mind is brilliance. And what it shows is happiness, sadness, generosity, selfishness, and so on. These are all forms of radiance. Now, if you start from the outside and you say, there is good, there is bad, you're not going to tell me that angry thoughts are the mind of the Buddha. Well, yes, we are. Because we have angry Buddhas, we have jealous Buddhas, we have priapic Buddhas. Priapic Buddhas with buffalo's heads. Pretty weird. Not on a porn site, in a temple. And we have endless numbers of dakinis with their little shaved vulvas on show. It's true. What does that mean? It means boys don't show their willies. It's true that very few penises on display in Tibetan Buddhist iconography, but a lot of vulvas. In Bhutan, they have a lot of penises. Yeah, it's a special area, and in Kham as well. But that tended not to be so much for the temple. So, what is good and what is bad? So let's hear the question. What is good and what is bad? Where is the problem there? Where is the problem? What exactly? Thank God we're going somewhere. Make an old man happy. You start with the what, and you start with the possibility of a definitive description. I know what it is. So this is good and this is bad. But if we start with how is it, we say, oh, it is an arising form which vanishes. An arising form which vanishes. It shows a patterning, but there is no substance there. Like, you know, when you're a kid and you learn how to do little funny shapes and you can make shadows on the wall, and summertime you're lying in bed and you can't sleep and you just have little conversation. I'm going to the market. Nothing is there, but something is there. It's a shadow. So the semantic content of our constructions has no more reality or inherent existence than a shadow. But you can build on top of that and you make it solid. So here he's saying, observe the actuality of what occurs in the mind. Something's here and it's gone. Something's here and it's gone. It didn't become something. So we've looked a little bit at the nature of birth. So there's sex, then if there's conception, the fetus starts to develop in the mother and the belly swells, and then eventually the baby comes out and the umbilical cord is cut. So there is nothing, there is something but unknown. Now there is a manifest something which is always changing, and then there comes death. It's all a process. Oh, you had a baby. See, a baby. It sounds like something. It sounds like a what. But if you have a baby, you know it's not a what. It's a shit factory. It's a crying factory. It's a needy factory. It's moving all the time. Babies are dynamic. We are dynamic. We are dynamic. We are co-emergent. We are becoming with the field, with the situation. So the problem is reification, the solidification or the misinterpretation of patterns of movement as being indicative of an inherent existence. That makes sense? So that's why language is a little bit dangerous. Or we turn it and we say, language is a theater in which it is as if things are established. But actually they are not, but it is as if they are. So I am here with you in Emerson College, but in the middle of the night I got restless and I escaped from the zoo. Like that.
Very powerful.
Yes, yes. The police will be coming soon. We become as we imagine. Become as we imagine. We imagine ourselves to be this occupation, a school teacher, a chef, whatever it is. You enroll yourself. You get into role. You form yourself and you become the site or the vehicle of the manifestation of certain kinds of behavior. But it is always dynamic. I am a chef, but I don't like cooking. It means you've got your certificate, but you've done early retirement. The chef has to cook. Chef describes a cooker. It's upmarket, it's a little bit higher status, but I do cooking. Cooking is activity. Everything is activity. If you're a teacher and you don't teach, you're not a teacher. When my mum was in the old folks' home, ocean of women, because they live so long, one poor man. And the man had been a GP, and everybody referred to him as doctor. And he'd sit in the afternoon. Doctor, doctor, do you want your tea? Doctor. Respectful. It's like that. How do you de-roll? If you're an actor, you enroll, you're in-roll, and you de-roll. Because you've got to get another job and you've got to enroll as something else. So actors learn to adopt a formation, manifest the formation, and then release themselves from the formation. And that's what we do all through our lives. Except nobody helps us to work out how to enroll. You've got to go to school. I don't want to go to school. You have to go to school. It's usually presented as some kind of imposition, as if the shape of the world was a sort of biscuit cutter, and the world is rolled out as this mixture of flour and sugar and butter and so on. And you take all your little shapes, and because you have this shape, you have to go to school. You are child-shaped, you go to school. But actually, you're becoming a school person, a school girl, a school boy. That's not the same as being a child. And it's a huge transition, and they're often not managed very well. It's often quite a shock, because you have to work out how do you fit in. Because it's not only being in the school classroom, there's being in the playground. How will I be in the playground? How will I show myself? Very difficult. You can get bullied very easily. So if we learn that I adopt this mode, I release myself from this mode. I show this, I show that. All are authentic if I inhabit them authentically, but none are definitive of any true essence. So I think it's very important to separate authenticity as the ringing true of my offering myself fully to this and being that thing. You know, if you go to the opera and the singers are not in role, it's very disappointing because they don't fill the role. They're standing in relation to the role. But if they fill it, you know, if you see these old things of Maria Callas in her early middle career, it's unbelievable. She was just like liquid music poured into this role, and you're completely captivated by it. And then, of course, she married Onassis, which was a tragedy. She enacted Tosca, except Onassis was like Scarpio. Anyway, we shouldn't make these comments. I express a lot of opinions. I want to talk to you about the nature of opinions. You should be mindful about what you say. Maybe not. I speak and I hear what I say. It's easier for me to hear my thoughts if they come out of my mouth. You know? I'm always saying well, in the past I said to patients, write it down, write it down. If you externalize what has happened, you'll see it because it has a shape. But if it's cooking inside you, it will mushroom and grow and transform and wrap itself around you, strangle your inner organs. Opinions are what we have. There is no truth. In relative truth means imaginary truth. It means fiction. King Charles is a king. No. It's a theater. You can believe it or not. Putin is a big, important person. You can believe it or not. You might get punished if publicly you don't believe it, but you don't have to believe it. You don't have to be inducted into the theater of other people's assumptions. So when you express your assumptions, when you express your opinions, and you have this amazing insight, I talk shit. Wow, I talk shit. That's good. Sometimes I talk chocolate, sometimes I talk shit, and sometimes it's something in between. So when you express an opinion, it's a momentary formation which has a relevance, hopefully, to some of the things that we're looking at together, and then it's gone. It's not a final judgment about anything. So if I make jokes about Trump or whoever, it's simply to illuminate something. You can't catch Donald Trump. You can't catch anyone. They're uncatchable. But when you express an opinion, it is as if you have half the breath of the Snow Queen. Donald Trump. Yeah? And you freeze that potential for the moment, and then it thaws and life goes on. Yeah? So if you're too punctilious, if you're anxious about commenting on other people, we have to know the Buddha explained very clearly there are no people. The 5 skandhas are the method for understanding the absence of inherent existence in people. So if I say Donald Trump is a dangerous person, who am I referring to? I'm referring to a form which allows us to think about the uses and abuses of power. You will never find Donald Trump. Ask Melania. So I would encourage you to express opinions. Don't be afraid. Your thoughts are empty. This is what he says. He says, the awareness of the one who understands or thinks or perceives, that is to say, the presence out of which things arise, even if that presence seems very dull, is the arising of the intrinsic radiance of awareness itself. So everything you say, everything you do has only one ground, which is emptiness. It's always empty. It doesn't mean you should abuse that and be unkind to people or act out some fantasy of power and control. It's that only by expressing the immediacy of your reaction do you see it arises and vanishes. It arises and vanishes. Everything vanishes. Huh. So you can, sorry.
Can I ask a question, please? So
Surely.
You use this metaphor of the snow queen.
Yeah.
Quite a lot, which is the freezing interaction.
Yeah.
And then you go.
Yeah.
And you're talking about yourself and how you can see that fear vanishes. When you are interacting with others.
Yeah.
How does that work when you're creating a shared reality? So my opinion of Donald Trump might be a frozen thing.
Yeah.
But someone else might see it as a fixed thing. How does that work?
Well, if you're having a conversation, if you're connected, the co-emergence or the intermingling of these two propositions, let's call it that, you're setting something forth, and they interact, and either there is aversion, I don't like you and I don't like your opinions, fuck off, or interest, but why would you think that, or some kind of neutrality, okay, if that's what you think. I mean, it would depend on what's there. None of it has substance. The question is, what are the implications of this arising? We have aversion, that's for sure. There are some things we like, some things we don't like. Does the aversion help us to move in relation with others, or does it attack? So maybe I'm talking with you and you've had enough of James, and you, listen, James, I'm going to tell you, I just want to stop you there, my friend. That's enough. Okay? So I can say, you've said it, I've heard it, I feel it, enough. So that's aversion, isn't it? I can titrate the dose. Or you might come here and you fancy someone and you start to chat them up a little bit, and it's clear they're not very interested in you. Yeah? So you retract, because you expand, the road is blocked, you retract. If you're self-obsessed, you keep going, and then you become a sexual predator.
So the frozen platform, for using this metaphor, is something that you can then go on to receive from and respond to, as long as you are sharing it.
Yeah, the freezing is what makes the problem. The freezing puts the what into the how. The how is the flow of experience. How is it talking with me now at this moment in this tent? So then we can talk about how we feel and our breathing and so on. You can give a kind of process account. But if we freeze it as a what do you make of me? Like, give me a summation of your final conclusion about my validity as a person. So that's very different, isn't it? And a lot of prejudice in life is summing people up, is totalizing them. You are a terrorist. No, I'm a freedom fighter. You're a terrorist! Because that person has the power to give a definition which you can't escape from. It's like being stabbed in the heart. So generally we want to avoid people like that, who in order to secure their sense of self has to annihilate the other people.
When you're building a conversation with someone, you build on, there are always points of understanding that allow you to engage in that conversation together. Those things are that you kind of, I suppose you agree on them, but they're not frozen. I'm just trying to think of this platform metaphor.
Yeah, okay.
The conversation sometimes feels like you're going into space. And how, I'm just curious as to how that process.
Well, I guess if you stay with the connectivity, I'm looking at you, you're looking at me, our eyes have some kind of contact, and that creates a kind of pathway along which we send things. And if our gaze is warm and our smile is there, even if what we say is a bit off, it's contained. But if I'm scowling, who the fuck is this? What kind of bugger are you? Then it's much more... it's much more fragile because it's all depending on how the words are understood.
So that's where the ice is fragile, isn't it? I'm thinking about the metaphor.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
If I'm just thinking about, I suppose, if I'm just thinking about the frozen platform, if I've got a frozen James-shaped platform under my feet, and I'm looking at that, and this is just like, James is a twat, James is a twat, and I haven't got my
Exactly. Exactly. Because that's why it's like receive and respond. So if I empty out my assumptions, my projections, and have a space, and I receive, which means that because I'm not preoccupied with my thoughts about you, I have some space to see the shaping of your body, how you're holding yourself together, to hear the tone of your voice and so on. So I'm receiving a much wider bandwidth of your potential in the moment. And then I can respond to that.
The ice being the solid, the atoms don't have a space to move.
Exactly. Yeah. Definition is death. It's death. You know, when you read about the Second World War and the various groups that were sent to the concentration camps, the homosexuals, the gypsies, the Jews, and so on, as soon as the word Jew is spoken or homosexual, we know what should happen to them because they are. And that's, for me, Snow Queen territory. You know, you've frozen them. And I'm not interested in what your opinion is. They are. I know. And so there's definitive knowledge. And inside that definitive knowledge, people enacted terrible things. I was just obeying orders. And just obeying orders means I didn't think, I didn't have to think. It was my job just to salute and murder. Bizarre. There's a lot of it about. But as soon as you make contact with people, it's difficult. It's difficult because your eye contact, your being in the world, my being with you brings a sense of, even just for a short period, we're in it together. We're co-creating something. That's very different because the co-creating is a verb. We're not creating anything. We're generating a being together, a being with. Okay, so he says, it is vital to always abide in this presence. That is to say, your presence as open, as we do with the 3R, and then you see thoughts, feelings, opinions arising. The openness has no limit. It is infinite. The thoughts that arise are finite but moving. They're like the rays of the sun, spreading out. They show and dissolve. They show and dissolve. And so he's saying this is vital because in every situation we have to manifest. We do manifest, but we don't become something. All the patterns that we have are not grounded in inherent existence. They're grounded actually in the open, empty ground of the mind and the complex articulation of the field factors. Because these different factors move together and we find ourselves saying something or doing something. But it's not a conclusion. There is no conclusion. You cannot get someone's number. You cannot put someone in a box. Of course you can, but it is an absolute violence to the actuality. So if you're tilted too much in using concepts to gain power, you don't see the other. You're an enemy of the people. You're an enemy of the state. And then you send a person off to Mongolia or to a gulag someplace. Because we know you're a dangerous person. We don't need to know anything about them except there is a judgment, you're undermining the integrity of the state. There are very interesting descriptions you can read of the show trials that occurred under Joseph Stalin in Russia. There was a woman who wrote 2 volumes on it. I think it's Natalie Ginsburg. Into the Whirlwind is the title of one of them. And she's describing how, as the terror developed in Soviet Russia and the paranoid fear was going out, and Stalin is identifying the enemy, and he wants to kill all the doctors. He killed almost all the doctors before the Second World War. The fuck, Hitler's there on the borders of your country. The last thing we need in war is doctors. But he was driven by his frame of reference, which had less and less connectivity with the field of Russian life, and more the dogma of his belief. So if you read these things, you say, oh, that's how you get lost. And then you apply that to yourself and you think, wow, I get lost in that way as well. Just as football fans get lost in believing that their team is the best and the other are scum and filth and the terrible insults that people make because they're defending the truth and defending the best ones. Wow, that tendency is everywhere. And it can be murderous or it can just be socially disruptive. But when we see my thoughts are the radiance of emptiness, they have this formation, but it doesn't establish anything. But when you decide someone is an enemy of the people, the conclusion becomes radical and enacted. So, when we look at texts like this, it doesn't say much about compassion. It doesn't say much about helping other people. It doesn't say much about ethics, because that is inherent in non-duality. If you stay with the co-emergence, if you start with the openness, the welcome, the reception, and you respond into that, you're responding to the vitality of a living presence of somebody who is alive with you. In ordinary language, we might call that intersubjectivity, but it's not really subject, but it gives a sense of it, a pulsation between us. And because I feel you as alive and changing and moving, I can't catch you. I can't catch you. And if I can't catch you, that is the basis of ethics. Because I'm not defining you. I have to be with you because I don't know how you're going to be. So I have to be with you in a receptive way so that my sense of you is being altered as you reveal more and more of yourself. Now that brings us into quite an ethical proximity, I would suggest. And then compassion is fundamentally not to freeze the other, not to define the other, not to make the other equal what I say the other is, that I've caught you inside my concept. So when we shake loose of that, I don't know who you are, but I'm happy to try to relate to you, to stay with you as you reveal more of yourself. So we're in a process of mutual unfolding, mutual revelation. So that would be compassion from this point of view. It's not addressed very much. It's not like thinking, may all beings be happy, which is a lovely thought, but there's no methodology in it. How do we make people happy? By not freezing them, by not defining them, by allowing them to breathe and express themselves and be responsive. Now I'm living here in terror of the gong. So he says, whatever feelings come, be they happy or troublesome, they are the arising of the intrinsic radiance of awareness. So there is one ground. The ground is the ungraspable open awareness, which is not a thing. It is the soul ground. It is the one source. And it's not one as being a factory located somewhere. This is the infinite source, so it's everywhere. That's why everything arises all at once. All the trees arise just where they are. The bushes, each blade of grass arises just where it is, because emptiness is the hostility which is without limit. Everything which occurs is just as it is, where it is, already inseparable from emptiness. So if we see this, troublesome feelings come, you're worried about something, you're not quite sure what to do, maybe you're worried about a child, they seem to be getting lost in their life, but they're a bit moody and aggressive and difficult to have a conversation. What to do? You're sitting in the practice and some thoughts arise. What to do? Is there a basis of connectivity? The more you relax in the space, you can bring, hopefully, some spacious welcome to the other person. They may reject it totally. It's not some magical formula. But you haven't filled the space with your own history, your disappointment in them, your sense that they've turned out the wrong way, or that you wish they had got a better career, and that they were happier, or that they hadn't married that bastard, or you have all these thoughts because you worry about your kids, and the more you think about them, the more solid it becomes. That's thoughts. Listen. And here is someone, and they don't really want contact with you. They're in their world, they're rejecting you, they probably feel guilty and bad, and they're angry and ashamed. There's so many things. You think, oh, sweetheart, you're full of stuff. There is no space for me in your life because you are full of your conclusions about me. You know who your dad is, and your dad is this and this and this. The charge sheet is huge. That's how you feel, but there's no space for me. So then we can try to very gently just offer very, very spacious kind of way. So you want some birds to come in your garden. So you go out and you put some seeds, and you go in and you close the door, and you don't stand at the window looking out. You stand back a bit, and then eventually the birds arrive and they eat the seed, and you're looking at the birds. Because if you stood in the garden, the birds wouldn't come. So you offer space. It's a non-threatening space. But it's difficult because people are so preoccupied. You remember in America they had this big case against the communists. Are you now, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party of America? And got all these people to confess. It was very like the Soviet show trials. Yeah, exactly. And he was in cahoots with Hoover, who was with the founder of the CIA in its malicious formation, the FBI rather, full of hatred, knowing that there are good people and bad people, knowing that good people are like me, fat alcoholic, which was Hoover, bad people are, communists. You start with knowledge. If you look in history, in social formations, you see the same story again and again. Or the troubles in Ireland, Protestant or Catholic. Protestant Catholic is a name. It's an identification. And on the basis of fusing with that identification, because I am a Catholic, the Protestants are my enemy. Because I'm a Protestant, the Catholics are my enemy. So there's very little room to maneuver in that. The definition is your calling card. You have certainty, and that might entitle you to grab someone off the street and take them out and put a bullet in them. We've killed one of them, the bastards. They're bad, we are good. We're fighting for freedom. And other people say, you're scum. It's a matter of opinion, but opinion activated with prejudice and the 5 poisons, very, very deadly. So it's only an opinion. It's only an opinion. I grew up in a Protestant family in Glasgow, and one of the things I learned at school is the Pope is the Antichrist, which is not a popular Catholic belief at all. It's amazing. Pastor Jack Glass and people like that would go around preaching in the streets. I remember in Edinburgh, out there preaching. And the Catholic and the Pope. If you see the Pope, you will see the devil. Okay. And they're so full of that vehemence. You could just imagine they would be burning the witches and burning the enemies, burning the heretics. Because I know, definitive knowledge, our Lord Jesus Christ has said the Pope is the enemy. Wow. Who did he tell? He didn't tell the Catholics. But when you encounter even a flavor of that, it's terrifying. Because no conversation is possible. This is why we're looking again at co-emergence, at connectivity. What we have in our world is a lot of monologue that people speak out of their truth or their assumptions, and it's a one-way street. They tell what it is. So he's saying here that whatever feelings come, whether they are friendly or nurturing or difficult or unpleasant, don't stay with the shuggle, the shimmering shaking of makes me happy, it must be good, makes me feel bad, must be bad in itself. Allow it to come and it goes. Allow it to come and it goes. All of these feelings are like a massage. They're loosening you up. They're loosening you up. Because we have fixed positions. We have definite beliefs. And when you entertain a thought which is antithetical to your normal belief system, you get a disjunction. You get some kind of inner contradiction. Okay, I'm full of... our nemesis. So, when these thoughts and feelings arise, stay with them and they show you their emptiness. So every murderous proposition is resting on emptiness, on nothingness, as an unborn basis. It is belief that injects solidity and definition and potency into the expression of these beliefs. So we can experience that in our own mind. Whatever arises in the mind, don't come to a conclusion, because that puts you out of the river, on the bank, judging what's flowing down. Stay present with the flow. All the experiences flowing through you. You are like the mirror. The mirror is an infinite luminosity and openness, and these thoughts and memories and patterns are arising, and they move in the space, and they create flickering patterns on the surface, and then they go. And that doesn't provide a basis for launching yourself out either with desire or jealousy or murderous hatred. It's just like a dream. Just like a dream. In his later years, his great Dzogchen teacher, Namkhai Norbu, as he was getting older, he said many times, you know, it's true, life is like a dream. Because he'd had an incredible life, growing up in Tibet, being in China, learning some Chinese, teaching in Italy, and gradually having the Dzogchen community expanding to be this huge universal thing. It's all like a dream. It's all like a dream. You write down all the things he did. Wow, there's a CV, there's somebody who had a rich life, but he's gone. You cannot eat memories. When we go for lunch, we hope We are not to be served memories. But we eat memories inside. We build on them and make these fixed positions. So that's what he's saying. He says, practice this so that this becomes clear to you. I cannot do it for you. If this appeals to you, if you see the line of clarity in this, then you just have to sit with yourself again and again, be with how it is, open to how it is, and you have good thoughts arise and pass, bad thoughts arise and pass, generous thoughts arise and pass, selfish thoughts arise and pass. This is the patterning of emptiness, like the reflections in a mirror. And then your being in the world becomes lighter, more flexible, you can respond to different people. Yeah? Bon appetit. Okay, so we start with the Guru Yoga. So, when we're practicing, it's always useful to bear in mind the presentation in the Heart Sutra. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. So you're sitting. Subject formation arises. You're sitting, and you have a kind of wrapper seems to arise. I am the one sitting here. I am the master of the experience. This is what is happening. So this is a subject. The subject is not other than emptiness. Then you hear the bird. It's the object. The object is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than the object. If there's a subject, there's an object. If there's an object, there's a subject. Both are the play of emptiness. Remember that you get the fleeting moment of the emptiness of the mind as just empty. The mirror fills, the mind fills. How does it fill? It fills with the interplay, the co-emergence, the co-arising of subject and object. The subject has no inherent existence, the object has no inherent existence. Patterns, new patterns, new patterns, new patterns. My teacher always said to me, the mind sometimes looks subject, sometimes looks object. So when you're sitting, you can feel this kind of coalescence or gathering into being the one who is the experiencer. But without an experiencer, you don't have an experience. So you have the experience as well. And then there's a kind of tilting or fluctuation between these points. They don't have any separation from the ground. They are how the ground shows itself. Like he was saying, everything is the radiance of the mind. The radiance of the mind arises as I, me, myself. I am sitting here. I am doing the meditation. And then it's gone. That is gone. Then somebody walks by or something catches your eye. Object. and then gone. Pulsing and pulsing and pulsing. If it wasn't pulsing in that way, you wouldn't be able to function. Because you get up, you walk about in the world, you talk to people. You listen, you receive. They are the subject, you are the object. You are being shaped as you listen to what they say to you. And then you start to speak, you reply, you become the subject, shaping the experience of the object. The object and the subject are moving together as illusions. When you take the illusion to be real, to be the sign, you interpret it as the sign of something, this is delusion. It's not a sign of anything, it's just the play, the current patterning of emptiness itself. All of this richness, color, sound, shapes, taste, all of this experience is just the shimmering play of nothing. But this shimmeringness, this formation, ungraspable formation, is our world. This is what we move in. Not taking it strongly real, not saying it's nothing at all. We find the middle way in which we pulse between these formations. We can receive, we can respond. We receive in our openness and we respond from the openness. The response dissolves as it arises. The receiving dissolves as it arises. Don't block experience. Don't judge the experience. Just like that. Did I bring the text? No, I didn't bring the text. Did I bring? Not in here. Magic bag, nothing at all. I'll give you the magic key and you use your magic legs to run, run, run. Old age.
Jim, can I take this opportunity? Just a question about the Tonglen technique you referred to just a so. Let me get it right then. So we open to emptiness.
Yes, from the heart. So the heart is the site of emptiness, yeah? And your hands come together like this, offering out from your heart. And we keep that continuously. Excellent. And then when we reverse, we go out and then we gather in and into the heart. And then reverse out. So you keep the pulsing. Of course, if you add a lot of thought onto that, if you fill in, I am absorbing all the problems of the world, unless you really see form is emptiness, emptiness is form, I, the subject, start to feel overwhelmed. So in Tibet, they use this for healing other people, to really take the sickness from them. Also in the Chöd practice, you can take the cancer or the sickness of other people and you dissolve it or you feed it to the demons and so on. But you have to be very, very clear that it's an illusion. Because if it's strongly real, then you're filling yourself with stuff I am real, this is real, this is horrible. So that's why I would say it's always a mistake to take the heroic path. Because as soon as I am doing it, this I is solidified. Bravo. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yay! Now you have to share the merit. And of course, we have times when we feel lighter, feel more free, and we have heavy times. So if you're going through very difficult times yourself and you already feel burdened, that wouldn't be a good practice to do. Don't try to push through, because our path is a path of non-violence. We're not being violent towards anyone else, and we're not being violent towards ourselves. So we want to have a tenderness, and we have a sense of our own vulnerabilities, our own sensibilities. It's like this. This doesn't feel right, then we don't do that. And this is not the normal pattern, because in Tantric Buddhism, you take many vows, and the vow is an obligation. I promised from this day on, I will do this daily practice. Sometimes you do it 6 times a day. That's a very regular kind of vow. Come hell or high water, I will do it. But I'm not in the mood. So now we have 2 things. We have Holy Dharma and Daft Wee Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy, you can do it. That's my lad. Then you're going through the motions. Then you're inauthentic. And that's not what we do. So, particularly Namkhai Norbo, he used to say, sometimes you don't meditate for months. If you don't feel like meditating, don't meditate. But you're present through your senses. You can be cooking. You could paint the kitchen. You participate as subject and object moving together in space. But the space of practice, you have to be able to give yourself to it. You have to be available. And if you're unavailable, and then you think, I should be available, I'm letting myself down, I'm letting all sentient beings down, it becomes very heavy and compacted. So again, it's the middle way. Not being lazy, not being saying, I don't care, but tuning into what is my state in relation to what is the field. So if there are things to do, very, very busy, engaging in the world, subject and object, changing in pattern. Like when I used to be translating lots of Tibetan text in the Rinpoche, in my teacher's house, there was a little back courtyard, and there was a table, and I would sit at the table, I'd be doing the translation. Beside me would be Uli from Germany, and he had a typewriter, and I would pass him the page. He'd type very fast. He was very competitive with me, always trying to get ahead. And in the courtyard, there was a Nepali woman who was like the family servant. She had a drunken father, and she was up in the hills in the Kalimpong area, and he pushed her into the fire. So she was badly burned and a little bit mentally disturbed from that. And she would be banging pots and pans and making a lot of noise. The radio would be on. Then at one stage, a lot of big dogs were on the roof of the house for some reason. Rinpoche suddenly decided a lot of dogs. So there's all this noise, and you have to go on with the work. So that was the practice, to stay in the work. I remember once I was traveling in the train on that Upper India Express, and they have these 3-tier sleepers in India. And I was up on the top shelf, and there were 5 other berths, because there was a passageway, and the berths would face each other. And there were a bunch of 5 guys who were there, Sikhs with a big turban, and a lot of whiskey. And they're drinking whiskey and playing cards, and they put on the radio, and it's played into the night. I said, oh, brothers, please, it's night time, sleep. They said, brother, you wish to sleep? Please sleep. We are getting drunk. It's so sweet, that Indian way. So then you think, oh yeah, I have to do that. So, you know, Shantideva has this saying, it's easier to cover your own feet with leather than to try to cover the whole road. So when you get into rules and regulations, you're trying to cover the road. It's late at night, shh, everyone should be quiet, we're trying to sleep. Why? Put the leather on yourself. I do what I do, and they do what they do. So that's a practice in itself, not to feel you have to control the environment in order to make yourself safe. So that's more like getting into a harmony of difference. What they do impinges on me. So you get 2 readings there. The problem is how they are, because they're impinging on me. Or the problem is I am someone who's being impinged on. So my task then is to dissolve my somethingness and allow the sound of the movement and their laughter and just to fill the space, and this is the space of being present. We live in a time of endless rules and controls, health and safety. If you follow the rules, there won't be trouble. But actually, what is required is to tune into yourself. So this fits with the idea that if you don't feel like doing the practice, don't force it. Forcing is artificial. Find out when the energy or the patterning or the how it isness of how you are finds a rapprochement, a meeting, an alignment with the how it isness of the field. And if that's not there, then you just relax in your own space. But I should do this. This is important. Who says? Who says? For many years, my teacher didn't do any kind of translation work or anything like that. And I asked him about that, and he said, you do it if you want to. So he didn't feel an obligation. When he died, he left chaos, as many people do. Lots of papers everywhere, bits of projects and so on. Orderly, finished, full stop, or lots of crisscrossing. He should have done it better. If he had done it, we would have more precious texts. That would be important. Now you have 2 categories, importance and emptiness, back to back. All that is important is empty. It's our belief that makes it real. There was a Gelugpa Lama called Pabonka who was a bit like Savonarola in Florence at the time of the Medicis, who was a kind of determined to get the purity of the faith and to stop people getting lost. So he set up this bonfire of vanities, and he got people to bring their paintings, their silk clothes and everything, and made huge fires in the public square. Pabongka was a bit like that. That all this Nyingma stuff, all these funny texts are rubbish. So they came to East Tibet, and they came to one of the, there were 3 monasteries linked together. One was Kordong, which was the main monastery of my teacher, and 2 others. One was Pani, and he came to Pani Gomba with a lot of his monks, and they pushed into the monastery, and they took all the Dharma books, the Nyingma Dharma book, up onto the roof. And if you know Tibetan books, they're single pages, wrapped in cloth, and then there's a bit of cloth, thin tape, which is coming out, and they use that to bind it. So they took the books, and they took the end, holding on to the end of this, they threw it out, because they wanted the cloth for binding the books. That's valuable. And the books, fuck it, out there. You say, how would you do that? We are Gelugpa. Gelugpa is the true Dharma. It comes from India. This is rubbish. This is demon stuff. Huh? Bigotry, ideas. This is very important. This is very bad. Whenever we hear that, this is a sign of concept is leading experience. Some violence is going to be done. So, when you have your own state, you want to work with circumstances, with it, finding the harmony. But if you're drained and you just can't, and it's not your cup of tea, and you're thinking, what the fuck? I've been meditating all these years, it's not going anywhere, this is nonsense. Just leave it. You've already got lots of connections with Dharma. Give yourself a little rest, something comes back in, and your practice goes on. But if you try to push through, then you get problems. So that's very important. But again, it's the middle way, because you could use that as a get-out-of-jail-free card. You could use it to hide your laziness or some kind of alienation in you, a kind of anomie, a lostness of yourself. So that has nothing really to do with Dharma. So the fact that we're not doing any formal practice doesn't mean that we lose the sense of the space we're moving in. But we don't have to mobilize, because mobilizing in the space, as the space, with the space, without becoming someone who is doing it, that is very subtle. It's very, very subtle. As soon as you have the kind of arousal or mobilization, there's a kind of gathering of yourself, and that has to be part of the self-dissolving, so that there is no gain. Remember, they have this story of how when Buddhism was coming to China, it was brought by this monk called Bodhidharma. And you see many, many paintings of him in the Chan and Zen tradition. Some say he sailed from India to China on one leaf from the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya. So many myths around him. Anyway, the story is he got to China and he went around, visited various monasteries, and the emperor heard, oh, this Indian man is here and he's a great scholar and meditator. So the emperor invited him and he said, oh, Bodhidharma, look, we also are Buddhist people. I am feeding the monks in these monasteries, so many monasteries. I have built these stupas. I'm printing all these books. How much merit have I gained? Bodhidharma says, none. None. Oh, everything is empty. So you have merit and emptiness. All the experiences in the mind are self-arising and self-vanishing. Balance between eating and shitting. Balance between drinking and pissing. When these two are in balance, the body is healthy. If you are eating and not shitting, it's not good. If you are shitting and not eating, you have maybe amoebic dysentery, that's not good either. But you need to have a balance. So we do things and we let go. There is no gain. Don't gain. And it says exactly the same at the end of the Heart Sutra. So this is not capitalist. There's no profit margin. It's not a means to an end. Dharma is always an end in itself. If you are present, excuse me, with what you do, you have this, and then it's gone. So last night we went to see the land. We see all the potentials that's there. Maybe nothing will come of it. Maybe many good things will come of it. We don't know. So we try. We make some offerings of some money to help the stupa. We think of maybe helping to plant trees if you have time and the energy. You do these things, and they're done, and you're not a shareholder. You don't have a stake in it. It's empty. Beginning, middle, end. If the beginning is clean, the beginning is fresh, it's just this. The middle, you're in the process of whatever you're doing, and the end, and you let go. No gain. No loss either, but no gain. And that's very, very perfect. It's just, that was done, now we do this. It's the accumulation which is the problem. We'll go back again to the 5 skandhas. They are cumulative. The first, you need to have form, which is shape and color, for something to be impactful, as pleasant or neutral or unpleasant. And then the form is having an impact on you, and so you're aware of that, and you have the perception of what is impinging, what impact it has, what flavor it has, and the subject is already shaping around it. And each stage of that is a kind of consolidation. Then you have consciousness. You're right. I know what I'm doing. I know who I am. I can give an account of myself. Everything we say about ourselves is an illusion. It's an illusion. It's an illusion not because there is nothing to be said. The said is a sharing of the experience, but nothing is created that endures through time. That letting go is very, very important. Because if you have a thought, oh, maybe I'll go and do a retreat on my own. The idea arises, you think it's a good thing to do, you make some preparations. It's not ripe. What you were planning to do is not ripe for you. The place is not right. You are not ripe. Let it go. But I said I would. Be careful what you wish for. Strong intentions. That's like writing the truth of my life on a piece of paper and then folding it into an aeroplane and pushing it out into the future. You have no power to control where it goes after it leaves your hand. You're a hostage to fortune. Events are always changing. So, what is our watchword? Let's see. I will do this, but let's see. But let's see. And let's see is a softener. Okay, so you can release. You can release. It's not right. No pushing through. So whether it's Tonglen or doing a lot of practice or studying or translating something, whatever you're doing, you are going to die. Now, books are useful because they can endure in time and be useful to other people. But you are going to die if you stay present and you're getting a bit older or weaker or you're sick and you let go, You let go of your rucksack, all that you've been carrying, your intentions, your plans. You let go of your covering, your status, your role. You're there naked, you're dying. If it's clean, that's very beautiful. That would be ideal. But as you're dying, if you're thinking, but I haven't finished this and I haven't finished that, then it's more difficult. That's why in the Buddhist tradition, the last thing you want when you're dying is anyone crying. Oh, we're so sad. Shut the fuck up. This person's dying, you're talking about yourself. We'll miss you. And what's the person going to do? Oh, send me a postcard. Very important. If we're being with people who are dying, we need to be as open and empty as possible because they are relaxing and releasing, maybe against their will. They're going. They're letting go. So if we let go of them and they let go of them, then that it moves out, dissolved. But then you start remembering. I mean, very often, maybe people do it okay for the funeral, but then they meet together and they start telling stories. Oh, yeah, she was a wonderful practitioner and she did this and she did that. She's dead. And you are reinventing her ghost. You want to summon her back to haunt you. Who are you talking about? Dead is dead. Oh, we will remember her. Why? Why? Better to feed a beggar than to remember the Buddha. Huh? So really important, this. Let it go. It's not disrespectful. If you want to respect people when they're sick, just let them go. Dharma is dangerous for this. I went up to Scotland to see a friend of mine who was dying. Very bad cancer, and I knew him from university. He had been doing Dharma all his adult life, a lot of retreats. He translated many, many books. He was a great scholar. He was sitting in a hospice. They had a bed there. His wife and kids had a room just beside it. They were always around him. And he's lying in bed with this little automatic pump going in and his computer. And he's translating right to the end. Right to the end. I had another friend also, Dharma for many, many years, a very good person. I went to see him in a hospice in England. He's lying in the bed. And he says, I want to play my mandolin for you. I said, you're dying. You have a few hours left. I don't need to hear your mandolin. Let's sit in practice. Say, well, I have my children and I think about my children and what will happen to them. I said, friend, you have no children. You're dying. You should be dead. Let yourself be dead. You have no children, no mandolin, no activity. It's gone. What are you going to hold on to? Thoughts, echoes. It's terribly sad. Trying to squeeze the last drop out of life. But it's not the end, because now you're going into the bardo. And if you go into the bardo, as we die, the elements in the body, from the stronger, more fixed earth element, earth, water, fire, wind, and space, as these dissolve, the consciousness which is resting on these as a kind of dualistic base, they dissolve, and then there is only wind, and then wind goes into space, and consciousness dissolves. So you have to go. You have to go. If you're looking over your head, it's not good. Looking back, there is no back. It's gone. That's what's very difficult. Here and now. We only have here and now. The past is an illusion. The future is an illusion. So learning how to die is very important. It's also learning how to break up from relationships, learning how to retire. My father had worked in a bank for a long time. He had quite an important job and many responsibilities. And then he had a heart attack, and then he went to do some work in Canada, and he had 2 heart attacks, so he came back to Scotland. And they said, you have to take medical retirement. And he became like a living ghost, because he hadn't left his work, but his work had said, you can't be here. So he would go into the bank, and his old colleagues would say to him, hey, why are you here? Harry, what are you doing? And he would go home. That was his world. Exiled from his life. But his life was to be a person with a fragile heart and not very well, and he could have sat in the garden and looked at the roses. But he wasn't there for that because he was caught up in that. So attachment, merging in the forms of our lives, is some of the richness. We do our work, we feel that we are this, a homeopath or whatever it is you are. This is who I am for a while, according to circumstances, and then it's gone. It has no inherent existence. It has a contingent existence, if you like, or a contingent patterning that you can function with, and then it's gone. So it's very, very sad to see these situations. Who am I without that? Well, you're someone without that. But who am I? You're sad and lonely. That's who you are. Why shouldn't you be sad and lonely? Sadness is emptiness, emptiness is sadness. Loneliness is emptiness, emptiness is loneliness. Yeah? But I don't want to be like that. It's not your gig anymore. You're not in charge. Very, very painful. How to let go. I am not the owner of my body. If I was the owner of this body, I would not have given myself cancer. I share the body with my karma, with circumstances, with the toxins that are in food, with the stress of commuting into the hospital again and again. In the underground, there are many, many factors that generate our condition. It's not my body. It's my job to manage the body so that it doesn't stink too much. I don't arrive smeared in feces. That too could happen. We manage the circumstances a little bit, but it's not in the palm of our hand. What is in the palm of our hand is whether we work with what is available and we let go when that time is gone. Yeah? Letting go. Letting go. So with Tonglen and with all of these practices, the ripeness, is it proper? Because if you abandon yourself to make Dharma work very important, it's very sad. There are many churches where people pour their life into making sure that there are nice flowers and sweeping things out and cleaning the windows, and the congregation is 4 people. But I believe in it. Okay, but this is a very depleted life because you're holding on to the idea of something which is losing its juice. The vitality, the jouissance of the situation is fading. So now he says, then, without the least effort or artificiality, whatever experiences arise will be liberated in the non-duality encompassing all of our habitual ideation, conceptualization, object-engaged mental activity, and the pristine illumination of awareness. Means when you are not intentionally acting on your situation as subject to object, but you are within the field, as a field aspect, working with whatever is around in the field, so that it's like two waves in the sea moving along together. And they just pulse, because the life situation pulses. So it's saying, don't act from yourself. As part of the field, the energy of the field will bring you into the movement that's required. It's always the same point. Don't start in here. Find the meeting with the point of meeting of self and other, the co-emergence. Move with the co-emergence, as part of the co-emergence, and then activity is without effort. And when you have no effort and no artificiality, you're not forcing it, you're not bringing extraneous factors into the situation, you're just being with how it is, then whatever experiences arise, good, bad, happy, sad, could be loneliness, it could be exaltation, it could be some insightful breakthrough. Whatever it is, will be liberated in the non-duality. That is to say, the appearance is not dual, it's not separate from, it's not other than its own ground, which is the Dharma Dhatu, which is the space within which everything is occurring. Will be liberated in its unbornness, which is the other meaning of non-duality. A non-duality which encompasses all of our habitual ideas, our concepts, our object-engaged mental activity, and the pristine illumination of awareness. Everything is empty. Now, if the enemy was coming near us, and we were used to that, you have to think, what will I take with me? One suitcase, old-fashioned. You see these pictures of refugees in the Second World War, the roads full of people in Holland or in France. These old-fashioned, big, heavy suitcases, terrible. Didn't even have a rucksack. The wise ones have been to Antwerp and got some diamonds. And all your money can be in a tiny little packet of diamonds. That makes sense. But the diamonds are also empty. You can change everything into gold. Now you've got something reliable. Gold is a currency. Diamonds are a currency. They condense value and then they can expand into differential value. But it's all empty. It's all empty. So, when Bodhidharma sees the Emperor of China, this is a big scary guy with soldiers all around him, and he says, you have no merit. All that you've done, no gain, no profit, nothing. What he's saying is, it's a clean transaction. You did it because you wanted to do it, it's done, full stop. What do you want? What do you want? Of course, we want more. We want to be noticed. He is the great emperor. He did this, he did that. He wants inflation. Bodhidharma saying, Mr. Emperor, don't inflate yourself. I'm not going to inflate you. All these flunkies around you, all these arse lickers, they will inflate you. They will inflate you. Why do you want to be inflated? No gain. Everywhere in your life you have power, you do things, you're the kind of owner of everything in China, so you can pull in the wealth, you can redistribute it, you do whatever you like. You have nothing. We always have nothing. So this is our story, isn't it? If you have nothing, you can do everything. But now I have your cup. Water, tea, coffee, someone give me something. I'm cup man. We Jimmy cup man. Cup. What you got? You can pee in it for me. Just fill the fucking thing. Come on. Because I've got a cup. I'm identified with cupness. You put down the cup. You can become something else. You can become something else. So this goes back to what we looked at earlier about getting into role, enroll. You do your training, you get a job, you take your place in an organization, you're in a role. It's theater. It is not profound identity, it's circumstantial identity, and at the end of it, it's nothing. It's gone. Gone. So, means all the virtue you have, all the insight that you have, insight is insight into emptiness. There's nothing to get. It is vital to directly awaken to presence as this awareness. Means here, a lot is going on. Color, shape, heat, some sweat on your forehead, whatever it is, these are factors arising in the field. They do not define who you truly are, but they define the qualities of this particular situation for a while. To be present with the awareness that I am present with the ever-changing patterns of emptiness is freedom. In the Dzogchen tradition, they talk of these two aspects. One we've already touched on, kada, primordial purity. And from that you have hlundrup. Hlun means like a hill or a mass. And drup means accomplished or created. So it means all at once, like a whew, suddenly there. So in the primordial purity of the openness of our mind, moment by moment, this and this and this and this, everywhere you turn, all of this and all of this and all of this. The whole is there present in the openness of emptiness, all at once. Everything now. And then it's changing and it's changing and it's changing. And this, sometimes it's translated as instant presence or effortless appearance. But this is our experience, the openness of the mind, and this formation and that formation, on and on and on. And none of these formations is anything. It is a pattern of experience. It is not the presence of entities. So experience is the meeting point of subject and object, or experiencer and that which is experienced. We don't experience something. Experience shows itself as this interplay of factors, and it's always just this. Go for a walk outside, you hear things, you see things, and then it changes. Every step a new world. Every step is fresh, it's fresh, it's fresh. If you're here, if you're present. If you're in your thoughts, your plans of the future, your memories of the past, take a walk down memory lane, you are nowhere. We are always somewhere, and this where is here and now. So the presence, not lost in a thought, present, open, that's where we find this instant appearance and vanishing, self-arising, self-vanishing, self-arising, self-vanishing. And inside this arising is me. I am arising for myself. I am an experience of my mind. My mind is empty, it has no content. There is no wee Jimmy in my mind. Wee Jimmy emerges as an experience in my mind. I experience myself as tension, muscle, expansion, breathing, emotion, feeling, memory, all of this constellates in different patterns of here I amness. And here I am is a here, which is ungraspable, an I, which has no fixed content, and an am, which is not establishing being, but it is the site of becoming. Emptiness is the site of becoming. So, again, if you're driving in your car, you have your wing mirror. If someone had tried to break into your car and they smashed the mirror, when you're driving, you just see a piece of plastic. It doesn't change. Every time you look, you're checking, oh, it's just a piece of plastic, just a piece of plastic. When you see the mirror, you have image after image after image. That's what it does. It doesn't have a fixed content. We don't have a fixed content. So now we have this seeming contradiction between the habitual felt sense that I exist, I am myself, and the fact that I am part of the flow of experience. So trying to pull yourself out of the flow of experience and distill some enduring essence, I, me, myself, is a self-alienation. It's like going into an internal exile. Because if I am me, then there's all this stuff. This is the truth. This is the enduring place of I, me, myself. And there's all the rest, which is you and the trees and the birds and the grass. Small me, how will I come into relationship with all of this? Let go of the smallness. Let go of the grasping, I know who I am, I know what I do, I know what I like. A prefiguring, a pre-formation. Before the moment of possibility of the emergence, I've already constructed my ideal. It's like that hellish question you ask children. What do you want to do when you grow up? Not be like you. We are movement, pattern, experience. It's such a relief to see, oh, there is no end to the becoming which I partake of. I partake of it as a part. My part is to be here, the part of the world is to be here, and when these two here-nesses are moving together, what arises is the current patterning of how I am, how I speak, how I walk, and so on. It is emergent. It doesn't emerge, full stop, now we have something. It's emergent. It never gets out the birth canal. For women with children, this probably brings great signs of danger. There's a time to have baby inside and a time for baby to be outside, but don't spend too long on the journey. So it's like that. You're trapped in halfway inside, halfway outside. If I come out, who will I be? I'll be someone. No. Becoming is always linked to the ground, which is unborn. The becoming is the becoming of the patterns of the potential, which is revealed in co-emergence. So tomorrow afternoon, when I leave here, I go to East Grinstead Station. I've arranged to take some of the wood from Emerson, and I'm going to make a little stage, and then I will start preaching the Holy Dharma. It's here. This is our moment of Dharma. Saturday, tomorrow, lunchtime, it's gone. This creation, this expansion, this opening of the mandala will close. And then the kind of thinking and talking and being which we have here will be discontinued. Because it is situational, it has no inherent existence. It is precious, valuable. I hope it's connective. I hope it softens you up and you find some ease of being through this, and that encourages you to stay with the flavor of Dharma, but you don't get anything. When you get words, but if you go home and you say, oh, really, it's amazing, you know. Have you heard of this pristine cognition? Have you heard of this openness of the mind? It's just words. If you don't get the flavor of it. It's like in England we have these ponds. Sometimes they're artificial, sometimes they're maybe natural, where men, it's always men, on their own with a little tent, a little flask of tea, and a fishing rod, and they are carp fishermen. And the carp is a big ugly fish that tastes very bad. Polish people often eat it at Christmas. I don't know why. It's a very kind of grey sort of phrase, not like a cod or a haddock. Anyway, people are sitting there on the banks of a little lake, put up the rod, and then they put the rod into a holder, and they sit in their little chair, and they look at the surface of the water. An hour goes by, no fish is interested in the bait. They're fishing. It's a very slow fishing. You can spend your life doing any kind of nonsense. Any kind of nonsense. Time goes by. No gain. You go to the coast, down to Hastings or St. Leonard's. Sometimes this beach is covered in fishermen, and they have these little tents, and they're there late into the night. If you are a therapist and you're interested in marital therapy, there's an ideal place to go, because these men are fishing because they don't want to be at home with Miss Lovely. They've had enough. Anything to get out of the home. So, therapists, it's a wonderful place. So, if you take on a habit formation and you invest importance in anything, it could be playing golf, it could be marquetry, making little wooden boxes, it could be translating Dharma texts. If you're not present in it, if you're doing something, making something, you're being productive, the focus of that can get in the way of seeing presence, open, empty presence, kada, the purity of the mind which is never defiled, like the openness of the mirror. And in the mirror, reflection after reflection is arising. In our experience, Hlundrup, the whole shebang arising all at once. What we say is object, what we say is subject, are just in this effortlessly arising. The key issue is to be present, not as the subject, not as somebody looking for what I value. It's not a selective attention. You have a selective attention when some things are special and other things are not special, and you want to get more of what's special and less of what's not special. But from the very beginning, everything has been empty. So, one second. So what we want is discernment that sees the precise details of everything, the unique specificity of each and every shape. And then, according to circumstances, choices arise and decisions arise. And they happen within the non-dual interaction. Yeah?
Is there a kind of, what is your take on the kind of momentum? So we see presence, we become more comfortable in it. I can look back on my life and I can say that, well, there's more presence now than there was 10 years ago before I did Dharma. How do we relate what you're saying to this kind of feeling that there's a kind of momentum that can be not accumulated but built up in some way.
Well, what you're building up is not presence. What you're building up is a subtle consciousness of what's going on. And that's what allows you to say, when I look back, I see that I was less conscious of many of these things, and now I have a more subtle consciousness which is able to show with finesse the contouring of the moments of experience. This is not presence. Presence is the mirror. The mirror is empty and has clarity. So when you have that experience, it's as if you're privileging the clarity aspect, which gives you the sense there's something to get, some improvement, but it's being split off, as it were, from the empty aspect. Clarity is emptiness. In Tibetan, they say saltong, clarity or luminosity inseparable from emptiness. So with that, when you're in that situation, relax in the out-breath, release whatever you might be holding. Emptiness will always be there. If you empty, it's empty. And then these subtle formations can arise, but you see they're arising within emptiness. So like we said, if you do this pet practice, and it's probably best to do it on your own, because if we feel a lot of people and they're saying pet, it can be, you get caught up in making more noise or less noise or judging or all of that. So you do it on your own, and the key thing is you just allow it to go through. There's nothing. And then there's something. The nothing, oh, it's only nothing because I said pet. Aha! Now you cheat yourself, because on the basis of the cause of pet, there's nothing. If I hadn't said pet, there wouldn't be nothing. What the fuck? It's all bullshit. No, you stay with the pet. Pet! And then experience arises. In that, maybe 2 seconds, 5 seconds, heidewa, nothing at all. And appearance arises in the nothing at all. And if you experience the infinity of the nothing at all, is there another source? Because this is infinite, not finite. It has no limit, no edge, no top, no bottom. Everything arises within it. Then you see emptiness is the source, emptiness is the sight, emptiness is not different, not other than whatever is manifesting. But we have to try to see the empty mirror. Then we know this is a mirror, not a painting. So I recommend that to you as a practice. Also, just doing the 3R, relaxing and releasing. And the more you are attentive to how it is, you realize, oh, I haven't released. I haven't released. There are traces. There are stray elements. There are habit formations. And they're going to be they're going to be a site where interpretive thoughts arise, and then you start to build up your impression of what is going on. So again and again, fully empty, fully full. Partially empty, partially full, with a mix of the fresh filling and the old filling. They mix together and you get a kind of confusion. So we didn't talk about the 3-pot faults, no? We did. The first one. Okay, so the first pot fault is to be an upturned pot and nothing can be poured in. The second pot fault in meditation is to be like a pot with a hole in it. You do the practice, you study, but it washes out of your mind. So when you're on retreat, you feel immersed in Dharma, and then a few days later, it's all kind of washed away and you're filled with your usual preoccupations. And the third pot fault is to have a pot with old food in it and you put new food in it. So we have our assumptions about how to be. who we are, what we should be doing. That's who we are. How do you get that out of the pot? I start with I, me, myself. That's a dirty pot. So we do the we release. Who is doing the practice? Nobody's doing the practice. If I am doing the practice, if self-agency is directing my experience, the pot's got old food in it. And then you apply emptiness to that, and then you have conceptualization and moments of presence, and they weave together, and it's kind of confusing. Let go of everything. There are many, many Tibetan stories. Like one time, Marpa, who was Milarepa's guru, he was giving some initiations, and he invited all his students to come, except for Milarepa, who was still building towers. And one of his students comes, and they were instructed, bring all that you have. And he brings lots and lots of sheep, and Marpa goes out there, because Marpa's a farmer, he's not stupid. He goes out there and he starts counting the sheep. He said, one's missing. And the disciple says, oh, it's sick, it's lame, it can't walk. I want that one too. Go home, bring it. So I had to go and carry this sick sheep. Give everything. Then you have nothing. Then you can get everything. And that's exactly what he did with Milarepa. Milarepa was tired, despairing, finished. And at that point, Marpa started to teach him. I did a lot of prostrations when I was in India, many. I used to do a lot all day long. And I finished this round of 100,000 prostrations. And I was in the house of my guru, and I said to him, now I finished. He said, how do you feel? I said, I feel very tired. He said, that's good. Are you thinking less? I said, yes. He said, oh, well, you did it well. That was the reason for doing the prostrations. Not to get merit, not to get fully in the Dharma, but to get so fucking tired I couldn't think. Very interesting, huh? Very interesting. Tibetans have all sorts of little ways of bumping you out of the train tracks of the ordinariness of your normal sense of self. Yeah?
Yeah, so I've met practices that do exactly like that.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about the integration of this?
Integration, what of the practices?
Yeah, the physical practices that will bring you to 0 point.
Yeah, well, they can be quite useful. The problem, of course, if you do like the Semzin, if there's an action, there's somebody who does it. If you're doing yoga breath, if you're doing kumbhakas, if you're doing visualizations of channels and so on, there is an object of meditation, and therefore there is a meditator. So you start within the frame of duality, and if you do, that's quite difficult to get out of it.
Is it possible to do without duality? Because in that sense, you have to bring, in these practices, you bring your mind, so to a sense of 0, and then you allow the body to just do what it needs to do at the moment until he undoes the patterns or something. Is it possible to do it without the ego?
You get Japanese practices like Saite, where you do some physical releasing and breathing, and then you go with spontaneous movement.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Not something I do. Okay, let's take a break. Okay, so then he continues, furthermore, pristine illumination awareness. So pristine means unaltered, unchanged, fresh and clean from the very beginning. Illumination awareness means that although awareness doesn't move, the rays of awareness illuminate everything. So when you're sitting in the practice and thoughts arise, feelings arise, as he said earlier, this is the radiance of your mind. This is the radiance of awareness. Don't see them as something happening to you, otherwise you're in a dualistic construction. This whole field of illumination, everything you see, you hear, you touch, you smell, you taste, everything is the potential of the ground. This awareness is unartificial, primordially open, means it's always been open, it has never been closed, and it is at ease. This is very important for us. It is at ease, it is not the fruit of effort. Evenness, ease, rest, that's where it is. In some of the texts it says, let your mind rest in its own place. Rang sa shak. Let it settle or keep it in its own place. What is its place? Openness. Means when it's at home, when it's open, it's not doing anything. You know, like I was trying to demonstrate before, that if I'm at home, if I'm aligned, if I'm just here, there's no pressure. But as soon as I go off center, the muscles are having to work to hold me in place. So when you're out of kilter, when you identify with an experience that's arising, but it's not settled in emptiness, it's starting to be, as it were, other than emptiness, this is what I feel, so there's a contraction in that, then you're straining to hold that in place, and if you just, then you release. So the releasing is releasing from the tension of holding. The tension isn't inherent in any phenomena, it's how we hold it. We hold some things away, which is aversion. I don't like this, I don't want to have that. And we hold some things as desire. This is mine, I need this, I want to be with that. So the text say, it comes as it comes. And it's all empty, so you don't need to choose. It's a hot day, some people are eating ice cream. If you want something cool, vanilla, chocolate, raspberry, strawberry, whatever flavor. If it's cool, it's cool. You're looking for the coolness. Oh, but I like strawberry. I don't want chocolate. It's too sweet for me. Well, then don't have an ice cream. Yeah, but I'm hot. Well, eat the fucking ice cream you get. Don't be so fussy. It's really annoying when children are fussy. Some mothers will cook 4 different meals to please their children. Oi, oi, oi. You don't eat, be hungry. Hungry's free. It's easily available. Because once you get into saying, Your Majesty, how can I give you precisely what you want? You will be led a merry dance, and the child will have an inflation of its entitlement, which will cause a lot of troubles for it later. So, primordial, open, and at ease. This awareness is, of itself, naked. Naked means it's not covered by any thought. So, I'm James, I was a therapist. As soon as I say was a therapist, that's like a kind of covering, because instead of the various aspects of myself being available, I'm bringing up a kind of calling card. This is the important thing about me. So when you have your mind naked, every possibility is there, but none is being privileged as more important or more essential or more definitive of how you are. Then your potential is free to form itself according to the situation. It's unwavering, this or that. We can't settle on what is occurring. That's very wise. Emptiness settles in emptiness. If you try to settle in the emergent, in what is arising, all arising things are vanishing things, and you will be tying yourself to movement, and then you will be wavering and unsettled. The ground is open and empty. Within that, everything occurs. Some things we like, some things we don't like. Don't fuse with what you like. Don't try to get rid of what you don't like. Don't identify with the manifestation. The manifestation is the energy of the mind. It is not the mind itself. So when you get involved with an idea, you get obstacles, you get problems. So we have time in the evening, you can go for a walk. You walk down the path, you go this way, you go that. It's very nice. Now, I get to London, hopefully tomorrow. I get into Victoria Station. I want to get to the Bakerloo line. I'm going to the Bakerloo line. There are a lot of people in my way. I have to walk around this person, I have to walk around that person. I'm in a hurry. If I was going to a meeting, I want to get there. What is causing the obstacle is my intention. If I don't have an intention, I have no obstacle because I'm just going for a walk. So if I turn this way or that way, it's equal. But I have to be there. Get out my way, get out my way. You see people rushing in the airport. You step out, fucking nutter. Because they're obsessed. So that's the issue, that we waver according to our intention. My intention to hang on to this, my intention to get rid of that, my intention to stabilize the focus of my intention in a moving world. In a moving world. How could it be stable in a moving world? It's crazy. Ooh, lovely. Happy birds. So, then he says, free of objects to rely on and the tendency to rely. To rely on something is, I need this. So, if I'm thirsty, I need some liquid. I have contact. I taste this slightly bitter flavor. I drank something, I'm in contact with it, released. I don't have to carry it. I'm not relying on, oh, where's the water, where's the water, where's the water? There's water everywhere. If you rely on something, what you have is particularization. Our aim is to be available, able to respond to circumstances as they come. So if you go for the specificity of an object, it's very difficult. If you take certain kinds of tantric initiation, you make a vow to always have a vajra and a bell with you. And also you should have a skull cup. Going through customs with a skull cup nowadays, not so helpful. I have several skull cups, and they've got thigh bone trumpets and God knows what. But it looks like a mass murderer's little You need these things. They are symbolic. Dzogchen is not symbolic. You don't need any of these things. These are props. So when you rely on an other, on an entity, you're leaning on something, and if what you're leaning on moves or wobbles, you have a tendency to fall over. Dzogchen, the great completion, is satisfied, at peace, at ease. It's not relying on anything. I remember I was in Darjeeling in India, and some yogis came over the border from Tibet, and they didn't have any papers. And the Indian government was usually very generous about immigrants coming from Tibet because they were fleeing from the persecution there. But sometimes they would tighten up because there would be stories that spies were coming in or there would be smuggling. And these yogis had very long hair tied up in a huge jata. And they had taken a vow not to cut their hair. But they were told, if you don't cut your hair, you can't stay here. So you have to go back to Tibet. They didn't want to go to Tibet. So I'm a yogi, I need my hair, but I'm in India, which is safe, I can do my practice. If I go to Tibet, I won't be able to do my practice. Difficult. One cut his hair, the other didn't cut his hair. But you cut your hair, you stay in India. His hair would grow back, not as long, because it takes a long time to get that much hair. But these are the difficult issues. What am I relying on? Am I relying on my hair and my vow? I will never cut my hair, because you have that kind of, within some initiations, you don't cut your hair. Is that important? Not really. You're going to die. After you're dead, your hair will keep growing. It will outlive you. Don't worry about your hair. When you invest these external places with power, that can be beneficial. Tibet's full of pilgrimage places. We are all on a pilgrimage. We are on a pilgrimage from here and now to here and now. We have always already arrived, but because we're wobbly, we're always leaving. And then we have to arrive, and then we have to leave. So the issue is about stabilization, of relaxation, and just being here. But if you rely on anything external, it will be difficult. Britain now has some Royal Navy boats moving up the strait between China and what used to be called Formosa. Chinese government doesn't like this. This is our water. Why are you here? This is a provocation. The British said, this is international water, we should be here. So who owns the water? Who owns the air? Ownership means if I've got it, you can't have it. And we see this with Greenland, the minerals, the rare earths, and all the rest. There's a huge focus on gaining ownership over the circumstances. And this becomes a provocation for war. And the likelihood of that is great in the Arctic in the future. We let it go. Right? If you want it, have it. When my teacher was in retreat in a place called Sopema, site of Padmasambhava in India, his wife was with him. They were in a long retreat, and they'd gone out because they had to get some resources. And when they came back, robbers had come, and they took the wife's jewelry and some of their food and so on. And she was very upset because this was her wedding jewelry. And she wanted to go to the police. And he said, you have to believe in karma. The thief will gain the reward of thieving. Temporarily, they seem to win. In terms of the karmic consequences, they will lose. I'm not going to the police. I'm not a policeman. That's quite a big gesture. Because, of course, once you go to the police, you're blaming someone. They have to go to court. They go in prison. In India, if you go to the local police station, for sure they beat you up. For sure. Because the policemen are not educated people. What to do? Is he colluding with the thieves? Is he letting people get away with it? Or is he saying, I'm not in charge. Why would I seek to control all the various elements? So we face these issues. These are issues where should we insist, or should we impose, or should we try to organize, or do we let it go? In general, letting it go is better. Why is that? Because if you pursue it, you tense up. You have an intention. into a system which is full of local alliances, bribery, and so on. It's a messy world. So he's saying, like, be very careful about your tendency to rely. Relying means on the basis of this I am. So, how is your awareness? It is clear. Clear here means it has no opacity, because it is only film thick. It's always surface. Everything is surface. My face. Surface. Ah! Yeah, you see, oh, what you got in there? Some little tiger. Something hidden inside. It's just the surface. But is another surface, and another surface, and another surface. Unfolding, unfolding, unfolding. Like these Russian Marishka dolls, one embedded in another, in another, in another. Nothing to grasp. The clarity is the just thisness of the situation. It's just this. Then he says, it's bright. You have experience. Your mind is bright. You may feel dull. You may feel stupid. You may be a bit heavy with the sunshine. You have experience. I have a bright, dull experience. You're not unconscious. So bright here doesn't mean highly polished or very shiny. It means this is the field of experience. It's bright with what is happening. And what is happening might be fear, loneliness, loathing, anxiety. This is the brightness of the mind. So learning to read these texts is very important. If you go with the superficial meaning, then you end up with something very shiny. So you go in a Buddhist temple and you have all these statues and it's all polished and people put gold on it and jewels and so on. So it looks very special. Special is a lie. I remember being in Calcutta with C.R. Lama, my teacher, and we were going to do something. We're getting some books printed. And he said, oh, let's go and have a coffee. We went into this cafe, and he said to the man, 2 coffees. And the waiter said, special coffee? She started shouting at him, no special! Nothing special! He was not a very easy person. And he said, everything is as it is. Why is this special? This is more expensive. Maybe it has more milk in it. It's just coffee. Special is a distorting influence on the field of experience. Things are as they are, with their contouring, with their qualities. That's revelatory. Then you bring in your vertical axis and you make a hierarchy of value and you project your notion of what is special and what is important. And now you're fixed because this one you've located up there is now seemingly for you inherently more valuable, more precious than the one down there. I remember I was in Milan teaching, and in the morning we went to a little bar to have a coffee, and the wife of the organizer said, this place has terrible coffee. Let's go to the other place. It's only 5 kilometers. She said, it's the best coffee in Milano, the best coffee. We have to have that coffee. Show James what is a good coffee. 5 kilometers to get the coffee. That's so important. And you see that you can put profound value into anything. Yes. Exactly. So, you see that it's special. We should have it. and it is 5 kilometers away. And we have a break, and it'll take us 1 hour there, 1 hour back, and the morning is gone. But this is inferior coffee. I don't really want it. See? The more you attribute value into the object, you become a prisoner to the projection of your own conceptualization. Yeah? Yeah.
I was wondering, so if that person just likes that special coffee, the person also enjoys the walk, the 5 kilometer walk to the specialty coffee, and feels like doing that, then that is also fine, right?
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. But I hadn't gone to Milano to look for coffee. So, your awareness is the original unchanging ground and sphere of all the multitude of concepts that constitute samsara and nirvana. He's talking about your mind. For each of us, your mind, when you open to your mind as it is, it's not a thing. Within it, patterns of thoughts and feeling arise, which your ego constellation takes to be proof of its own definitive existence. This is a lie. This is delusion. What we call the ego is a patterning, and patternings, I use that word which is not so common in English, but patterning points to the dynamic movement that we are patterning and patterning and patterning, collaging, bringing together dynamic factors. It's not fixed. Your mind is full of stuff and always empty. Because when you stay present, the full vanishes. We fill and we empty. So that's why we do the practice, till we see that directly. And even when my mind is full of thoughts and feelings, because the source of these thoughts and feelings is the mind, which is empty, that's what you get. If you plant barley, you won't get wheat. You won't get wheat. If the mind is empty, it won't give rise to something. It will give rise to a form of emptiness. The ground, the source, the basis is open and empty. So your mind, with all your problems and limitations and all the rest of it, that's the patterning of your personality, yourself, your composition. You release yourself from this composition. You have the open state in which many different patterns can arise. This mind is the original unchanging ground. Means this is the source which has been there from the beginning of all the experiences you've had. Like the mirror is there, it showed millions and millions of reflections. None of these reflections has shown the essence of the mirror. Each of the reflections has shown the radiance of the mirror or the luminous capacity of the mirror. Your mind, the original unchanging ground, and sphere, this is the arena or the site of experience. And it is the ground and the sphere, the basis and the arena of all the multitude of concepts that constitute samsara and nirvana. So samsara is entirely constituted out of dull dualistic concepts. Nirvana also, nirvana as an idea. When you get enlightened, it will be like this, it will be like that. You can read different texts, they give different descriptions. These are ideas. These ideas arise in the mind. The mind is open and empty. So whatever is happening, whether it seems good or bad or right or wrong, it makes you happy or sad, don't abandon the ground which is the site of all these experiences. If you stay unmoving, present, relaxed, at ease in the openness, the patterns arise and they vanish. They arise and they vanish. If you merge into the pattern, it will take you. It will take you. You are the center of the world. This is not a narcissistic inflation. This is not some kind of megalomaniac expression. What is available for you is direct experience or conceptual construction. If you stay with direct experience, it always goes to simplicity and nakedness and raw and fresh. If you go with the complexity, it will take you however you've generated your pathways. Stay relaxed and open. Don't construct. Patterns will arise and vanish by themselves. The ego wants to be the agent. The agent is like a middleman. We say the ground, the source. It arises from the ground. This is what I think needs to happen. I'm not so happy with the way you speak to me. What should I do for the rest of the summer? Ideas arise, trying to work out the best way forward or asserting a reading of the situation or how it should be. They're looking for 10%. They are the agent. I want to do something. It's just happening. The texts are talking about spontaneous, effortlessly arising. No. Actually, I contributed greatly to this. I make my thoughts. Really? Really? I have the thoughts. I didn't make them. I didn't steal them. They're just here. Well, if they're just here, how come you're entitled to get 10%? But the ego claims agency, mastery. I am the doer of the deed. I am the maker of the situation. This is a false claim. What we do is we work with circumstances. We participate with the potential of the ground as it manifests. We can influence the patterning, but we don't create it. That's the key point. It's not that you're the victim of what happens, but you're not the master of them either. You're in between. You're with the patterning, and according to the situation, they could just be, or they might need to have some influence. Be present with the immediacy of your own awareness, free of all hopes and doubts. So if you're relaxed and open, the immediacy is the filling and emptying of this sphere of presence. Hopes, I want this. Doubts or fears, I don't want that. These are the two pulsations that come on the basis of reification. There is something, I want it, I don't want it, I desire it, I want to get rid of it. Relax out of that, stay open and present with the immediacy of what arises. So that is the non-duality or the non-differentiation of primordial purity and this instant presence of Hlundrup. It is vital to directly see that all the many different thoughts which arise are nothing other than the intrinsic radiance of awareness. Okay? When I first encountered these teachings, I would get very confused. Well, I'm not a gardener, I'm not a farmer, I don't have much relation with the ground. I grew up in the city, there was tarmac everywhere, I walk on the pavement. When you go out in the country, you get a bit more sense of what the ground is because it's a site where different things are flourishing. It's a site of potential. The tarmac pavement is not got very much potential at all, except as a place for dogs to shit. Come to Kilburn, I'll show you. So, when it's talking about the ground, the fertility of the basis, This is the dynamism of the intrinsic generosity of openness. It generously shows itself. Here's a blank piece of paper. Now, this has a generosity in that you could make on this paper any mark you want. But as soon as you make a mark, you lower the generosity of the paper. Whereas when you have a mirror, the generosity of the mirror allows it to show many different formations. It is then the potential of the mirror to respond and show these reflections. So what he's saying is something similar to this. All the different thoughts, and thoughts here include sensations, feelings, memories, plans, whatever you might experience, seemingly outside yourself, seemingly inside yourself, this is nothing other than the intrinsic radiance of awareness. So what is arising is the brightness or the life or the vitality of your mind. What is it? Then we separate from it, we look at it, we solidify it, we name it, we shape it, we ascribe function and value to it, and we don't know what it is, because we displace it from where it is and turn it into a something. But if you stay present and open, this primordial openness, which if you rest in it, and the more you do the practice, the easier it becomes. You rest in the openness. Whatever is arising is within the luminous openness of the mind. There's no other source, not coming from anywhere else. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Directly you see that. Oh, this is my mind. This is my mind. But when a thought arises, and you slip into a dualistic position, oh, that's a very good thought. I need to get a pen and write it down. There's something I want to hang on to. It's special. So when you have that, you have a lesion, a hiatus, a tear in the flow of experience, and this is set against that. And then it's... you don't see the actuality because you're telling it what it is. So the practice we were looking at before, going out and looking at a bush, telling it what it is until you exhaust your concepts. And then you allow yourself to receive it. If you've tried this, I would assume that you experience that the tree that you tell what it is, and the tree as it reveals itself has a different quality to it. The receptivity is just, you're touched and moved in a much more intimate way than telling the tree what it is. Because when you tell the tree what it is, you remain in your position of power. I am the namer, I am the definer. But when you open to the tree, or you touch it, or you lick the bark of the tree, what is this? It's not a what. Stay with it. Oh. You can't say, but it's here. It's very direct. So that's what he's referring to here. Everything is your experience. With the ceaseless flow of specific experiences as not other than one's own experiences, my mind is the infinite Dharma Dhatu, everything is within it, it is my experience. The appearance of clarity will improve and develop, and the unchanging, omnipresent awareness will become one's way of being. So, not splitting and separating, not reifying, not judging, not evaluating, not conceptualizing. Being with experience as it arises and as it passes. If you do that, the mind remains relaxed and open, and you in a pliable, connective way, move in the world, connecting with whatever's there, whether it's people or trees or cows. So that sentence begins with the ceaseless flow of specific appearances. So that's what we encounter, moment by moment. Specific experiences. It's always this and this and this. Just this. And this doesn't cease. You're sitting, appearance after appearance after appearance. These appearances, what are they? You're already off on the wrong track because you've turned it into the other. It is neither self nor other. It's on the midpoint. It is experience. And all of these appearances are your experience. Experience is a funny kind of term because I could say, I experience this tea. And it brings a certain tightening of the skin in the mouth. That's what it is like for me. I am experiencing the tea. The tea is something I experience. So we're using the word experience in a dualistic context. Here it's different. Experience is the co-emergence of subject and object. It's the fruit of subject and object. There are many ways that people have sex. There's very physical fucking, there's kind of very romantic things, but generally, if two people are coming together and they want to be together and they engage, their bodies start to take on an integral dynamic in which there is a pulsation of leading and being led that passes back and forth. There is a coalescing of life energy and the co-emergence of experience as you gaze into someone's eyes and you can see how the color of their face is changing, their breath is changing, and they're seeing that in you, and you're in it together. There are two bodies, but it is as if they are moving as one, which is why we have these statues of Buddhas with their partners. In Sanskrit, it's called yuganada, joining together, in which it's not merged as one, but it's not two. So the sexual union is the symbol of non-duality. There are two bodies, but actually there aren't two because they're joined. They are one body? No, because there are two bodies that are joined. So it's the middle point, the middle way between these two. So it's the same with experience. Experience is the quality of intercourse of the mind and what arises in the mind. That makes sense? It's just this and just this. You can't catch it. But you have this experience because of how you're relating to the factors in the field. Being here with the climate like this, in the afternoon, this is what arises. There's the field, and there's me in the field, and this is experience. It doesn't belong to the field. You could come back here in a week's time, you wouldn't have the same situation. It's not just up to you. You don't feel like this wherever you go. It is a conjunction. It's a bringing together, an alignment, and the experience is what emerges from that. So it's important to have the sense of that. So he says, if you're clear that all of this is your experience, so you're here, you look around the room, you experience the different shapes of people's bodies, how their hair is, their posture, so many different things. This is your experience. Someone else looking in the same direction will have a different experience. the less you project into your experience, the less you interpret it, the less you compose it, the more simple receptivity you have in the experience. This is your experience. What is it? It's my experience. It's not established as anything because people's bodies move, they get up, we have a break for food in a while. This is a temporary situation where people are positioned, and it's like this now. It's like this now. Experience is always like that. It's ungraspable. There is no doggy bag. There's nothing to take away. When you die, it's gone. Like I was saying to these friends of mine, as they're coming to the point of death, for fuck's sake, stop working. You're not a translator anymore. You're not a dad anymore. Well, one of them was a doctor. You're not a doctor anymore. You're dying. When you're dying, let go. Let go. If you hang on to yourself, that becomes an impediment to being available for the process of dying, because dying is an experience. It's not something happening to you. I am alive and death is stealing my life. I don't want to die. I'm frightened of death. Oh, people are like that. Fuck, this is happening to me. It's not happening to you. It's happening as you. Happening as you. This is your experience. So that's how it goes. When I was having this radiotherapy treatment, go to the hospital, drink 2 glasses of water, go into the toilet, open my little plastic tube, stick it up my bum, squeeze it. Now go back, sit and wait. 20 minutes, half an hour. Hope there's a toilet empty. Go and poop, 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 poop. Then come back, then drink 5 glasses of water. Then bladder is full, bowel is empty, waiting for the nurse to call me in. Please call me in. Old man's bladder, have mercy, have mercy. It's like that, day after day after day. It's a dynamic process. It's a series of experiences. It's not something happening to me. I am a participant. The machine is a participant. The nurses are a participant. It's a mandala of radiotherapy. But if you conceptualize yourself as an object, then life is battering you and taking things from you and providing impediments. So stay as part of the dynamism of the unfolding of the whole field. With this, one abides present in the inexpressible truth of the inconceivable great non-meditation of the end of all things, the spontaneous Mahamudra, the heart of Samantabhadra. So this is a long and complicated sentence. Tibetan language is very useful for these long things because you can have a whole series of different ideas and they just link together. So they build up a set of things, like looking at an impressionist painting. You see these blocks of color or striations, and each has its own quality. But when you step back and you allow the painting to pulsate in front of you, you see how these things move together. So this is how we can experience these sentences. What he's saying is, when we abide with this, when we rest in this, when we are at home in emptiness, and we're not afraid of emptiness, and we're not trying to fill the emptiness, when we can be empty when empty and full when full, we are present in the inexpressible truth. You can't grasp it, you can't tie it up. Of the inconceivable, you can't think about it, great non-meditation of the end of all things. The great non-meditation means you stay precisely with it as it is. You're not trying to do anything. There are many different kinds of meditation. watching the breath, counting the breath, controlling the breath, visualizations of peaceful gods, wrathful gods, all kinds of different meditations, looking at a wall, struggling with a koan and so on. But this is non-meditation, because if there is meditation, there will be a meditator. There will always be the evocation of a subtle object or a subtle direction of intention, and a doer or a maker. So you won't have let go of the seeming continuity of the back-to-back separation of subject and object. What you experience is the immediate non-dual separation of subject and object as the pulsation of the patterning of your mind. This is very, very helpful, because you don't have to stop the arising of the subject polarity. You don't have to adapt yourself to the arising of the object polarity. These are both illusions, and they can manifest in formation, or they can just dissolve. So when we have the three kayas, the Dharmakaya, the openness of the mind, Sambhogakaya, the potential of these thoughts, feelings, memories, sensations, and so on, and the Nirmanakaya, the manifestation in the world. The manifestation of the world requires somebody to be manifesting. But that somebody is not a somebody. It is the self-releasing, self-dissolving, self-emptying positioning of subjectivity as it moves with the object. So you do something, and it's over, and it's no more. So I was describing earlier the sadness of my father having medical retirement and still identifying with his previous job, but he couldn't go back to it because he wasn't well, and he couldn't let go of it because who would he be? Because he devoted so much of his life to that. So the non-meditation means not investing any particular pattern with a unique or definitive or required continuing presence. It comes as it comes. It comes as it comes. So if you're going to do shamatha meditation, before you sit down to do the practice, you can know exactly what the practice is. I'm going to sit for 50 minutes. I'm going to observe the sensation of my nostril, the breath going in and out, in and out. Every time it's the same. It's a knowable, performative activity. Non-meditation, I'm here with whatever comes. It's not prefigured. I don't need to manipulate the object to get it in the right place. I don't need to alter the subject to have the right kind of experience. I just relax. I trust that relaxing and opening and emptiness, which is the mother, which is the ground, which is the source, that is sufficient. My job is to let go of the obscuration, because I am the great darkness. I am the great befuddler. I am the great confuser. I am the great memorialist. I am the great inventor. All of this unnecessary activity. Early retirement. Hopefully permanent retirement. Gone, open. Now the activity is happening and I can enjoy the activity. This is the status of the grandparent. You are not responsible for your grandchildren. Call your children. It is their job. 1 second, I'll just finish this part. So this is called the non-meditation of the end of all things. This is a technical term. In Tibetan it's chunyi zepa. The chunyi means, che means phenomena. All the things which arise. It also means dharma, but here it means phenomena. Nit means like the essence of phenomena. So, like in, we have emptiness. The ness is represented in Sanskrit as shunyata. Ta is in Tibetan is nid. So the the phenomenalness of things, which is to say, the subtle seeming essence of appearance, of experience, becomes the basis for the deluding movement of what is it? It's almost vanished. It's just a trace. Almost like an archaeologist, down on their hands and knees with a little brush, taking off the sand very, very delicately. They have a little trowel. They don't want to disturb it. They want to get an exact representation. So then when they have these fragments, their mind starts to imagine, oh, this is part of a vase. The vase would have had this shape. They look at the angle, the curve of the vase, and they imagine how it would be. No? So they're constructing something. As long as you have phenomena which you can grasp hold of with your idea of what is it, that you can name it and claim it and tame it, and it becomes something you can now manipulate, then samsara arises for you. But when the phenomena are self-dissolving and self-dissolving and self-dissolving, there's nothing to do with them. They are just like a gentle caress. They are here in the moment and then vanished. So, let's see precisely what his term is here. The end of all things, thingness, is whatness. If there is, you say, what is that? That's a tree, that's a shoe, that's a teacup. There is a something there which you can, a noun, not a verb, it's not a movement of experience, you claim it as a noun, that is a teacup. And then you can say it's a good teacup, a cheap teacup, a dangerous teacup because it has a broken edge to it. You could add many, many things. There is a thingness which becomes a building point. Remember the 5 skandhas. There is a form which is shape and color, and the form becomes the starting point, the form of something, and then the other 5 skandhas are working out what that something might be. So the end of all things is the absolute release into emptiness of all that is occurring. So when you look in a mirror, and you've looked in a mirror many, many times, you can have a simple, relaxed clarity. The reflections in the mirror are not things. You can't take the reflection out of the mirror. So something is showing which has pattern and shape and color, but no existence, no substance. The reflection is not a thing. So seeing everything is within the mirror of the mind doesn't block experience, but it's not the experience of something. This is the meaning of the end of all things. But as long as in our mind this subtle duality of subject and object becomes a structure of interpretation. I am having this experience. I wonder what that is. Then you have a constructivist creation of entities. You can experience in great detail, great precision, the precise lineaments, the precise shaping of whatever it is, without imbuing it as having an inherent existence. It is the delusion of inherent existence which tilts the whole thing, and then you've got good and bad, right and wrong, and all the different formations of samsara and nirvana. The underlying message here is, if it's a fuck up, you fucked it up. You know? You thought you were helping. You were helping Mummy make a cake, but you put in the white powder, and Mummy was going to do it, but you did it, and you put in the white powder that's salt. it's not sugar. Now no one can eat the cake. I just wanted to help. We are like that. Stupid little people with our own recipes, which we call karma, making cakes which we can't eat and we're trying to give to other people. Very, very busy constructing things. There are no things. There is no need to construct anything. We can taste the raw, fresh flavor of the Dharmakaya. And then you don't need to build anything up or make anything. So that's what he's pointing to. That everything ends, but nothing vanishes. You have light coming in your eyes, you have sound coming in your ears, you have smell, you have taste, you have touch. The sensory world, the aesthetic world is alive and vibrant, but nothing is established. That's the key thing. And when the open ground is not attended to, our tendency is to say what, not how, and then you start to accumulate and build up. So he's saying, stay relaxed in unborn emptiness, and all the phenomena, which means here, in this specific context, it means all the reified phenomena will be revealed as what they are, which is evanescent and ungraspable. This is the spontaneous Mahamudra, the heart of Samantabhadra. So the spontaneous Mahamudra means it is not created by anyone. It's self-arising as the integral truth of presence, the non-duality of subject and object, the non-duality of all the binaries. This is the heart of Samantabhadra. This is the life of the Buddha. This is what the Buddha experiences. Then he says, in the bardo, when you die, you will be liberated in infinite hospitality. So when you die and the five elements gather together and the consciousness that supports them gets more and more subtle as the water goes into fire, fire into air, air into space, and the consciousness leaves the body. Its loss of support leads to the opening of the first bardo of death, which is called the Chunyi bardo, the bardo of the potential of entities. But nothing is there. So if you are used to nothing at all, and you're not afraid of it, because you know wherever there's nothing, there'll be something. Nothing is not the end of some things, but it is the revelation of the truth of something, that they are illusions, not real entities. It's a de-reification. Then he says, you will be liberated at that stage in infinite hospitality, which is a way of translating the Dharma Dhatu. Because the Dharma Dhatu is the space of all phenomena. In the space of the mind, which is without limit, all kind of experiences arise. So, for most people, at that moment of death, you go unconscious, and that helps to start separating out the memories of this life. And then, if you are used to meditating and you are just sitting with nothing happening, and there's no anxiety in that, then you have liberation in the Dharmakaya. If that's not possible, then you have the arising of the peaceful deities, and if you have some practice of connection with them, you move towards them and dissolve in their heart. If you have no connection with them, you reverse, and so you have duality and you go unconscious, and same with the wrathful deities, and you miss out on the chance of liberation in the Sambhogakaya. So then you move towards rebirth, which could be in the manner of a dream as an illusion, or it could be being trapped in the prison or the cage of the five elements. So what he's saying here is you can be liberated in emptiness because you are a friend of emptiness. It's not a big surprise for you. You will truly have the power to work for the benefit of all beings, because you will have seen what is it that troubles beings. It is their attachment to an identification. We've touched on the nature of war. You identify yourself as a Russian, then you are against the Ukrainians, you're a Ukrainian, you are fighting against the Russians, or the Palestinians with the Israelis, or the Israelis against the Iranians. All of these positions arise from a very profound identification. This is my country, this is my belief, this is my way of life, it's under attack, I have to fight to defend it. And that's so much sadness. My dad, I am a banker, this is what I do. He used to wear a bowler hat, umbrella, briefcase. He told me as I got older, I do this for your mum and for you and your brother. I don't want to be a banker. I never would have chosen this. It's my duty. Oh, my poor little heart, my poor dad. But many people do that because they have a sense of obligation. He had been to war, he was fighting in Burma, a sense of obligation. We live in a time where these factors of obligation are thinning and thinning and thinning, which leads to many domestic troubles and so on, but also a loosening of identity. We have so much freedom. We can reinvent ourselves. You can do one job for 20 years and you can retrain and become something else. So working for the benefit of others is we hear how they present themselves, we see what they align themselves with, what they take seriously, what they take to be essential about them, and we don't believe it. We believe that they believe it, but we don't believe it. And so we don't confirm the narrowing investment in I am this thing. We remain clear, there is no thing available. The entire field is the radiance of the mind. And this brings some space and some freedom and flexibility to others. Then he says, it is vital to practice in this way. Then in the colophon says, this concludes uncovering the presence of the mother of all the Buddhas. So it's a very short teaching, it's a very sweet but dense teaching. And if it interests you, this can be a very good friend to have with you, because it speaks to all the different situations of life. And so if we have hard times and we're getting filled with self-pity or anxiety or worry, we turn to the text. If we feel happy and we feel very successful and we've got a sense that I'm making my life work pretty well, we turn to the text and we realize, this is non-dual. It's a great rebalancer for becoming centered. Hey, caramba! Right, I'm out of here. Hey, Maho. Yay, bravo. So we have some time tomorrow morning, and I think I will look at some meditation problems, which might be useful, and there'll also be some time for questions. So, whatever's happening, however life is, this is inseparable from the open, empty mind. When life gets complicated, our tendency is to try to sort it out. And if you do that, you're just in this endless interweaving of subject and object. So if you have a child, maybe 2.5, 3, and you take them to the local park, into the area where there's swings, and you say, you go ahead, see, enjoy, there's the other children. The child goes forward, and they look at you, are you still there? Then they go forward, are you still there? Mum said, yeah, it's fine, on you go. And then they calm and they can get into life. This emptiness, this mirror mind is our mother. This is where everything is coming from. But we, grown-up people, autonomous, independent, willful, powerful, stupid, we forget mum. And then we get anxious, I have to do it. Pull yourself together. It's not going to work. always remember your mother, remember your ground, remember the source. You just need to take 1 minute, 2 minutes, relax into that. Then everything is rolling in the space of emptiness, like a dream, like a mirage. So whenever it gets solid and stuck and complicated and you can't find your way, don't struggle. Relax into the open ground, and then it's clear things are not as solid as you might feel when you get overpowered by them. They will be difficult. Difficulty, pain, loneliness, and so on. That continues, but it doesn't catch you because you're no longer the ego subject which can be caught. So again and again, release yourself from entanglement and the basic simplicity of the integrity between primordial purity and the effortlessly arising patterns of the world. That will be obvious. So we're coming towards the end here. And the quality of our meeting here has been for me very enjoyable. I see people collaborating. So we see the potential of harmony and support and welcome and finding a way. And if we take this flavor, that gives us a sense of how the world can be and how we can be. And so we shouldn't give up on the potential of this situation. Each person here has contributed a great deal just by being here and being open and available. Some people were playing music outside, some people were singing, some people were listening. The listener and the singer go together. The guitar player and the singer, they go together. And we see, this collaborate, working together, co-emergent, arising together. It's ever-changing patterns. This is how we are. So thank you for your openness and your participation, and especially to those who've come forward with something, and to Gareth for recording, because this will be available for free on the website. And if you know people who might be interested, you can direct them towards it. Thank you, of course, to Huw for organizing. This facilitating, this making it easy for others is not the same as doing for people. It's not the same as doing to. It's just how do we generate an ambience which is inclusive and welcoming and fluid and pliable and participative. Just to have that flavor again and again. So, I'd like to look a little bit now at just a brief summary of how it is, and then look at difficulties which can arise in the practice. This is from Zapatu Rinpoche, who lived in the 1800s in East Tibet. He's a great scholar. He wrote many things. He was extremely humble. And he was famous because he would travel around on foot with no indication of his high status, because he had a monastery and all kind of things. He didn't like that very much. And he would go and stay in the tents of nomads, and he would write Dharma teachings in the dialect of the nomads. It's a beautiful, generous thing. And still people are finding little things that he's written. Very, very sweet. And in the book, Simply Being, he gives the commentary on the 3 statements of Gareth Dorji. But here he's talking about the mind. And he's saying, this mind, our mind, it's non-artificially, most subtly removes all obstacles. The non-artificiality of the mind, not doing anything intentional, not cooking it up, not having a plan, this removes all obstacles. Now, this is another way of saying all that arises is self-arising and self-liberating, and therefore you don't need to push it away. So when you feel lost and trapped and you think you can't meditate and you don't know what you're doing, don't do anything. Just stay open to how it is, and the clouds will clear. But if you try to correct it, you get difficulty. When the mind is disturbed and fluctuates between no thoughts and many thoughts, keep body, voice and mind very calm and relaxed. That is to say, don't mobilize against your own experience. It's not the enemy. Maybe you feel very angry in a work situation. You've got a boss, you don't like your boss, you go into work, you think, fuck, why do I have to put up with this? And you're cooking and planning how you could make it different. But of course, the more your mind goes in that direction, you make it the same, because you return to the same point of anguish in yourself. So, be at ease, but I don't like it. I am at ease with not liking my life. I am at ease with being sick. I am at ease with being lonely. I'm at ease with being stupid. I'm at ease with not finding anyone who likes me. It's like this. It's like this. But it should be. So the danger is always that the creative potential of the mind is grasped by the ego, by the self-formation, as a way of imagining that I could make my life the way I want it to be. And you develop a game plan, your own private menu, and you try to install it, which is actually a violence against how it is. So you're not collaborating, you're being artificial. And of course you get grief. You get grief. Power. We see with these great world leaders, power makes people crazy. Because power is also lonely. Even when I was a kind of manager of a very small unit, the staff I was managing would be chatting away together. I would come into the room and the conversation would change. It's incredibly lonely to be the manager, you know? You're exiled from the very thing you're supposed to be responsible for. And so when you speak to people, it's as if you're coming at them, even though you feel you're on the inside, they're saying, uh-oh. So power, status, inflation, structural difference can be a real problem. When we're talking about the diversity of samsara, all the different possibilities, as being the radiance of the ground, as being open and empty and without inherent existence. That's wonderful, because then there are many flavors, many colors in your life. You feel expansion and contraction, all the different possibilities. But when you step apart from it and you get perspective, then you have a game plan. Perspective is interesting in art, but not very helpful in life. It's by being in it, with it. We participate from the inside. We are always already in our life. We're already always in whatever's arising. We don't come into our life. We don't come into our experience. We emerge as part of the experience. And therefore, we take our place. We get the mood of how it is, and sometimes we can expand, sometimes we need to contract. Either way, it's no big difference, because our refuge or our integrity is our non-duality with the open, empty ground. So no struggle, no effort to impose things, because we see that now we're moving towards very bad times in the world, where people are saying, I don't like what you do and I can stop you doing what you do. And the power plays are getting worse and worse and worse. And on the basis, as we've looked many times now, on the basis of identifying the other as the enemy, calling them a terrorist, you can murder them, assassinate them, and believe that it's virtuous. This is profoundly perverse. I'm saving the world. You know, the Prime Minister of Britain is saying we need to honor our soldiers because they keep us safe. Well, when this British Navy boat was going in the South China Sea and coming near to Taiwan, the Chinese didn't think, oh, they've come to bring us a birthday cake. This is a provocation. This is our water. Why are you here? It's a provocation. It's a provocation. So Trump, funnily enough, on his birthday, celebrated the anniversary of the founding of the American Army, and he had all these half-goose-stepping soldiers going by. He was the man. America spent so much money on the military. The budget of the Pentagon is not public. You cannot find out how much money they spend. Same with, we have many secret services in Britain and so on. You never find out what the budget is. There's a lot of dosh going there to keep them safe. Funding killing, funding terrorizing, funding the power of the state. Trump was always saying, oh, the deep state, the deep state. He himself is the deep state. Punch yourself on the nose, mister.
I will bring the message.
Thank you very much. We'll give you a good funeral. So, always, when you feel provoked, when you feel aroused, and you think something must be done, maybe, but not by me. Relax and release. But we have to. It's necessary. Really? Because very often necessity comes from an enclosed reading of the situation. There's no fresh air coming in. You've limited the number of variables, and I don't think there's anything else we can do. We have to. You've lost the field. The field is always open. There's always other ways of approaching things. But you lock into the blinkered perception, and then arousal comes very quickly. So again, relax and release. So he says, when the mind is sinking, foggy, or obscure, don't desire the experiences of happiness and clarity, but keep the mind in its own place without reacting. Wow. It doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel good. Then look back in your life history. You have had many, many feelings. I feel I'm falling in love. It must be good, it must be true. Maybe wrong. Don't trust your feelings. This feels bad. It feels bad because it is bad, it's not pleasant. But unpleasantness is empty. Loneliness is empty, envy is empty. Don't try to change it. Don't imagine that your life would be better if you were happy rather than sad. Because you're not allowed in the kitchen. And the chef is crazy. You will get all kind of funny stuff on your plate. You have to eat what's on your plate. So if you're saying, no, I'm vegan, no, I don't have that. It's a steak, you're insulting my steak, fuck you. Huh? That's what the world says. Eat what's on your plate. So if you've already said, I want to be happy and not sad, and get a big dollop of sadness, it's experience. It's arising and passing. It has no inherent self-nature. This sounds crazy to our ego self. Because for the ego self, the polarity of good, bad, right, wrong, happy, sad, these polarities seem back to back and mutually rejecting. So if I'm unhappy and I'm lonely and sad, and I think, oh, I could be happy, then obviously happiness is better than sadness. But both happiness and sadness have the same ground. They are empty. So we try to live life in the manner of a dream. It's here, it has this formation, and it's dissolving very quickly. It has no substance. Give it space. It changes. Just be. And it's not even, it's wrong to say give it space. There's already space there. Release yourself from the fixation that keeps you apart from the space. And then you see everything is moving in space, including yourself. So when you're part of the field, you're part of the flow. And it will move and turn, and however it is, will not remain for long. So again and again, these teachings, they only have about 3 tunes, but they have to fill books. Then he says, when the mind is happy or sad, remain unwaveringly on the doer of the happiness and the sadness. This word doer in Tibetan is chepa-po. The chepa means activity, doing, and po indicates the site responsible for this. Who is the doer of your experience? You can say, I, me, myself, or my karma, or my family introjects, or my habitual training. But we know the doer of our life is the open, empty mind. It's not doing it, but it's the sight of the revelation of the patterns. So he's saying, if you're happy or sad, however your mind is, remain unwaveringly on the doer, which is to say emptiness, of the happiness and sadness. So you're getting caught up in the sadness and you don't like it. How is this arising? What is the source of this sadness? So in terms of relative truth, the discourse of subject and object, I feel sad because of events in the family, or events at work, or events in world politics. They impact me, and so I feel sad. I feel sad in response to these events. Where do they come from? What is their status? As we looked yesterday, they are the radiance of the empty mind. The doer is a non-doer, because what arises is not done, it's not made, it's not created. It's just like the reflection in a mirror. So here he's saying the feeling of being the agent, the feeling of being the one who does, the feeling that you have to take responsibility for your life. It's all up to me, I have to do it. I'm worried about my children. What am I going to do? Oh my God, why do they do that? Why do they do that? They do that. What should I do when they do that? That's an interpretation based on a reification that they exist, they have potency, they act. That is the delusion, the theater of the ego self, which is separate from the field and acts on the field. The actual doer is the source, which is emptiness. Emptiness shows all of this. Nothing is done, and yet there are patterns. So this is, I think, very, very helpful. It feels weird. It's difficult to believe. It's not about believing it. Stay with your own mind, and you see, oh, my anger arises and vanishes. My frustration with this fucking person arises, and it seems so true, and then it's gone. It's gone. It has no reality except my momentary belief that that is how it is. So by not putting our life energy into the pattern formation of what's occurring, relax on the out-breath, and you see, oh, this is a transitory patterning of emptiness. Very wonderful. He says, fever, sorrow, theft, robbery, insults, abuse, beatings, problems, famines, When such things occur, don't be dejected, don't frown, don't cry. Remain buoyant, happy and smiling. This remain happy and smiling sounds artificial, but it's not about putting on a smiley face. The buoyancy, the floating to the surface means you don't sink into the event as if it had some inherent existence. It's just a shimmering reflection, like the reflection on the surface of the mirror. It comes. I'm alive. I'm happy to have this experience. But it's horrible. But it is experience. What is experience? Experience is a sign that says, here you are. If you want to be home, here is home. The bus home is shit. The bus home is envy, loneliness, sadness. Don't reject it. Don't merge into it so you get lost in it. You just stay present with your anger, with your sadness, and they dissolve. And as the object dissolves, the subject dissolves. In your space, you're back home. It's open. If the object dissolves, the subject will dissolve. If the subject dissolves, the object will dissolve. Open, empty, and radiant. So gradually we come to see that what we take things to be will always be a delusion because there are no things. The thingness of the thing is my own mental energy. So give yourself a holiday. Don't invest. Don't make it real. So we might think, Netanyahu is crazy. What the fuck is he doing? He's no idea what he could be activating. If you go for a walk here and you see a wasp nest, we know, don't kick it. Don't kick it, leave it alone. He's right in the, we're going to show them. He's opening it up. It's like Pandora's box. Very, very unpredictable. And so, who is Netanyahu? It's the radiance of the Dharmakaya. If you take him seriously and you say he's crazy, he's bad, he's risking world peace, on one level that's true, but that is the truth of relative truth or fictional truth. It's storytelling, storylines. He thinks he's the savior of Israel. We might think he's a warmonger and a selfish person. These are interpretations and stories. Everything which occurs is the radiance of the ground. It doesn't look like that to you because you can't see. You look through your distorting glasses. You need to see a better optician. That is the Dharma. This book is all about correcting astigmatism. Will remove your cataracts. 2020 for everyone. Because then you see, oh, it arises and it passes. So that's very, very helpful if we can do this. So, he says, now he gives teaching on the mind's hidden faults. Some great meditators, both male and female, think they are not able to recognize the nature of the mind, and so they become sad and many tears fall. So when he says great meditators, he is being ironic. We become sad. We become sad. We go to these teachings, we do our practice, we study. You think, Christ, I'm not making any progress at all. This is difficult. I can't. What is it? I'm unable to do it. And we feel sad. I'm wasting my time. And we cry and everyone else seems to understand. I don't understand. Then he says, there is no need for sorrow. There is no basis for not recognizing. Simply remain on the one who thinks he is not able to recognize the nature of the mind. So you feel you're stuck, you're sitting in the practice and you feel dull and heavy, there are a lot of thoughts, thinking, what am I doing here? If you can, you just catch that moment. What am I doing here? If you merge with the thought, it becomes your identity in that moment. It becomes a form that you live in for a while. But if you see the arising of it, like a good surfer, you catch the wave at just the right moment and you ride on the sadness, on the grief, on the loneliness, and it carries you into the openness. Don't build up a story. Don't tell yourself who you are and what's going on. Just like we look at the bush, we tell the bush what it is, blah, 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 and then there's space and the bush shows itself, and it's never what we thought it was. And you are not who you think you are. So if you go to your thoughts as the source of the truth of your experience, you're blown this way and that, as thoughts are happy and sad and selfish and generous and so on. So he's saying, simply remain on the one who thinks he is not able to recognize the nature of the mind. So you may not find the nature of the mind, but you know you're thinking, I can't do this, you're fucking stupid, I'm wasting my time. So that's a thought arising. As that thought arises and it feels like truth, it vanishes. It vanishes. This is a crime without a criminal. The police always come too late. You never find the culprit because they're vanishing. But something bad has happened. I can't do it. I can't make it. I don't know how to do it. And the thought's gone. So you're chasing a shadow, a St. Vitus dance. Stay not in the thought, not apart from the thought, but stay with the thought, and the thought will show you its emptiness. So it's just like theater. You get into role, and in the role you walk and you breathe and you speak in a particular way, and then you de-roll. So things are coming and going, but they're not things. They don't stay, they have no inherent existence. If you believe in the thought, your belief will generate a false inherent existence. But if you stay with the phenomenological actuality, means how the thought is as movement in the mind, it's self-vanishing. It reveals it had no basis, no real substance. But if you go into it and you believe in it, it will seem to be something, and then that something will pull in another something, and you have a chain of signifiers. So he says, some great meditators say that mind's nature is difficult to grasp. It is not at all difficult. The error is in not understanding meditation. There is no need to seek meditation, and there is no need to buy it. There is no need to make it, and no need to go somewhere for it. There is no need to work at meditation. It is sufficient to remain in the state of allowing the free arising of whatever occurs in the mind. So you're already here, you have experience, you have the perfect basis for meditation. Stay with what is arising. It arises and vanishes, arises and vanishes. Oh, that's all you need. That is what is meditation, which is non-grasping. Because if you stay present with however the mind is, you realize there's nothing to grasp. When you grasp at an experience, you never find the experience itself. What you grasp is your concept of the experience. Because you can take hold of that. The thought itself is slippery, it just vanishes. So if you stay present with self-vanishing experience, you see there is nothing to catch you, there's nothing to tie you in knots, there's nothing to limit you. And then you see, oh, this is intrinsic freedom. It's not that I am freeing myself. Freedom is intrinsic to the non-duality of primordial purity and the effortlessly arising nature of experience. So whether thoughts or feelings or sensations arise, however they are, they arise and pass without self-substance. So there's no need to alter the situation. From the very beginning, your mind has been present. Because if your mind wasn't present, nothing would be happening. The mind is like the mirror. If you don't have a mirror, you don't get any reflections. If you don't have the sky, you don't get clouds and rainbows. The basis is the mind, which is the site of disclosure or the site of revelation. So your mind has been present. It's not something that you make. Consciousness is different. You develop consciousness. So we have a little baby here, and the baby has a vague, hazy kind of consciousness. It slips into consciousness and out of consciousness. And the days and the months will go by, and the baby will start to have a more continuous consciousness. It will start to know what it likes and what it doesn't like. And it will start to know, this is my toy. And then it will start to know, my sister has taken my toy. And then it will start to know I should scream and cry and mum will come. So this is the pathway of consciousness. Consciousness develops. By usage, it becomes stronger and more powerful, and it becomes our main vehicle for being in the world. And because it is noisy and insistent, takes up all the space. It's like the bully in the playground, taking more and more and more. And so awareness, I'm not into this stuff. You go and run around, boss people, do as you like, just here. It's just open. If we stay present with the openness, the force field, the whirlwind of subject and object just dissolves. So don't feed the flames. So your mind has been present from the very beginning. So whether thinking when thinking or not thinking when not thinking, this mind is just itself. You know? The mind is the openness within which the experience is arising. My teacher explained it to me is when you see a dog in the road and the dog seems to be happy and its tail is wagging. And sometimes the dog's tail is wagging a lot and the dog is healthy, his body is wagging as well. So do we say the dog is wagging its tail or the tail is wagging the dog? So if consciousness is in charge, the tail is wagging the dog. You are the dog. It's just the tail. It's just the tail. So all these thoughts, feelings, expressions, just a movement. It's not a central movement. It's a kind of sidereal, peripheral movement. And it's not causing any trouble. But if you make a false center, if you impute a true existence to experiences, then you end up inevitably thinking that happiness is better than sadness. For whatever arises in the mind, it is sufficient to remain without artificiality, calmly and unwaveringly on whatever is occurring. So he says this is sufficient. I don't feel it's sufficient. You don't feel it's sufficient. We feel this can't be right. We feel something has to be changed. I need to learn more about Dharma. There is a workshop on Tumo, or I need to go on a pilgrimage, or I need to alter my experience. That's a thought. These are all thoughts. If I go to see this Lama, I will get a blessing, and that will transform anything. Ding Dong Rinpoche is coming to town. So I will get this special initiation. And then. It's bullshit. You go sit there an hour, 2 hours, the bell goes round, you pum pum pum, and And at the end of it, what did you get? You got the opportunity to give lots of dosh to the Lama. The Lama's pension fund is now open. Because we hope the answer lies in the object. They have something to give me. They're going to show me my mind. If you go, I don't know what it's like for women, but if you're a man, you go to the barber and they trim your hair. I haven't been to a barber for a long time, but as a child, they do all this stuff on your head, and then they hold the mirror behind you, and you're sitting in the chair looking at the mirror, and they hold the mirror, and with that, you see the reflection of the reflection, and you get a sense of how it is in the back of your head. And when they take the mirror down, you don't see the back of your head. So that can often happen in spiritual situations. Here, most of us seem to have had a good time. We feel a bit more relaxed and open. We have maybe a little bit more confidence because you're looking in the mirror of the Dharma barber. The mirror is about to be packed away. Can you feel the back of your head? Can you feel your 360 embodiment? Do you feel how you move in space in any direction? Then you see this is manifesting. But if you're stuck facing forward, then what's in front of you, ahead of you, will always seem more real than what's behind you. We are future-oriented, other-oriented. So, in this Dzogchen tradition, as I touched on, we have this direct pointing of the nature of the mind. It's going to be pointed out. And people hope they're going to get some mystical, magical experience, some kind of breakthrough moment. Lots of people come and tell me about their incredibly powerful breakthrough moments. How can I get it again? Now you're persecuted by your awakening. It was a transient phenomena. If you stay present with the ground of your being, the ground of the being is inseparable from the display of its radiance moment by moment. That is to find your mind, by being your mind. If you go looking for it as an object, you will find plenty of objects, because the one that looks for the mind as if it were an object is dualistic consciousness. And dualistic consciousness can invent and invent and invent. So, nobody can give you your mind, because that's what he said. Your mind has been there from the very beginning. You don't need someone to give you your mind. How are they going to show you your mind when your mind has no color, no shape, no size, doesn't come from anywhere, doesn't stay anywhere, doesn't go anywhere? That's what the teaching can show you. Now you have to find that for yourself. Don't believe in magical blessings, because they come and they go. I went to many interesting places, saw many lamas, got many teachings in the past. And they have nice little echoes, but you can't eat an echo. It's gone. What you can have is you be present yourself. It is in the palm of your hand. It is your mind. You have all you need, which is a mind. And in your mind, you have a lot of obscuration, and the obscuration tilts you so that you don't stay relaxed and open, but you mobilize and you're trying to sort it out and trying to sort it out and trying to sort it out. But you never come to the end of sorting it out. Why? Because the flow of experience is ceaseless. So, a bad plumber will come to your house and you've got a problem with the taps, and they say, okay, and they get out their spanner and they undo the tap, and water's shooting. Oh, fuck, I didn't switch off the mains. So always stop the flow of the water, then open the tap. So how do you stop the flow of the water? It's open and spacious. Then things are flowing. But if you're in the midst of all your thoughts and you try to alter them, you're just feeding the seeming reality of the thoughts. Of course, I'm not saying getting a blessing or wearing something around your neck that you took on pilgrimage or whatever. These are a kind of aid memoir. They're a kind of way of keeping yourself in touch. Do you remember Dumbo? Now, Dumbo's salvation was in a little white feather. And as long as he had the feather on the end of his trunk, he felt, I'm okay. And he tries to fly, and the feather floats away, and he feels he's sinking. His trunk goes out, and he gets the feather. Ah! Now he's flying again. So that's as good as consciousness gets, because it's object-related. The mind itself is not object-related.
Just a question in relation to what you're talking about at the moment. So something like the Enlightenment Intensive, for example.
Yeah.
People go on there and they have a peak experience.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful, massive insights.
Yeah.
But then that fades.
Yeah.
And then they want to go back and get it again.
Yeah.
But the literature, if you've been in lots of Buddhist circles, is you reach a point of enlightenment, you stay in that state forever.
Yeah.
What would you say about that?
Well, if you stay in it, then it's like someplace where you stay. So the kind of one level down from that is being reborn in Dzogchen, in the Pure Land of Amitabha. And if you go there, Dharma is blowing in the wind, the birds are singing, Dharma is always available. You won't have the usual constituent factors of your limitation. But even then you have to get there, and not everybody gets there. Transient experiences can give you hope, they can give you belief, but they're not the path. So you get some people get spontaneous openings in childhood or in sex or in fear. You're shocked out of your mind, and that resonates, but it's a discontinuous experience. And we have to remember, all arising things are vanishing things. You see that in the Theravadan literature a lot. Something emerges and it goes down, like the wave comes out of the ocean and goes back again. The answer isn't the wave. The answer is the non-duality of the wave and the ocean. So we are interested in the ocean because the ocean is big and it's the mother of all the waves. But if you fixate on the pattern of a wave, this is a special experience, I have to replicate that. Then you're running around looking at the waves and the waves and the waves. Surfers are like this. They've got this map of the best beaches where you get the best waves because they want to catch the big wave. So what they're doing is saying 99.9% of the water is crap. I need special waves because only that makes me feel alive. Wonderful, exciting, hanging out with nice people. They'll have a bar, some groovy chicks and so on. Why am I so old? But it's a selective attention. And we're talking here about what lands on your plate. Because sometimes you can decide to go to the right beach or to go to the right restaurant. But most of the time, it's just this, the complexity of our life situation. So we want to see, oh, this is also water, this is also water, this is illusion, this is like a dream. And in that way, because the experience is not put onto a vertical hierarchy of special or ordinary, we develop an even attention to everything. Remember the purification of the poison of pride. You have figure ground, but you see the figure is never apart from the ground. The figure is a configuration of the potential of the ground for a while. So whether it seems good or bad or right or wrong, it's just a formation of the mind. A formation of the mind, like every wave, is the water. So looking for special experience and breakthrough experiences, very often these systems end up like the thing that was around in the late 60s, EST, in which you stay awake for 24 hours and you do lots of things to destabilize your sense of self, and then you have a breakthrough. Well, when you were a prisoner in the Lubyanka under Stalin, they also didn't let you sleep. They keep you awake. The Gestapo did that. Go in every 5 minutes, shake you up, play loud music. And the Americans had that in Guantanamo Bay. Remember, they're playing rock and roll to these poor guys from Afghanistan, old beardy man, and, you know, noise. We want to destabilize this person. And then you have a different experience. How could that be stable in your life? How could that be the truth of your life? You have a cause which is giving yourself a fucked up experience, and then you don't know who you are. I don't know who I am. I feel open. I can't apply any thoughts to anything. Aha. Enlightened, stupid. So we have to be, we have to be very, very careful not to go for peak experiences. It's not all experiences can be a peak experience. Even the food here can be delicious if you're hungry. According to circumstances. So don't look to the object, look to your mind. I mean, we read texts, but the reason for reading the text is not to become a scholar of Buddhism. It's to massage ourselves. As you're reading and we come across these things and it doesn't feel right, it doesn't fit me. Okay? So this is the teaching of the Buddha. This is the pure lineage. Maybe it's right, but if it's right, how can I be right? Because I don't feel like that. Oh, so maybe I'm not the character I believe I am. Maybe the text is helping me de-roll from the structure, from the identity which has been generated by my family, schooling, culture, gender, and so on. And so we develop confidence or trust. If I release myself from who I think I am, I find that identity was a carapace, was like a shell, a covering, and within it there is the freshness of the immediate actuality, and I don't know who I am, but here I am. Whereas with the carapace, I know who I am, but I don't know where I am, except by telling myself where it is. So, making friends with the mind, however it is, being gentle with your mind, collaborating with your mind, being attentive to the nuances, like with a small baby. Their temperature can go up very easily. So the mom is scanning the baby again and again, having a glimpse of their eyes, checking their breath and so on. Have they drunk enough milk? Have they had a good poo? Always seeing, oh, how is this functioning? It's a function. The baby is a process. You give the baby a name, people have expectations. Oh, she's so like your aunt, or she's just like your grandmother. Because the ego wants to name and claim and identify, and then it can compare and contrast. We work with circumstances. And if we work with circumstances, it helps us to integrate the flowering of the mind, the radiance of the mind, however it is. But when you have a game plan or an intention, or you're wanting a breakthrough, or you believe there is a magical formation, you projected the ground of your experience into that thing. If I go to Mount Kailash, if I go and get this initiation, then I will. Not true. How could it be true? You've already been on many pilgrimages in your life. You've already believed in different people. You've already studied different things. It's not in the object. It's not even in the relation between subject and object. The ground of the object is emptiness. The ground of the subject is emptiness. So he's saying, be with how it is. And this how it isness is self-arising and self-vanishing. You go to the sea. You're interested in a photographic project of filming the waves. So you're looking for waves and looking for waves and looking for waves. All the waves are the ocean. All the waves are the ocean. But you have a project. You're looking for interesting waves, spectacular waves, waves that will show that you're a good photographer. And so you see the wave, but you don't see the water. So that's our situation. We have selective attention. We overinvest on the patterning of the current moment. And we don't see, oh, this is all the great ocean of the mind. However it arises, it is emptiness. The ocean of emptiness has waves and spume as it dances with the wind. And it changes and it changes and it changes. It's not something you can grasp. It's ungraspable. So relax into it, because grasping, you lose. You lose your freedom. Release, available. Ah, here I am. Relaxed, open. Then you can see, because you're not committed to a position. Now, you see what's behind me. I see what's behind you. We don't see 360 degrees usually. We get the view. Oh, my pom-pom has come off. Doctor, can you help? So, we see the view from here, and it's like a cone of experience spreading out. And there's all this other stuff, and so we have to turn. Because I'm located in the body and my sense organs are forward facing. The ears are for hearing sound coming this way, not coming that way. That's the ego's position. If you're identified in the body, this is the site of my experience. But in Dzogchen, we do the we dissolve out of our identification with the body. Doesn't mean we lose the body, but we see what I call my body is a stream of experience arising in awareness. My body is a display because it's not something fixed. Not something fixed. It's always moving. Now you see in the movie someone's in bed and above them is this little machine going, and then woo. You don't want to get flatlining. You want to get the waves. So we live in waves of experience. Something is happening. What is happening? The radiance of the mind is happening. I am not happening. You are not happening. But together, this is the co-emergent patterning of the radiance of the mind. So befriend yourself. So this language is insane. It means relax into primordial openness, which is always available. The ego is an orphan, and it's always seeking shelter. Do you love me? Will you care for me? Can I do this? Is this my job? Will I be healthy forever? The ego is a fabrication. It's a bringing together of elements of the field and creating a semi-autonomous zone. But as we know, boundaries don't keep other things out, and so we, as an ego self, we're invaded all the time by different experiences. We can't establish the calm, easy stability we want. For that reason, some people go and live in caves, or they join a monastery and they try to keep safe. But there's always turbulence available. Years ago, I had someone came to see me in my role as therapist, and they were a nun. And the nunnery that they were in was causing some grief for this person, because they said in the nunnery everything is controlled. So we get portions of the different kind of food, so we don't eat too much and so on. However, if you're sick, you're allowed to get a double portion of tahini with your breakfast. And so some of the nuns are pretending to be sick in order to get tahini. And she was incredibly upset. How could they be nuns and do this? We spent quite a lot of time thinking about, if they're nuns, they don't do bad things, but they do bad things, so they can't be nuns. So what kind of nunnery is this? You go round and round and round, because you start with an assumption nuns will be well behaved, but some of these nuns are not well behaved. Because they want more. Well, why wouldn't they want more? They don't even have their hair. Come on, ladies. Giving up your hair. At least give me my tahini. Fair exchange. So you can be disturbed by anything. I did a retreat a long time ago. One of the first retreats I did was up in Manali in a little shack. And every day I did my offerings and I bought a big bag of sweets. Every day putting 2 sweets and offering them. And after a couple of weeks, I'm looking at the bag of sweets and I tipped it upside down and it was like hard-boiled sweets and they're different colors of wrappers. So I put all the blue ones in a column, all the red ones in a column, all the green ones in a column. And then I moved them around and I made patterns. I hadn't a clue what I was doing. I was just thinking, I have to do my meditation. And it wasn't giving me any nurturing. And I was feeling sad and lonely. And instead of thinking I'm sad and lonely, I entertained myself in this somewhat sad way, you know, slightly autistic. And that's what we do. We fill the space. I trying to do the meditation, it wasn't going well. I lost my sense of agency. But at least I put the red sweets with the red sweets, the blue sweets with the blue sweets. So when we observe ourselves, we realize these funny things we do just as a kind of reassurance. And at these points it's so important. Don't blame yourself. Don't see yourself as having made a mistake. It's just like this. And then you see how that came about and who was directing that. Because, you know, in modern science, they got this idea that light gets bent when it goes near a big planet, that the gravitational pull kind of bends the light. So the ego is like that. The ego can be like, or this dull sense of self, I exist, is like a big dark planet. And the experiences that unfold in our life get bent around this. They're distorted. They're pulled out of their freshness. And they get pulled into circling around the ego. The best thing to do is just this Guru Yoga of the White Ah. There are so many practices. This one is very simple. And it's simple because it says, we're not creating anything. We're not trying to do anything. We're just letting go. Some of you may have been walking in the mountains. You have your rucksack, you got food, your sleeping bag, all the rest of it. Walking. Then you come to rest and you take off the rucksack. That release, unburdening. So that's what the 3 R's are. You're carrying all this karmic crud, this sense of self, this importance, this necessity. Unburdened, here I am. Feels very different because you're carrying your sack, you're on the path, you're going somewhere, and you're pushing through. I've just got to get there, and it's getting dark now. I've got to find a good place to sleep. You're on about something. You have an intentionality. And if you remember when we talked about karma in the 4 stages of karma, the first is unawareness of the ground and the consequent duality, and the second is intentionality. So intention, strong intention, gathers our life force and helps us to push through so that you get to the top of the path and you find the safe place to sleep. But there is some violence in that, because your body is saying, give me rest, please, please. No, it's not safe, it's not safe. So the consciousness is overriding the somatic field, and sometimes that's necessary. But some people enjoy doing that, pushing through. Runners often do that. Here, it's completely different. You can't force it. Why can't you force it? Because it's already there. Be in England! Be in England! It's like that. I think, England, where is England? Is this really, maybe this isn't the real England. I'm going to study how to be an authentic Englander. It's already here. This is what is so painful. This is the unity of wisdom and compassion. You think, fuck, it's not far away. It's just here. And you relax and you get some moments of it. And then you look around. You think all of these sentient beings are themselves the shining forth of the radiance of the Dharmakaya, and they don't see it. They don't see it. They're object fixated. You know, if you go up to a cow and you say, "Oh, mani pe mi hung free," what the cow appreciates is you wave your hand and get the flies out of their eyes. So sad to see the horses and the cows and the flies are going there all day long. So they're caught up in getting a bit of nice grass, being persecuted, the rain, the cold. We are so fortunate. In samsara, we have this brief moment of opportunity to see whatever arises is the radiance of the ground. So then he says, for whatever arises in the mind, it is sufficient to remain without artificiality, calmly and unwaveringly on whatever is occurring. This on is very, very important. In Tibetan, it's toktu, which means kind of on the point of. And if you look at the Tibetan for the 3 statements of Gareth Dorji, they each have this phrase in it, toktu. So the first is, awaken on your original face. It's on your original face. So my teacher explained it to me, is that if you've been away and you come home and you put your key in the door, open the door, oh, here I am. You arrive on the basis of the familiar objects. So it's not on the basis of them that you have the thought, oh, I'm home. It's just, and it's not a recognition, because if it's a cognition, it's more like a remembering in which the dispersed members of yourself that have been kept invested in various areas gather together. The day's over. And you come together, you sit in your back home again. So on, it refers to here and now. So we have the 3 times, the past, the present, and the future. And that present is a linked present. It's not an autonomous, original present. It's the present between. It's the present following the past and before the future. And we talk of here and now. Here is not here on the carpet, here in Emerson, here in England. It is the here which is not resting on anything. It's just here. So it's a presence which is just this. It's not a subject feeling based on a relation with an object, whether the object was temporal or locational, just here and now. And on, the here and now is always on. So if we're on the here and now, we're just present. And various things are moving. Now, what we have to remember with this is that when we looked at these 5 important questions, does the mind have shape and color? We can't locate it. Does it have a size? Can't locate it. Sometimes the mind seems very, very small. Sometimes it seems very big. It is not a thing. Because it is not a thing, it cannot have a reliable formation. It's not something. It is the space of arising. Like a relative example of this would be a theater stage. So you want the biggest arena because you're going to have a dance performance. You don't want props because they'll get in the way. And the next week you're going to have a drama. And the drama has a table and a chair and a painting of a door so people can come in and out. The space is open. The space doesn't prejudice what can be done. The props prejudice what can be done. The performance prejudice or shapes what can be done. But the stage itself doesn't. The stage is just an open space. That's the here and now. In this stage of your presence, all kind of dramas arise and pass. So that's what he say. Sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes with people laughing and playing music, sometimes kind of lonely, traveling off on your own, missing the people already. Whatever is arising, it is here and now. So you find yourself thinking about, oh, that was good, Emerson, I really like being there, such nice people. I hope I can go back there again. I'm not looking forward to going back to work on Monday. These thoughts, that's part of your enrolling. You're shoehorning yourself into your familiar sense of who you are and what you have to do and your obligations. Each of these thoughts is arising in the moment. What is the source of the thought? Well, I remember Emerson College. Is that the true source or the relative source? All thoughts are the radiance of the mind. All sensation is the radiance of the mind. Your horrible boss is your experience. We have to know this. Your definition of anything is your definition. It doesn't tell you the truth. To give you an unpleasant example, we can read the accounts of the people who were the Gestapo officers, who were the directors at Auschwitz, at Bergen-Belsen and so on, all day long out there deciding who's to be killed, sending people to Dr. Mengele and so on. And then in the evening, listening to Brahms. Cultured person. How is that possible? All day long you're like a mad dog, and then you're this civilized, cultured person. How is that possible? Because they are not one thing. They are monsters, they are demons, and they like Brahms. How is that possible? Surely Brahms would soften the heart so that the next morning they thought, God, I can't do this anymore. But sensitivity is on a dimmer switch. Increase sensitivity with Brahms, go into the camp, decrease sensitivity. Who are they? Who are they? How could they do that? They could do it because they moved between roles and aspects. In the Nyingma tradition, we have the 8 names or the 8 aspects of Padmasambhava. He's peaceful, he's a monk, he's a yogi, he's this great wrathful deity. Who is the real Padmasambhava? There is no real Padmasambhava. All of these forms are equally Padmasambhava. You may prefer some to others, but that doesn't make them more authentic or more true. We are complex as people. We have many qualities we might describe as good, and we have many qualities we might describe as bad. They are all there. It is non-summative. You can't bring it all together and then decide it is this, because these are moving, they are elicited, they are part of our communication with the situation. That is, I am ungraspable, and you are ungraspable, and Netanyahu is ungraspable, and Putin is ungraspable. And we say things, we make comments, but they're just opinions. It's like a torch in the night, or more like a flickering candle in the night, and you're looking at sculpture. And this comes into appearance, and that comes into appearance. But it's never the whole. You cannot see the whole, because the whole is not an object. You can be present and open with the whole, but you don't get it. And you yourself are uncatchable, ungettable. So that's our basic, undeniable freedom. Now I'm completely confused about the times. 11:10. Should we have a break now? Yeah? Good. Bellissimo. So, I'll go over the last sentence and then the next. It said that whatever arises in the mind, it is sufficient to remain without artificiality, calmly and unwaveringly on what is occurring. Don't get involved. Then he says, happiness and ease will come without effort. Okay, we hope. Then he says, very importantly, when Dharma practice seems difficult, it is simply a sign of one's own errors and defilements. That's quite a dense sentence. It means that when the practice is difficult, this is because your sense of self, your ordinary dualistic sense of self, takes up a position, judging this is good, this is bad, formulates a response about this, I don't like it or I do like it. And this evaluatory dualistic consciousness, that is the sign of one's own errors and defilements. If you are unaware of the ground and you believe that things are the ground, or yourself is the ground, or your government is the ground, or God is the ground, this is an error, because you go, for example, if you're a Catholic, you go to the church, you cross yourself when you go in, you take some of the holy water, you go and wait your turn, you go in and do confession, you get some forgiveness from that, maybe with some things to do, and then they have the Mass, the Eucharist, in which you partake of the body and the blood of Christ. The priest is specially authorized to enact this magical transformation of dry bread and wine into the flesh and blood of Jesus. You receive this. I am now consubstantial with Jesus. His substance is coming to me. My substance is merging into him. And then you go out of the church. Job done, full stop. No need to go back. Because you got it, but you didn't get it. I had a patient who went to his priest every day, at least 5 times, for confession. The priest was going crazy. He said, I've heard your confession. I forgive all your sins. Why are you back again? Oh, I have remembered. I also did this. I also did that. He was an interesting guy. He was a postman. So he was on his round delivering letters, thinking about why he was bad, why he was bad, why he was bad. Very, very sad. And We talked about this, and that if you have true faith in Jesus, when you take the sacrament, it goes into you and you are purified. You're purified. Oh, but I also am very bad. He couldn't let go. So he kept going to the water to drink, but as he went forward to drink, he pissed in it. It's like that. He brought his negative thought. He brought in his conception, and it became like a barrier to absorbing the sacred. Because how could I be pure when I know I am defiled? So this is what it means, that your errors and your mistakes and what else does he say here? And your defilements, these are not things. They are not toxic poisons which are limiting you. These are your beliefs. The problem doesn't lie in the object, and the answer doesn't lie in the object. You believe something about yourself. It may be an internalized, introjected belief coming from parents or school teachers or whatever, but it's a formulation, it's a storyline. Yesterday evening we had a master storyteller. He was pulling us into this story. How? It makes sense. Once he starts and you look at him and he's smiling, wow, you're in the story. You yourselves are all master storytellers. You tell yourself who you are and you believe it. The storyteller and the audience are as one, because they are one. So you are deceiving yourself. So there is nothing to be removed, only the release from the object. Release it and allow the object to be an object. This is a thought arising in your mind. This is a memory. This is a transient construction. And it feels real, it feels authentic because of the power of your belief. So when we were listening, those of us who were here last night were listening to this story, and he's describing often quite strange things, but somehow, oh yeah, and what then? And you're led into that. So the same way we believe, I'm persecuted by these thoughts. When I sit to do the practice, I always get distracted. We tell ourselves a story about what is going on. So you're sitting, you get distracted, that distraction arises and passes. Just comes and goes. You're enclosed, you're fused into a memory for a moment. It cannot go longer than a moment, but then the concept comes in like a kind of glue and links this moment to the echo of previous things, and now you have the energized narrative. This is who I am. Let me tell you about myself. I can't do this. So relax and release. If you follow the logic of what he's saying, you will see the truth of what we do with the 3R. Relax and release. It's true for you because you hold on to it. And you believe in it. And when you believe in something, you mobilize. We see this with these politicians all the time. They have the capacity, because of their position, to mobilize a lot of resources from in the service of the belief they're espousing. We don't have that, but we have a similar commitment to the truth of what we believe in. And so the practice says, stay with whatever is arising, be open with it, keep it in the space of the mind, don't merge with it, because believing in something is to merge into it, to inject into it the vitality of your being, and you take on an identity. We have no fixed identity. We have 21 taras in the tradition. The goddess shows 21 forms. We have shown billions of forms in our lives. We are not a thing. This is the essential thing. As soon as you think you've got your number, I know what I'm like, this is what always happens for me. As soon as you hear this kind of thought coming in your mind, whoa, this is a cul-de-sac. This is a dead end. If I go down this road, I'm not going to go anywhere. Because it's a falsity. So one of the things my teacher used to say about himself, that he was liar number one, cheater number one. And he said, I don't trust anyone, and number one, I don't trust myself. So this is a Dzogchen view. This is a Dzogchen attitude. In Tibetan, there's a term, rangsang, which means my own falsity, my own self-deception. When you believe you exist, when you believe that you are who other people say you are. Because when he was young, at a young age, he was recognized as being the incarnation of a Lama. And everybody's telling him, this is who you are, this is who you are, and he's stuck on a throne. And he's being enrolled, inducted into the role, the performance of being a Rinpoche. And he knows it's fraudulent. Because it's not something you can be. It's a social, it's like Charles, our king. He becomes the king, but it's not really a king. He doesn't have a horse and ride out with a sword. No, he is sitting in his centrally heated apartments. But he is enacting a site of belief, and people believe, you are the king, you are the king. And he was consecrated as the king, he's anointed with the holy oil and so on. Just as in the tantric initiation, you have the similar thing. All tantric initiations are based on the authorization of a son of the king, it's male-oriented, a son of the king to become a king. You are an authentic prince, and therefore you can become the king. So here you are an authentic son of the Buddha, and you can become a full Buddha. And that's the function of it. It's a theater of belief. It's trying to hold on to this positive image of yourself so that when the tides of karma arise and negative belief seems to take you over and life's shit and you don't know what you're doing, and you remember, oh, but I haven't been, the mandala of Vajrayogini or Padmasambhava has been opened for me. That is my true nature. The covering of my true nature is my negative beliefs about myself, other people's negative beliefs about me, my tormented behavior, my habit formations, my addictions, and so on. This is just a hazy covering. Underneath it, I am Vajrayogini. Underneath that, I am unborn emptiness. So it's when he says, when Dharma practice seems difficult, that is simply a sign of one's own errors and defilements. We should really unpack that sentence. This is simply a sign that you believe in the irredeemable truth of your own errors and defilements. That's what holds them in place. That keeps them there. And so, relax and release. It appeared to be the case. I believed it to be true, but believing is activity. If you believe something, it is a constructive activity. All identities are artificial because the mind is like the sky. You can't put a name on the sky. The sky has no definable qualities. You can see identifiable qualities in the sky. That is to say, I look at the sky and I reckon, oh, that's the sky. But that doesn't define the sky. That's merely how I align myself with the openness of the sky. Openness is not an identity. It is how it is. So you develop an identity as a professional person. You train as an accountant. You learn how to do these things, you pass the exams, you get a professional membership, you have a number of your membership of the Association of Accountants and so on. These are functional identities. And if you are this, you are not that. There is a particularization of that comes with identity. So in the tradition, when we have the 8 aspects of Padmasambhava, difficult to get hold of. We've used already the example of the sculpture. if you're looking at a painting, if you really scan it, you can get to know the painting quite well. You can just be there in front of the painting and return to it again and again. But if you have a three-dimensional sculpture, you can never do that. Because as you walk around the sculpture, it reveals something different. Its aspects are unique and aspects of the sculpture, but they are not identical. So this is us. The openness of the mind is like the sculpture per se, as it is, and the aspects of it that are revealed by how you position yourself as you move around the sculpture, this is the potential of the sculpture. So you experience an aspect, a revelation, which allows you to have some kind of engagement, but the sculpture is beyond apprehension. You can't catch it. No one can catch you. Even if you had had a hellish childhood and you were unloved or beaten or raped or demeaned, humiliated, and that toxicity coming from the other seemed to be absorbed into you, and this is who you are, the key thing is this. In your heart, like when we did the Tonglen, there is a space. There is a difference between a space and a sponge. The ego sits in your heart like a sponge. I don't like you. You are horrible. I never want to see you again. We hear these and we absorb them. And now they're sitting there inside us. But the ego itself is a reflection in the mirror. So the spongy ego sits around the openness of the mirror. Like on this microphone, there is a little spongy thing on the outside, and inside there is the true microphone. So as you absorb these statements, which can be self-to-self definitions or other-to-self definitions, they create this foggy zone in which you appear to be something knowable. The mind is unknowable. From the very beginning of time, nobody has known emptiness. You can be present in emptiness, as emptiness, with emptiness, but you can't get emptiness. You can't catch it. It's not an add-on. Not non-dual awareness is how it is. I mean, I've already said this so many times. But we are stupid people because we have been trained in samsara to believe in the falsity of the true existence of ourself. And so we spend a lot of time trying to get this self, which we supposedly are, into the right shape so that it responds in the right way, and we're working with it. We're the openness, the potential, the manifestation. The openness is hidden from the dualistic construction of the self. So when you lack that, every time you go into yourself and you think about your life, you think about your potential as reified, as a sign of the truth of who you are, because you can't see that this potential is non-dual to the open, empty ground. So this is why we relax into the openness again and again, or we do, it's always get rid of this fucking stuff because I'm tangled in something. And as I struggle to get out of it, it binds me more and more and more. You cannot free yourself. Bad news. You cannot free yourself because you are already free. How will you free the free? The effort to free the always already free is what binds you. That is amazing. That is fucking amazing. So all this needless effort to improve what is already complete. It's just like this. So that's what he's meaning, that when you feel that you can't meditate or your mind's dull or you keep falling asleep, that's because you believe that falling asleep is something that shouldn't happen in meditation. You're tired, you sleep, why shouldn't you? It's normal, you eat, you shit. No, you shouldn't shit, it's very bad, it smells bad, just eat. Food's good, no shit. Wake up in the morning very fresh, now you're tired. Get old, it's hot. What is this? It's an experience. If you can maintain the openness of the ground, you have clarity with sleepiness and not oppositional, because it's an experience. Don't merge into the experience, don't try to avoid it. It's just this. When you see the just thisness, the non-duality of every form of existence, it's always empty. Like he said before in the other text, everything is the radiance of the mind. There's a Zen story about a monk who'd been doing a lot of practice in a cave and wasn't making any progress at all. He didn't know what to do. And he thought, this life is not for me. Meditation and stuff. I'm going to have an ordinary life and I'm going to celebrate my freedom from the Dharma by having a really good meal. So he goes down into the village. He's a wise man, isn't he? And he goes to the butcher. Butchers, as they do in villages, he's got a dead goat hanging up by its feet. He looks at the goat and he says, "Butcher, give me the best piece of the goat." The butcher lifts the knife. "It's all good!" And he gets it. It's all good. It's all good. You want soup, you need bones. The marrow of the bone. Oh, take the fat off. I'm on a diet. It's all good. Eat the eyeballs. Eat the testicles. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Can I ask about my own storytelling? As I get older, I find I'm spending more time reminiscing in the past, and particularly in meditation, a thought comes about the past, memory comes, I grab onto it, and I think, and I know I'm losing the present, but it's so enjoyable that I just go with it. And it's very pleasurable. Now, am I causing myself a lot of harm?
Yes, you are.
I am.
Yes, you are.
Reminiscing is a bad thing to do, even for old people.
Especially for old people, because, dear old man, friend, you're going to die and I'm going to die. Some of these people here are quite young. They have years and years ahead of them. We don't know. We might have years, we might just have months or weeks or even days. So our chance to have clarity and openness in which the arising, like a cloud in the sky, reveals itself and dissolves. If we have that, then we follow the path of the Buddha. But if we follow the path of the cloud and forget the cloud is in the sky, the wind blows the cloud hither and thither and hither and thither, creating these formations which become the stories. Some of the things we remember make us happy. Sometimes we have regrets and so on. And we're in a nowhere land. It's neither nothing at all, nor engaged being in the world with others. We're in this kind of limbo land of mental construction. And that's a little bit dangerous. So when these things arise, what do I seek to find in the almost vanishing? For some very enjoyable months, I lived on the beach in Goa. And every evening, the entire length of the beach would be people getting ready for the sunset, dropping some acid or blowing chillums, and everybody's waiting. And the sun goes down. And then the sun's down. Now it's getting dark and cold and the mosquitoes are coming. So we only wanted the sunset. But now it's dark and there are mosquitoes and you're walking back and there's some sharp stones on the path. But we didn't need shoes because we came in the light. You know, moments which are over-invested, are a distortion. Everything comes all together. So in that way, if we privilege these memories because they seem to be telling us about ourselves, they're telling us about who we were, and we are not now. So from the Dharma point of view, writing your autobiography is an insane activity because you're trying to make the past present. And the past can only come into the present, which is sandwiched between the past and the future. It's the ersatz, the deceitful, the falsified present. The actual present supports the maintenance of nothing because it is nothing, and everything that occurs in it is form and emptiness, luminosity and emptiness. So following after thoughts and constructing stories with thoughts, if it's enjoyable and you know what you're doing and you see, oh, I can fill the whole of my mind with these stories. And it's like a dream. It's really Prospero's Island. The Tempest is a wonderful play to read again and again because it really shows it's like a dream. Or Midsummer Night's Dream. It's all like that. You go under the spell. This happened to me. It is as if this is happening to me now because I give myself to it so much. Just like you go to the theater or the movies and you give yourself to the display and you're in it. And of course you're not, but it is as if you are. So the hospitality of the well-written novel or the opera or the play, if you catch it, if you see what's happening, you say, oh, this is the mind. I make things real by believing in them. Their truth is my belief. But if you don't see that, they are true, and that's wonderful. It was amazing. You should go and see that. It's an incredible performance. Incredible. Really good. What are you talking about? It's over. Oh, but it's on again tonight. Ask the actors. Each performance is different, and half the performance depends on the audience. So if the audience is hot and tired and not in the mood, the play's not going to run well because it's a co-emergent pulsation. So it's not wrong or bad what you're describing, but you could be in the land of the lotus eaters, dreaming your life away. And how much life do you want to dream away? Okay. Now we're anxious about Miss Gong. The master. Then he says, some great meditators do not remain as is necessary on the mind itself, but do much unnecessary looking here and searching here for the mind. Who is the searcher? It's the mind. This is a movement in the mind. If the mind wasn't there, the mind here is like, you could imagine the space on the ground here of the tent. So you go there looking for the right place to sit, or there for the right place to sit, but every place is just a place to sit. You're looking for something which is already available here and now. By looking there and searching here, the mind is not understood because you're looking for something and the mind is not a something. But everything you know is a something. You have a national insurance number, you have a passport number, you have a place where you stay, you have your favorite shoes, you have some books you like, you have a lover, you have whatever it is you have in your life. I am the subject, they are the object, they are the field of my experience. But the mind is not like that. The mind is the mother of all experience, but is never experienced. The text say, the mind is never an object for the mind. You know this image of Ouroboros, the circle, the snake that bites its own tail, seems to swallow itself. Well, this is what we're doing. We're chasing this round and round and round. looking for something you already have, but you don't recognize it because you're looking for something. So the text say, if you go to a land of gold, everything is gold. So the text say, everything is the Dharmakaya, everything is the radiance of your own mind. Yeah, but where is my mind? No. Everything is the radiance of the mind. You wouldn't have the radiance of the mind unless there was the mind. The radiance is how the mind kindly shows you. Mind here, mind is here. Yeah, but where is the mind? I only see this fucking radiance. Get out the way. I need to get rid of it. I'm going to do shamatha. Open, empty mind. Kalu Rinpoche told this story many times about there was a monk in a monastery in Tibet who did a lot of shamatha. And he went into a shamatha retreat and he was going to be there for 3 months all on his own. After 3 months, he didn't come out. If people are in a retreat in Tibet, traditionally they put some markers outside. This is a consecrated space, don't intrude. And so everyone's a bit wary. You think, oh, well, we'll give him another week. Didn't come out. People listening on the outside. You don't hear any sound. And they had to prise open the door because it's locked from the inside. And he's sitting there, meditation posture. A rat had come and eaten the back of his head because he didn't move. True or not? Anyway, Kalu Rinpoche said, my teacher, I took refuge with Kalu Rinpoche. True story. But can you imagine that you are so focused in non-reactivity that you refuse to be distracted by anything? Unwise. So in the Tibetan tradition, they don't do a lot of shamatha. In the Theravadan tradition, they do because they're aiming for the jhanas and going up through the stages. And each of these stages is a falling away of reactivity to certain dimensions of experience. So you in the highest realms in samsara, you have these stages of pure consciousness with some memory and pure consciousness with some affect, up to a state of just pure consciousness where there is only just a kind of they wouldn't use the word non-dual, but a kind of non-dual mindful presence. It's not a Dzogchen non-dual presence, but you're just completely focused on what's there. And in the Tibetan tradition, they say, if you go into that realm, you can stay in a mind-only experience for 12,000 years, 20,000 years. But because it is a construct, because it is the fruit of your effort, gradually the karma that holds it in place will become less and less available. And then you find yourself coming out of that state and you will be confused and lost. Because the mind is not just nothing. Like the mirror is empty and full. So don't try to get rid of what's in the mirror. Use the fullness of the mirror to remind yourself of the mind. So you go back to work next week. Things are maybe going well. You feel success. Things don't go so well. You're troubled by contracts not being met. There could be trouble. You have to speak to the lawyers. It's quite complicated. This is the movement of the mind. Subject and object together are making this dance. Personally, I would not have wanted to choreograph this dance, but I'm in this dance because I need the dosh. So this is the dance. So if I take an antipathy, an againstness, a dislike of this pattern, I will feel oppressed by it. I wish life wasn't like that. I prefer an easy day when everything goes well. And then you're sitting in egoic judgment. Relax in the out-breath. This is the drama of my work situation. And I move in the drama. And I'm not the director of the drama. the director role is taken up by different people at different times, and then we move with that and we move with that. And if we see that, we might feel oppressed. Why do I always have to do these things? Why am I always the one that's taking the notes in the meeting? You know, that's a bit boring. What is that? I hear, I have a piece of paper, I write down my impressions of the conversation. The radiance of the mind is moving in a complex pattern. Radiance of the mind is not a unidirectional, monologic. The radiance of the mind is a dancing play of potential. So you're in the meeting and different opinions arise and you're writing these down. This is the richness of the potential of the mind. Because it is. You see it. How do they think like that? What a fucking... these people are crazy. If I stay in the judgment, I've locked them. I've got the what of them. What is the how of them? How do they say that? They say it out of their belief that they exist, their belief that they're intelligent, their belief that they know the right thing to do, and that feeds into the pattern of how they move and how they interact. A drama of illusion. So I don't fall into it, but I can't keep myself apart because I'm a team member. This is very tricky. The world of work is a difficult place to do Dharma. I mean, the Buddha Shakyamuni never recommended it. He always wanted... He'd left home, you know, he gave up on that. And he also had lots of monks. And so the rules let you know in advance what you should do. If you're a monk, you have 300, whatever it is, 65 rules. And if you follow them, you always know tomorrow's menu. But in a modern meeting, there's no fixed menu because you've got the agenda for the meeting, but then you've got the battle of the egos, which keeps disrupting the attention on the task. So this is complex. If you have your agenda, it becomes complicated because you're trying to give voice to what you think is important while this whirl of other thoughts and ideas arise. And so you have hopes and fears and you step forward and you step back. Exhausting, and the ground is covered by your own mental activity. Everything which arises is the radiance of the mind, sound and emptiness. Mama, papa. All this is said in meetings is the vibration of emptiness. Nothing is established. They believe something is established. They believe they are speaking the truth. They believe they are accurately describing what is going on, and we hear sound and emptiness. So in that way, you don't need to proselytize, you don't need to try to convert these people to Dharma, but you don't need to be pulled into the matrix of their dualistic conceptualization. Become the stage. Allow this drama to be enacted in your mind, and then it's gone. But if you take up a place within it and try to install your sense of how it should be and who you are, then you keep banging into other people's formulation of their identity battles. Battles for status, battles for access to resources, and so on. So, the mistakes we make are always unawareness of the ever open. And unawareness is not one thing and the imagining of the real another. The two are instantaneous. So, if we relax and we see, we are here in this shimmering environment where moment by moment there is movement. People's bodies move, their heads move, it's quite hot, the wind's moving, the curtains flutter a little bit. there is movement in space. Movement in space. There's no conclusion to that. It's just movement in space. That's always, there always, that is all there is always. But once you forget the space within which the movement is occurring, then you have things moving. We don't want the tent poles to move. We want them to be stable. We want the carpets to be stable, but we don't mind the coverings on the roof to move because they are a sign that the wind is blowing. And we're thinking, this is good, this is bad. We have hierarchies of evaluation. It's all ungraspable. The tent pole is a concept. It's a concept. It's not a tent pole for a cow or a sparrow. It's a tent pole for us. We believe it's a tent pole. We use it as a tent pole. We can identify it as a tent pole because we can locate this object in the matrix of our interpretation, because we have a huge data bank of how things are. And this is one of the things. So we bring the identity and the truth and the reality to the tent pole. It's not a tent pole. It's a tent pole for us. It's not a tent pole for a cat, not a tent pole for a dog. Dogs and cats are alive. They have a mind, but they don't have a mind that processes in the way that we process. It's a tent pole for human beings. So there are 6 realms in samsara. And the thing about human beings is we believe we're the best. We're the only ones who know the truth. So when we see that the cow is using the tent pole to have a scratch because it's hot and they're a bit itchy, and we're thinking, don't do that, you know, the tent will fall down. The cow's looking. Its frame of reference is different. We have a frame of reference and the cow has a frame of reference. But power means we decide the true frame of reference. And that's what we do all the time. This is the colonialism which allows the humans to capture and torture animals, destroy insects, destroy their habitat, and so on, because we privilege our vision of the world. But it's just one of the many visions we should have. And when we die, we don't know where we'll be reborn, because consciousness can bring life into all sorts of situations. So all that I've been describing is simply to say, don't forget the ground. Don't forget the openness. Whatever arises is the radiance of the ground, but if the ground is not seen, then what arises will be the covering of the ground. The mind will be hidden by its own radiance. Your thoughts, I'm a useless person, I'm stupid, I can't meditate, covers the openness of your mind, but that thought is in your mind. It is passing through your mind, the space of the mind, the hospitality of the mind, and it is illuminated by the radiance of the mind. It is a very ungrateful guest. No, it uses the space without recognizing it, without gratitude. So this is very important, the basic principles. The mind is open and empty. It has always been open. This is the true state of the mind. This is the mind of the Buddha. This is the Dharmakaya. It is open and empty, and yet it is also full, because experience keeps arising. This is the Sambhogakaya. And within this field of emergence, we find ourselves in this embodied movement with others. That's the Nimanakaya. And the Nimanakaya depends on the Sambhogakaya, which depends on the Dharmakaya. So you move up and down these things. But when you don't recognize the openness of the mind, you don't see the Sambhogakaya radiance, you just have, this is me, this is me. And this is why having children and educating them is so difficult. because the pressures in school and so on is for them to solidify, to become someone, to find their own voice, to assert their own way of being. But it's grounded in emptiness. Identity is the play of emptiness. When emptiness is not seen, identity becomes the obscuration of emptiness. Not long now, folks, we're almost there. Some great meditators do not let their minds remain on thoughts if there are thoughts, and on no thoughts if there are no thoughts. They think thoughts come from somewhere else, and then go looking there and searching here, and consequently do not recognize their minds. That sounds like us. That's what we do. We go following the ever-vanished, following the ever-vanished. There is no need to look there and search here. Simply let the mind remain on thoughts if there are thoughts, and on no thoughts if there are no thoughts. Just be open, however it is. Judgment comes in because you become the experiencer. What the text is saying, this is a mistake. You're taking it the wrong way. You're misinterpreting. If you stay with the thought arises in the mind and vanishes in the mind. Stay with the actuality of the thought, or if you like, the energy formation of the thought, not the cognitive content. The cognitive content solidifies our experience of the thought, but not the thought itself, because the thought's always vanishing and always vanishing. But we project existence into the thought. Then we take that as a sign of what's going on, and then we're off chasing where it seems to be leading. So, whether thoughts arise, relaxed and open, or no thoughts, relaxed and open. Then you are present as presence. You're not present as consciousness. Consciousness takes an object. Awareness reveals the space of becoming. Yeah? Very simple. I mean, we could go on and on and on with it, but he says the same thing 1,000 ways, which you will see in these texts. And the reason they do that is because we are fucking stupid. It's just like that. We are very obscure, and we choose obscuration. On an outer level, we see people choosing war. Putin saying maybe it's the beginning of the Third World War. How could these words come out of your mouth? Your mother would be ashamed of you. Ashamed of you. Your mother's old enough. She lived through the Second World War. And you, her little bratty KGB son, big word, big man. War is hell. War is dreadful. Dreadful. People talk of it as if it's just some kind of something on the menu. It's dreadful. It is making a pseudo-reality out of a fantasy, but without actually seeing that if you enact your fantasy, it becomes a reality, which is terrible. The Russians keep covering the number of their dead, because an awful lot of Russian soldiers died, Chechen soldiers died, North Korean soldiers died. But even when you know how many soldiers died, the war doesn't stop. The First World War, the Battle of the Somme, all of these huge engagements that went on, more killing, more killing, more killing. Because they had an idea. An idea. We're driven by ideas. What is an idea? It is a fantasy made real by belief. Victory is near. Remember, I'm old enough to remember the progression of the Vietnam War. One final push. One final this, one final that. More Agent Orange, more use of napalm, more destruction of the forests. And then this idea, we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age. Imagine that coming out of your mouth. And then you go for Sunday lunch with your mum, and there's your old mum. Mom, that's what we're going to do. We have to do it. They're communists, they're vermin, they're trash. Then we'll be free. Wow. This is crazy. Good and bad arise together as empty play. They become dangerous when they become invested with a sense of true existence. Don't invest them. Stay with them. What do you see in the North Vietnamese? Breathing in, breathing out, drinking and pissing, eating and shitting, walking and sleeping. They are 99.9% the same as us. What are we fighting over? 0.1%. Madness. But once you get hold of the idea and you decontextualize it, it carries you away on a huge riff. So for us, to return to the ground of ethics is to return to the open, empty mind, the ever unborn. And that is the safest place for us to live and the safest place for others to be within our perception. So that's the main point of the teaching. So we do this in order to find some freedom and hopefully to become more useful, ethical people. There are many problems and difficulties around. The world population keeps increasing. 40 years ago, more now, 50 years ago when I was in university, people still talked about Malthus and the idea of food supply in relation to population and so on. And there was a notion we need to have a limit to the population on the world. How many people can the planet support? But that's like these levels for climate change now. Oh, the temperature should only rise so much and then we'll be okay. It doesn't do that. These are abstract numbers and people keep doing what they do and now we have so many people in the world. And, you know, with the trouble in the Ukraine and not being able to export grain to Africa, especially Egypt where they eat a lot of bread, that was very difficult. You imagine if a big war breaks up and the ships can't go on the sea because of the bombers and the torpedoes and so on, people will be starving. There will be food, but they won't get the food. So this is done by ideas. My idea is right. I'm going to impose my idea because I know how it should be. So whenever we find that constellation in our mind, we release again and again and again. It's so tempting because it solidifies me. It gives me an identity, but it's delusory. So when my teacher said, I'm liar number one, cheater number one, he's lying to himself. I exist. I am this person. Self-deception, that's in the palm of our hands. And then we see the field of deception all around us. Then we have compassion. These people are lost. They believe in the reality of the unreal. They believe in the existence of the non-existence. How sad, how they will suffer. They think they're trying to find freedom, but they're only generating karma. And so they will endure great suffering and difficulty later. So that way we have wisdom and compassion arising together. So whatever merit arises from our practice, we share it out with everyone. Our lives are for the other. When we talk of these three aspects of the Buddha's presence, the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, the Nirmanakaya. The Dharmakaya, the truth of your mind as it is, this is for you. That's your share. Dharmakaya is for ourselves because being in the Dharmakaya frees us so we're relaxed and at ease and open. And the other two kayas, which are also called the form kaya, Zukku, the Sambhogakaya and the Nirmanakaya, they are for the other. So the radiance of your mind is for the other. Because it's what is arising as thoughts, feelings and sensations. This shows you the quality of the field because you're co-emergent with the field. And then the Nirmanakaya, you emerge into being with others in this dynamic interchange, and how you are is for them. It's for them. You become as they need. We are here with different people. You had many different conversations according to the potential of the person. This is the Nirmanakaya. You are not a fixed thing, they are not a fixed thing. So where is our pliability of finding a temporary interface that gives us contact and conjunction and this moment of clarity, and then it's gone. And that's for the other. I am for you. This is huge. The space of my mind, emptiness is enough. Emptiness is the basis of being for the other. Emptiness dissolves this hardened shell of I, me, myself, which is my apartness, my separation from the field. I am part of the field. I am the field, Dharmakaya, and I manifest in the luminosity of the field, Sambhogakaya, and I manifest in embodiment, speaking with you, being with you, responding to you. This is the Nirmanakaya. So, our emptiness is our compassion. So, we dedicate the merit to all beings. You can do rituals for that, but just, this is space. Space has no limit. Whatever is beautiful and shining, whatever we are in touch with, spreads out and out, rays of connectivity. May all beings be freed from the delusion that they have an inherent existence. So, I would like to thank Huw again for organizing and dealing with the management and keeping this smooth. I'd like to thank Gareth for recording, which will be made available. But in particular, I want to thank you all for being here and for being together and being available. Because as you see, I look around and I look around, I look around and trying to get the feel of you. I'm not evaluating how you are. If you're asleep, you're asleep. No, nothing to do with me. Because I feel something, and we're here together. I'm doing a lot of the talking, but it's somehow, for me anyway, it's the feel of the field that we engage together. And the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. If we all give ourselves into this and dissolve into this openness, there is a vitality and a quality of ease that comes with it. We have a sense of belonging. Now, when we go out of this place, we probably don't find it. Even in Forest Row, it'll be a bit less. By the time you get to London Victoria Station, not much left. But we hold it in our heart. We see it as the potential of the situation. And the less we separate, the less we judge and reify, the more we welcome life as it is, however it is, then this mood of non-dual participation can be ours as our way of life. So, this is the end. Now we are going to disperse, eat some food, go out into the world. Perhaps we meet again, perhaps we don't. My health is not great. I have energy here because I eat the energy of the field. When I go home, I will be very tired and I'll probably get sick, because I usually get sick after teaching now. That's how it goes. So my life force is a little bit fragile. That's how it is. But we have this. And if you keep the flavor of this with you and you feed it by being with it and it becomes your presence, then you will have opportunities to reach out to other people. One of the things which I'm very interested to do with the rest of my time with you in the general world is to think how, from the bottom up, how we can have grassroots Buddhism in which more people feel confident to open the door of Dharma on a simple level, to invite other people in, so that in your conversation with others and they're having difficulties, and you just have the memory, oh yes, all compounded things are impermanent, and your friend's really upset because now the relationship's falling apart and your friend's partner seems to be going off with someone else and they're distressed and you feel their pain. And these things happen because of the nature of impermanence. These people met in time, they came together, they decided to live together. This is a juxtaposition, a being together which has no profound glue between it, and then events happen, somebody sees somebody else there. And that's impermanence. So, we can all talk about impermanence. You don't need to talk about emptiness, but you can talk about how things are constructed, how they're put together. And that helps to see, oh, all compounded things are impermanent. Whatever is created will come apart. That's it. If you bring that into your conversation with your children, like some child comes home from school crying, my best friend doesn't want me as a best friend anymore. That happens a lot, especially for girls 10 years of age, 11, 12. There's a huge pressure about being special and so on. And it's terrible, it's terrifying that somebody, I go to school and my friend's there and hi, and we're going to do all these things. And we're going to get little nail polish that'll be the same color, and oh, we feel so twinned, a twinship transference, and then it's not possible. These things are very sad. So this is also a moment of Dharma. How do we do that? So don't imagine that you have a special group of Dharma teachers. Everyone can be the presence of the radiance of the truth of Dharma. So by finding yourself with others, not dominating, not leading, but co-emergent with them, and by studying the text and easing yourself into the truth of the practice, you can become a force of openness and contact and love and joy. That's my hope. So my good wishes go with you. Maybe we meet again. We don't know. We'll see.